Jianhua's hands move swiftly as he prepares for a long day of work. His goal is to earn money and help his family recover from their financial struggles. But the reality is that farming isn't an easy task. The sun beats down on his back, but he's grateful for the brief respite. What happens next will change everything.
Huh? No way.
Jianhua is talking to the villagers, explaining how they managed to get their land back. He's trying to sound confident, but there's a hint of uncertainty in his voice. He's worried about the consequences of this decision, but he's trying to stay positive.
Hawa. He gave me these seeds of the special crop seed of beauty. It's a special plant that can be ingredients for perfect growth.
What he wants is to keep the village prosperous and happy. What blocks him is the difficulty of growing this special crop and the pressure of meeting the villagers' expectations. What happens is that he thinks about all the people who are counting on him and starts to feel overwhelmed.
Spirit farmer.
The key action or twist of this chapter. The spirit farmer is thrust into a frenzied harvesting session, his eyes scanning the fields as he desperately gathers a massive bounty of mystical plants worth millions of won. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. The spirit farmer's financial struggles are momentarily alleviated, but the weight of his newfound responsibilities and the pressures of this unpredictable world threaten to consume him entirely. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. As the spirit farmer's eyes scan the fields, a menacing figure emerges from the shadows, their intentions for the spirit farmer and his enchanted crops left ominously unclear.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. I'm trying to make sense of the situation, but my thoughts are jumbled. Hawa's words keep echoing in my mind, and I'm not sure what to do next. I look around, and I see that Hawa's already gone. I feel a sense of relief wash over me, but I know I need to keep moving forward. I glance at the field, and I realize that I still need to finish cultivating the nillos.
That's fortunate. She left without causing any trouble.
As I turn to Hawa's empty, I'm left with more questions than answers. What just happened? Why did Hawa react that way? I'm determined to find out, but for now, I'm just going to take a deep breath and try to focus on the task at hand.
Hawa is a more amazing spirit than I thought. Hawa?
Hong unleashes a devastating shockwave, shattering the ground beneath him as he struggles to contain the power, his eyes blazing with a fierce determination to master this new skill. Hwang's apology hangs in the air, heavy with the weight of guilt as he grapples with the consequences of a secret that could shatter the trust of those he holds dear, his heart aching with every passing moment. The truth about the mysterious field is finally revealed, but the revelation only raises more questions as ominous shadows loom over Hwang's future, casting a dark and foreboding spell that threatens to consume him whole.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week.
The conversation's getting more and more intense, but Hawa's not going to let Hwang get the better of her. She's got a secret, and she's not going to let it out.
That's what I told you earlier. She's a spirit.
The superhuman decides to go to Wonju, promising Hawa more delicious food there. He's eager to take Hawa on this trip, hoping the new city will offer them excitement and more opportunities. He wants to make Hawa happy, and the thought of new experiences makes him excited. He wants to finish up quickly so they can leave. We'll be going to Wonju. I'll buy you more delicious things there.
Hwang, are you that happy? Then let's finish up quickly. Hawa.
He's in the Hawa field, ready for whatever comes next. Hawa field.
Hawawa.
Hawa is saying goodbye to everyone one by one, showing a tender side to her spirit nature.
Hawa grabs Hwang's hand, revealing the true extent of his superhuman connection, and together they begin to defy the boundaries of their world with unbridled potential. Hawa now has a reason to believe in himself, but this newfound confidence comes at the cost of his isolation. as he struggles to reconcile his connection with Hawang amidst the village's growing unease. Hawa's words hang in the air as he and Hawang share a heart-wrenching glance, the future of their relationship and the village's reaction hanging precariously in the balance.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. Hawa is getting impatient, and I can tell she's hungry too. She's always excited when we're about to eat good food and look for some nice clothes. Hawa, let's eat good food and look for some nice clothes. J001.
I told you not to take the trials.
Now Hawa's getting agitated and I can hear her frustration. Her voice is rising and her body is starting to tense up. It told you not to take it? Lee Jianwu's shaking his head in frustration. He's been training for years, but it's clear he hasn't reached his full potential. He wants to be a superhuman. That's his goal. But he's facing an obstacle. His current state is far from superhuman. He's about to take a test and the stakes are high. If he fails, he's done. He's out of the running, and he's not even sure he's good enough.
Stop. You won't pass.
Lee Jianwu wants to lock this victory in memory, to share his triumph with the world that doubted him. Hawa, ever the celebrator, pulls out a camera, urging a snap to seal the moment. Let's take a picture to commemorate, she chirps, her eyes bright. The flash threatens to blind their joy, but before the shutter clicks, a sudden commotion pulls their attention away. Something more urgent than a selfie. Their celebration stalls, the camera hangs limp, and a shadow looms in the doorway, questioning whether this victory is truly theirs.
But rather than that,
The hidden figure steps forward, eyes fixed on the license.
As the spirit farmer faces a daunting revelation, their identity is forever shattered by an earth-shattering truth that threatens to upend the fragile balance they've maintained. The weight of this revelation crushes the spirit farmer's heart, stripping them of the one thing that brought them solace in this unforgiving world. A sense of purpose now brutally torn away from them. The spirit farmer's past and present collide in a heart-stopping confrontation that leaves them staring into the abyss, the very foundations of their existence hanging precariously in the balance of a deadly gamble.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. The air explodes, not with magic, but with furious words. Mother is. Her precious wallpaper, her beautiful Hawa, is being neglected for a lazy afternoon. Mother wants a new photo, a perfect shot to show off Hawa's beauty, but the twins are they're supposed to be working, but they're slacking. The stakes? Mother's wallpaper, and these two are about to get a serious earful. They better move, or they'll face Mother's ultimate wrath. Disappointment. Mother's gaze bores into them, daring them to move an inch. Mother spots Hawa, her spirit, and her heart melts. She that picture. Hawa is just too pretty, too perfect. She grabs her phone, imagining the glorious wallpaper. Father calls out for Hawa, asking why she didn't call him if something was wrong. He sees her face is all red, and he's totally charmed, but then he pivots back to the crops.
Hawa, you should have called me if there was something.
Hawa,
Goodness. Your cute face is all red now, Hawa.
Is he gonna check on Hawa, or is he gonna check on that corn? The spirit of farming is absolutely beaming at the corn. It got a solid plus rating, which is huge, even though there were some sloppy moments at the start that held it back from being perfect. Hawa has made her decision. She'll eat the corns and risk everything. Nora's expression is a mix of alarm and understanding as she realizes Hawa's choice. The family holds its breath as Hawa takes a bite of the corn, and the results are immediate. The question is, will Hawa's skills rise, or will the consequences be catastrophic?
wow! As expected of A+ rated corn. It's amazing even without it being cooked. Shoo, IW, what is it?
The spirit farmer's crops are overflowing with magical energy as they're harvested. But the true extent of the power remains to be seen, casting a mysterious aura over the entire operation. As the corn is harvested, the spirit farmer's emotions are torn between joy and despair, their eyes reflecting a mix of accomplishment and a deep-seated fear of the consequences of their newfound abilities. The spirit farmer's assistant, seemingly aware of the farmer's growing power, is now watching them with a hint of concern, their gaze betraying a warning that their master's path is fraught with unseen dangers. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter.
Ela chega, domina o baile, é foda demais. Gata braba, safada, bagunça meu juízo em paz. Rebolando, jogando copinho sem dó nem dó. No grave que bate, que bota, com bota, que bota, com bota, com muita pressão. No batucão ela vem, vem. Sua na pele não para, vai, vai. Corpo no grave perde a razão. Que bota, com bota, com muita pressão. No batucão ela vem, vem. Sua na pele não para, vai, vai. Corpo no grave perde a razão. Que bota, com muita pressão. Ela chega, domina o baile, é foda demais. Gata braba, safada, bagunça meu juízo em paz. Vai rebolando, jogando copinho sem dó.
He keeps scrolling, hitting wall after wall. Weapons? Nope, can't use them for the SRT. Potions from an occultist? Healing, but also banned. Then he spots it. Potatoes that boost strength by 1 whole level for 30 minutes. It's a B+ grade, but that small boost can be huge in a fight, especially against that woman he's worried about. The obstacle is that crops usually aren't considered ill enough for these high-stakes events. But just as he's about to dismiss it, a voice cuts him off.
If I want to beat that woman, I need that before the trial.
Hawa is stoked. A barbecue party is in the works, and she's the star of the show. The older farmer wants to celebrate the corn selling well, and he's counting on Hawa to bring the magic. He's got the cash, but he wants Hawa's unique touch to take it to the next level. The obstacle is the pressure to perform, to make this party one for the books. Hawa's enthusiasm is palpable. She's the spirit of the party, and she's ready to bring it home. She nods enthusiastically.
Then, let's get this party started.
But just as things are about to get going, the farmer drops a bombshell. The next item on the agenda is something big, something that will make or break their fortunes.
The key action or twist of this chapter, Jang Taesang's past comes crashing back as a mysterious figure appears, threatening to expose his long-buried secret, forcing him to make a desperate choice. The emotional stakes, Jang Taesang's fragile grip on his identity begins to slip as the truth starts to unravel, leaving him to confront the void within himself and the devastating weight of his past. The cliffhanger, as the figure's intentions become increasingly sinister, Jang Taesang is left with a chilling decision. Will he protect his carefully constructed facade, or risk everything to reveal the truth and reclaim his lost self?
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. Hawa's gaze lingers on the seedling. It's as if she's telling us to focus on nurturing beauty right now. What is she seeing?
Hawa. Her voice is barely above a whisper, full of hope.
But Hawa's eyes are fixed on something more. The unknown potential of this plant is all that matters. The stakes are high. If it doesn't sprout, everything could fall apart. Hawa takes a step back, her hands instinctively reaching for the soil. She's anxious to know the result, to see the beauty that could be. Her hands won't stop moving. She checks the water, the soil, the entire environment. But then something changes. Hawa's face lights up with excitement. The soil responds to her touch. The seedling begins to grow. What is happening? The consequences of her actions are clear. The plant's growth is a direct result of her care and attention. Hawa returns to her family farm, but there's a new presence that's caught her attention. Who is this mysterious figure that's challenging her decision to leave the superhuman life? Hawa seems uncertain. Su Chan's expression falls, his eyes narrowing. Disappointment and frustration swirl within him. He remembers the raw A-plus corn, how it tasted better than this cooked dish. The realization hits him like a punch. This gratin is a failure.
I thought so.
The forgotten Maximum Chef appears, his face red with rage. The air around him crackles with anger. He slams his hand down on the table, and the sound echoes through the room. Su-chan flinches, his eyes darting towards the chef. The stakes are high, and the penalty for failure is severe.
You had your chance, and you blew it.
The forgotten Maximum Chef's words are like a slap in the face.
The retired farmer uncovers the hidden seed, thrusting him into a live challenge that could crown him the true spirit farmer as the earth trembles beneath the revelation. Everyone watching feels the farmer's hope surge while his rival watches, fearing loss of prestige and the chance to claim the legendary harvest for themselves. A sudden storm erupts, scattering the seed across the fields, leaving the farmer scrambling to gather it before the cursed winds swallow the final chance of salvation.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. Jianwoo can't help but play with Hawa after her skill to talk with livestock. He's been working with her, getting better, but now that she's here, things are different. He needs to be careful, but Hawa's bigger than him and it's getting intense. He's trying to keep up, but it's like playing a game he doesn't fully understand yet.
Stop. You're wrong.
Hawa's eyes flash with amusement as she pushes him backward, but Jianwoo stands his ground, not letting go of the leash. He's making progress, but it's a delicate balance between friend and foe, between human and animal. Jianwoo can't help but stare at Hawa, who's eating enthusiastically. She's bigger than him and it's getting intense. He tries to keep up, but it's a delicate balance between friend and foe, between human and animal. His hands move instinctively, trying to keep her in check. Her eyes flash with amusement as she pushes him backward, but Jianwoo stands his ground, not letting go of the leash. Jianwoo's heart sinks. His entire body deflates. He blinks once, twice, and then, "You've got to be kidding me." The exit sign above him reads, "Dungeon Farmland for Spirit Farmers." A sign for the dungeon? On a farm?
You have entered the dungeon farmland for spirit farmers.
Jianwoo's mind reels. See hi. The dungeon farmland? Hawa's smile lingers on his mind. Hawa, what is this? His patience wears thin. Ol Hawa, how can this be?
I've never heard of this kind of dungeon before. OL Hawa.
Jianwoo's eyes widen in wonder. All the pre-mangoes are here. Ha! They sprouted. Welcome. His words collide with the sight before him. What?
Gong Ji charges into the corrupted zone with Hawa at his side, unleashing a massive burst of spiritual energy to neutralize the lethal toxins while his allies struggle to maintain their defensive formation against the fumes. The weight of responsibility crushes Gong Ji as he realizes the survival of his entire team rests solely on his ability to purify the environment before their gear fails and the poison takes them. A sudden, violent tremor ripples through the ground as a massive shadowy entity emerges from the gas, looming over the exhausted group just as Gong Ji reaches the absolute limit of his remaining spiritual power. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter.
Stop. You're wrong. He's relieved but terrified when a kind spirit suddenly appears, seemingly aware of his condition. Her calm demeanor is a stark contrast to his own anxiety, and he can't help but be drawn in by her serenity. She looks at him with kindness, and he's taken aback by her gentle tone. You had your chance.
What is the cost? Her energetic demeanor is infectious, and I find myself wanting to know more. This is getting real. Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. Hawa just appeared, and I'm freaking out. She's a powerful farming spirit who can make anything grow. I want to know more about her, to learn from her. What is she doing here? I try to get her attention, to make her notice me, but I'm a bug, and I'm scared she'll step on me. Hawa, you're so beautiful, so radiant. I can feel my heart racing just looking at you.
Hawa.
Hawa's past is eerily tied to this mystical dungeon, as ancient secrets begin to unravel, shattering her tranquil existence with foreboding revelations about her identity. As Hawa struggles to grasp her true identity, she's gained a long-forgotten sense of purpose, but at the cost of losing the carefree, naive spirit she once cherished, now forever changed by the weight of her destiny. The sinister forces manipulating this dungeon draw closer, their intentions obscured by an enigmatic figure's cryptic whisper. Your memories are not your own, Hawa, and neither is your fate.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. IVI knows what's at stake. The farm's harvest is crucial, and he can't afford to lose it to those horned rabbits. He wants to talk to the dungeon manager to make sure the contract is finalized. But his anxiety gets the better of him. He checks the contract one more time. What if he missed something? And starts to sweat. He's about to call for Rex, but his hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. Then he remembers he has a job to do. He takes a deep breath and heads to the dungeon manager's office. But what if Hawa didn't get the message in time?
Stop. You're wrong.
Elle is confined to the empty dungeon, and IVI has to convince Rex to let her out. Elle's still upset from being punished, and IVI needs to reassure her that he means no harm. Rex's stern expression makes IVI nervous. He's not used to dealing with authority. IVI approaches Rex and starts to explain the situation. Rex's face remains unyielding, but IVI persists.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Rex finally relents, and Elle is released from the dungeon. She's still fuming, but IVI manages to calm her down. With Elle's help, maybe they can find Hawa and get the farm back on track. The question is, what's stopping them from finding Hawa in the first place? Dungeon Master Elle's true intentions are exposed as she unleashes her full power, revealing the dark truth behind her seemingly benevolent management of the Spirit Farmer dungeon. As the hunters' trust is shattered, they're left reeling from the loss of faith in their champion, Dungeon Master Elle, who has been hiding a sinister secret that threatens to destroy their very way of life. With the association now on the scene, the hunters must confront the consequences of their actions, as the fragile balance between order and chaos hangs precariously in the balance, leaving their future uncertain.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update. Will Hawa's tired spirit hold the line when the next threat arrives? Hawa's superhuman ID card just arrived, and she's celebrating with her new spirit friends. But the excitement's short-lived. Hawa's precious grade A+ sweet potatoes are under threat. A wild animal has been spotted, and Hawa's worried it might damage her prized crop. She can't afford to lose those ratings. Hawa steps back, cautioning her friends to stay away.
Stop. You're wrong.
Hawa's friends are skeptical, but she's adamant they should stay away. Hawa's eyes narrow, her grip on her tools tightening. It's not just about the sweet potatoes, it's about her reputation. If her crops fail, her ratings will plummet. But why is a wild animal even in her farm? It doesn't make sense. Hawa's face twists in frustration.
This isn't some ordinary rabbit.
Hawa's eyes widen as she takes a step back. What the? Hawa's got a crisis on her hands. Her grade A+ sweet potatoes are being threatened by a wild animal. The ratings will plummet if they get damaged. Hawa's friends are trying to warn her, but she's not listening.
Must be sad.
The Spirit Farmer's powers are unleashed in a shocking display, as he recklessly attacks the dark forces in a desperate bid to save his loved ones from certain doom. The weight of her failure is crushing, as the young cultivator's heart is shattered by the loss of her closest friend, leaving her feeling lost and helpless in the vast expanse of the spirit world. As the Spirit Farmer's strength reaches its limits, the dark forces close in for the kill, and the cultivator's life hangs precariously in the balance, leaving the viewer on the edge of their seat in anticipation of the devastating consequences.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter.
Years of training gone. Brian gave up the dream of becoming a superhuman to come back to the family farm, but then bam. Hawa shows up. She's this crazy powerful farming spirit who can grow anything, literally anything, even produce that amps up people's powers. Now Brian's got the superhuman ID, a whole crew of spirit friends, grade A+ crops that look so good you want to cry, and quests popping up everywhere. Will Hawa and her crew lead them all to serious fame and fortune, changing their lives forever? The family he saved is literally the key to unleashing the monsters he's sworn to stop.
Jian was getting a bit exasperated, but he refuses to give up. He gently explains it to Kyung, trying not to scare him off, but it's clear that this is going to be a wild ride. The tension's building, and Jian was starting to wonder if he'll ever get through to Kyung, or if these spirits are more trouble than they're worth. Jian was finally got things under control, thanks to Kyung securing a normal rabbit cage at home. But then disaster strikes. A problem arises from a place they didn't even expect. Hawa's here, and she's got a plan that's about to change everything.
Shake, shake, Hawa ha.
Jian was got a chance to respond, but Hawa's interrupting, giving him a leaf. His eyes widen. Is this the problem? He glances at Kyung, expecting an explanation. What kind of leaf is this? What's Hawa trying to do?
Hawa Kyung. I gave him a beauty leaf.
Kyung's hesitant, her mouth opening, then closing. Why is she uncertain? What's her biggest concern here? Jian was trying to reassure her, but she's not buying it. What's she thinking?
It is a horned rabbit.
Jianwoo breathes a ha of relief. It's just a horned rabbit indeed. But what does this mean? How does this affect their situation? Hawa's suddenly got a new idea, and it's time for Jianwoo to listen. What's Hawa's plan? What's the cost?
Kyung rips the cursed rabbit cage open, unleashing a vortex of wild spirits that swarm the farmland dungeon and force the farm's guardian to confront a towering, corrupted spirit beast. He watches his sister's hope flicker as the beast devours the last harvest seed, meaning their village faces starvation while his own resolve shatters under the weight of inevitable loss. A distant thunder crackles, signaling an unseen enemy approaching the dungeon's entrance, and the corrupted beast snarls, eyes glowing, promising a deadly showdown that could seal the farmer's fate forever.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. Elle's hands are shaking as she reaches for a beauty leaf. She's not thinking about the horned rabbit's hungry gaze. Not yet. The rabbit's hungry stare is like a challenge, one that Elle's struggling to meet. Nora's words have opened a Pandora's box, and Elle's about to face the consequences. The rabbit's expression is a mix of satisfaction and expectation. It's waiting for Elle to take responsibility for her actions. Nora's voice is a gentle reminder. You have to own up to your mistakes, Elle. The rabbit's still happily munching, but its impact on Elle's life is about to be devastating.
Doesn't she know that this is a bigger mistake than plucking the leaf?
Hawa's voice carries urgency as she reminds Elle of a promise to protect the rabbit. Elle wants redemption, eager to prove she can mend what she broke. The rabbit, still shaky, sniffs the beauty leaf Elle feeds it, its ears perking up. Elle places the leaf before it, whispering reassurance, and the rabbit gulps it down, its body humming with renewed life. The cost surfaces instantly. Elle's own hair begins to shed, each strand falling like tiny leaves, marking her sacrifice for the rabbit's recovery.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Suingue's world is shattered as the truth about his past and his connection to the spirit farmer finally reveals itself, leaving him questioning his very identity. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. The sweat is dripping, and he's not even thinking anymore. Mashed beauty, pickled beauty. Is that even going to work? The process is painful, but what choice does he have?
Does it not work after all? Stop. His body is shaking, but he's not stopping, he's lost in the pain.
Every moment is burning and he can't control it. Who can he trust now? P25, The protagonist stares at the consequences of his choices, the desire for wealth blinding him to the dangers. He realizes the potential for permanent physical mutation in himself and others if these beauty crops aren't handled with extreme care. The weight of his actions crushes him.
Hawa.
He's overwhelmed by the thought of what he's unleashed and the terrifying potential for disaster. He turns to,
Realizing she stepped in to fix his mistakes, to do what he should have done all along. A wave of gratitude washes over him, followed by a sharp clarity. He was so focused on power and profit, he forgot the most important thing, responsibility. Thank you.
The male horned rabbit's radiant horn erupts, slicing through the battlefield as a blinding beam that shatters the ancient seal protecting the spirit farm's core. Yoonji watches the horn's light drain her mentor's life force, feeling hope ignite and terror surge as the farm's future teeters between salvation and annihilation. The cracked seal pulses, releasing a black vortex that threatens to engulf the entire valley, leaving every survivor wondering whether the horn can seal it before everything collapses.
if you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week.
S got Hawa's back, which is great, but Brian doesn't think so.
Hawa's worried about her safety. Arya wants to make sure she's not alone in the crowd. Brian thinks this is a bad idea. She can get hurt.
Stop.
Brian tries to reason with Hawa, but she's still hesitant. She trusts him enough to stay close. Brian's relieved but still sees the danger. Hawa's worried about her safety, but she's not alone. A powerful spirit, Hawa, has made a presence known in the town. The horned rabbit, a new spirit friend, has caught Hawa's attention. Hawa's goal is to make sure this rabbit is safe, but what's blocking her is the crowd of people around them. This is Hawa's opportunity to show her connection to the spirit world. She looks at Brian with a determined gaze. Stop! Hawa trusts him enough to stay close, and Brian's relieved, but still sees the danger. My head's spinning as I try to process what just happened. Hawa's still got the skewer in her hand, her eyes narrowed in concentration. I'm stuck, unsure of what to do next. The room's silent, the only sound the soft crackling of the grill. What blocks me now is Hawa's reaction. Her expression tells me I've crossed a line.
I'd believe it if they say this is the finest Korean beef.
My mind's racing as I try to salvage the situation. I know the horned rabbit's meat is worth a fortune, but Hawa's reaction is priceless. I need to think fast, come up with a plan to appease her. My head's spinning as I try to regain control of the situation.
The spirit farmer's most trusted ally lies critically wounded, their life hanging in the balance as the dark forces of the village close in for the final blow. The spirit farmer's world is shattered by the loss of their closest friend, their sense of purpose and identity crumbling with each agonizing heartbeat that slows. The village teeters on the edge of collapse, its residents caught in the crossfire between the spirit farmer's desperate fight for survival and the sinister forces that seek to claim its very soul.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. The sweet potato harvest is saved. Hawat and the spirits did their thing, and now they can actually see a path forward, maybe even getting back land they lost. What is happening? Hawat's right there, and she's not happy. She's calling out for Hawat, sounding a little exasperated. She told him to call her if anything heavy needed moving, and it looks like he definitely did. She's here to lend a hand, spirit style.
Hawa. I told you to call me over for heavy things.
Hawat, you're a lifesaver. And there she is, Hawat, looking strong and ready. She knows Hawat wants to haul the crops he grew himself, but she's worried he'll hurt himself. She's reminding him that their family would be heartbroken if he got injured. Hawat calls her name, and Hawat, our amazing spirit, is there to make sure he doesn't overdo it.
Hawat brings out steamed sweet potatoes. Chan Woo's taken aback. He didn't see that coming. His face is a mix of anger and disappointment. Hawat's smiling, but it's a thin smile. She's enjoying this.
Stop. You're wrong.
Chan Woo's eyes are fixed on the sweet potatoes. He wants to eat them. Now, Hawat's not giving in. She's making him wait. What's her plan? What's she hiding? Chan Woo's finishing up his work. He's not thinking about the sweet potatoes anymore. His eyes are on the clock. He's counting down the minutes. Hawat's watching him, but he doesn't notice.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Hawat's got a secret. She's not just a salesperson. Hawa shatters the cursed sweet potato field with a blinding spirit blast, ripping the ancient seal and unleashing a vortex of raw soul energy that devours the surrounding crops in an instant. The village mourns the loss of their harvest while Hawa watches her cherished child's hopeful eyes dim, knowing the priceless crop and her innocence crumble beneath the relentless hunger of the awakened spirit. A gaping, blackened fissure yawns where the seal broke, pulse-quickening shadows seeping outward, promising a reckoning that could swallow Hawa's remaining allies before dawn's first light.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. He counts the bounty of a plus sweet potatoes, feeling enough to feed both himself and Hawa, and imagines selling the surplus at the Busan auction. The obstacle. The market lies far away, and his supplies of mangoes for beauty growth are low, forcing a risky journey. He loads the harvest onto a cart, tightens the rope, and maps a route, aware each mile costs time and stamina. The consequence. The cart creaks under weight, the road ahead stretches, and his resolve hardens. He must brave the distance or watch his hard-won crop rot. Hawa's self-control is put to the test as she tries to resist the temptation of the cow's hair. Her face twists in concentration, her body language screaming with the effort to resist. He watches, his heart racing with anticipation as she struggles.
Hawa. Wipe, wipe.
He's on the edge of his seat, his hands clenched into fists as he waits to see if Hawa can overcome her desire. The tension builds, and just as it seems like she's about to give in, Jong Soo-chan is focused on achieving his goals. He's walking towards the market, looking for the master who grew the A+ corn. He's thinking about the challenges he'll face, but he's determined to succeed. He's about to approach the master when he's interrupted by a customer.
Customer, no, teacher, KN.
Jong Soo-chan is taken aback by the customer's sudden proposal. He's thinking about what he wants, but he's also hesitant.
Please.
The spirit farmer's identity is finally revealed, as Azura rushes to confront the mysterious figure who's been growing the coveted A+ rated corn, sparking a thrilling showdown. Azura gains a crucial ally but also risks losing control of his emotions, as the harsh realities of his existence begin to suffocate him, threatening to shatter the fragile balance within his psyche. The spirit farmer's true intentions remain ominously unclear, leaving Azura vulnerable to a potential betrayal that could jeopardize everything he's fought for, forcing him to confront a daunting reality. His next move could be his last choice.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. How are we going to sell all these amazing A+ crops? The farm is drowning in produce. We need a plan, fast. But then, bam! Everything changes when Chef Jong Soo-chan, owner of the Horned Rabbit Skewer Shop, rolls up with a crazy request. He sees an opportunity, and suddenly, a new deal is on the table that could solve all our problems. The chaos reaches new heights as Jeon Woo's skills continue to spiral out of control. He's trying to regain composure, but it's too late. Chef Jong Soo-chan rushes after him, shouting words of encouragement. But Jeon-woo's already gone, disappearing into the crowd.
Hugh Kyung. Hawa's voice echoes through the chaos.
The silence that follows is deafening, and Jeon-woo's friends are left staring at the empty where he once stood. In the aftermath of the chaos, Chef Jong Soo-chan rushes to Jeon-woo's side, trying to comfort him. Jeon-woo's still in shock, unsure what just happened. Jeon-woo just got a reward for overcoming hardships, but his expression is twisted in confusion. Hawa, the powerful farming spirit, stands before him, and she's not happy about it. What does she possibly want him to do with this perfect processing of beauty?
Stop. You're wrong. Jeon-woo's hands are already moving, trying to grasp what's happening. The reward is worth fighting for, but Hawa's tone is unmistakable. She's not here to joke around. This could turn into a disaster.
The key action or twist of this chapter. As Kyung's desperate attempt to escape comes to a head, he's met with a shocking revelation that completely upends his understanding of reality, leaving him reeling in confusion and fear. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Kyung's fragile emotional state is pushed to the breaking point as he's forced to confront the harsh consequences of his past choices, and the weight of his secrets crushes him, threatening to consume everything. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. With the true extent of Kyung's situation still shrouded in mystery, the question on everyone's mind echoes louder than ever. What will happen to Kyung, and will he ever find a way to escape the dark forces closing in around him?
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week.
Stop, you're wrong. Echo, his hands won't stop moving. He checks the menu 3 times before he speaks. You're making a huge mistake, Soo-chan. His skills are sure to have advanced compared to before. Echo, Soo-chan's jaw drops. Huh? Compared to before. But this, does the food not suit your taste? Your expression is grim. Echo, Soo-chan's face darkens. Oh, manager, does the food not suit your taste? Your expression is grim.
Soo-chan leans forward, eyes fixed on the menu, and his mouth is watering at the thought of the promised feast. His stomach is growling louder by the minute, and he can smell the delicious food wafting from the kitchen. He's been waiting for what feels like an eternity, and frustration is starting to get the better of him. The chef emerges from the kitchen, but Soo-chan's hopes are extinguished as he sees the menu board announcing the season's special menu is sold out.
But it's not time yet.
Soo-chan's eyes widen in dismay as the menu, only to see that the season's special dish is unavailable.
Greed and desperation clash as Sung-a's hidden motives for the restaurant are exposed, leaving her allies questioning her true intentions, while the customer's gaze pierces her soul. Sung-a's facade is shattered, revealing the depths of her emotional scars, as the weight of her past mistakes threatens to consume her, forcing her to confront the darkness within. The door creaks open, and the customer's eyes lock onto Sung-a, his expression unreadable, as the air is thick with anticipation, the outcome hanging precariously in the balance, with only silence to seal the verdict.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. And what's worse, Fu realizes the work uniform must have been here all along. If only he'd opened it sooner, he'd be prepared for the harsh reality ahead. Fu feels the chill in the air disappear, and he gets an amazing present. He's excited, but his thoughts are jumbled. What is this artifact and how did it end up here? He looks at Hawa, expecting some explanation, but she's too caught up in her excitement. This is unexpected.
Stop. You're wrong.
Fu's eyes widen as he examines the artifact, and his mind is racing. He needs to understand what this means for the farm. Hawa's actions are causing a chain reaction, and Fu's not sure if he's prepared to keep up. Fu looks at Hawa, still trying to process what's happening. Hawa tries to reason with Fu, explaining that the box must be valuable. But Fu's already in a state of regret, his mind racing with the thought of what he might have done.
You shouldn't have touched it. You have no idea what you've done.
Fu takes a step back, trying to process the aftermath of his actions. He knows he's caused harm, and now he needs to find a way to fix it. Suddenly, a transformation occurs, and a name is revealed on the box. Hawati Fu reads, his eyes wide with surprise.
Hawati? No, that's impossible.
Jin's farm is on the brink of collapse as Jian Wu's erratic behavior and mysterious powers unleash chaos, threatening to upend the balance of power in the village. Hawa's desperate attempts to connect with Jian Wu have left her emotionally drained. Her hopes of understanding her adopted brother hang precariously in the balance, as she grapples with the truth about his transformation. As the darkness closes in, Jian Wu's connection to the equipment method grows stronger, but the true cost of his power remains shrouded in mystery, leaving the village on the precipice of a catastrophic reckoning.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update. The beauty farming was supposed to make us rich, but everything's a mess. This processed beauty leaf tastes weaker, its effects dulled because the rock bee honey used was low-rated. This whole operation is sinking because of sloppy mistakes and bad ingredients. What do we even do now? The dream of riches crumbles into a bitter disappointment as the product's quality plummets. This entire venture is on the brink of total failure, all thanks to these critical errors and subpar honey. I've got so much to fix. It feels impossible. The processing was a disaster, and the real problem is no better honey. What's going on? We have a task to complete, and I need you to take this seriously. I'm desperate, Hawa. We can't afford to mess this up. We need to sell those beauty leaf crops and make a profit. But I'm getting worried that those rock bee honey samples are causing problems. And what about the kimchi? I've never even seen you make kimchi before.
We need to make kimchi today.
Hawa and I are losing our patience. Rock bees won't stop buzzing. We need to calm them down, but I'm running out of time. I need to secure this honey sample or our beauty farming project will collapse. I grit my teeth and look at my work, a catastrophe unfolding. The beauty farming is ruined, and so is our relationship. I can see the outcome now. Our farm's reputation is doomed. I start to make hasty corrections and...
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
I quickly recall what I learned from my beauty farming texts, but my expertise isn't enough. The rock bees are buzzing angrily, reacting to Hawa's growing frustration. Hawa raises her voice, exasperated, and I know I need to act fast. But what can I do? The rock bees are uncooperative, the honey is subpar, and I made the situation worse.
Hawa's world is turned upside down as her secret is brutally exposed, sparking a chain reaction of betrayal and chaos that threatens to destroy everything she holds dear. Hawa's innocence is shattered as the truth about her sparkly past is ripped away, stripping her of the sheltered life she once knew, leaving her exposed and vulnerable to the cruel whims of others. In the wake of Hawa's shocking revelation, the fragile balance of power between her and the enigmatic Kuna is left precariously hanging, as Hawa's next move hangs in the balance, poised to unleash a maelstrom of unpredictable consequences.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week.
The alchemist, or rather the occulter, is still shrouded in mystery. People speculate about his identity, some thinking he's an ancient sage while others believe him to be a lunatic. His potions, though, are undeniable. Every effect is guaranteed, and everyone wants a taste. However, no one knows the ingredients.
What does it contain?
Occulter has a new project, creating the tear potion. Knight, his assistant, hands him a vial containing the ingredients. The formula is complex and extremely rare, yet Knight has the ability to replicate it. The materials needed for the next potion are also shown, along with a cryptic message about their identity. The note reads, "This is the fake tear potion."
But at what cost? He's been forced to return to the family farm after training for years to reach superhuman status. His dreams were left behind, and now it seems like he's stuck with this new reality. His hands are shaking, his eyes locked on the farm plan. Chili is the first crop to grow this year. After all, he needs to succeed, but the stakes are higher than ever before. The farm's reputation is at risk. He must deliver. His palms sweat as he examines the plan, poring over every detail. What if he fails? He can't afford to let his family down. His hands move swiftly, gathering the necessary seeds.
Let's do this.
Kaido's hands move before anyone else can breathe. He's convinced this food thief is no ordinary petty thief. Something's off. Something that's connected to the issue he's trying to resolve.
Yangwal's world is shaken as she discovers the truth about her eternal youth potion, which is not a gift but a curse that slowly drains the life force of those who consume it, leaving her reeling in horror. Yangwal's innocence is brutally stripped away as she is forced to confront the devastating consequences of her actions. Realizing her potions have been a source of destruction, not salvation, and grieves over the suffering she has caused. The fate of Yangwal's most trusted friend hangs precariously in the balance, as the mysterious figure behind the occluder's potion begins to exert their influence, raising the stakes and plunging Yangwal into a desperate fight for redemption and survival.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. Brian. The goblin's aggressive, and it's not alone. My family farm is in the crosshairs. I've got to act fast. I rush to the horned rabbit's enclosure. Their horns are the only valuable harvested product we have this winter. I check the doors and they're still locked. The goblin gang must have picked the lock. My gut drops as I see the horned rabbit's enclosure is in shambles. Their prized horns are gone. I'm still trying to process what's happening. Hawa has arrived on our farm, and she's a powerful farming spirit who can make anything grow. I'm not mentally prepared for this sudden development. My goblin companion is getting aggressive, and I need to figure out how to handle this situation. I look at Hawa, and I know I have to make a decision quickly.
Hawa.
I take a deep breath and decide to head to the dungeon farmlands with Hawa. I'm not sure what's going to happen, but I'm determined to see this through.
The horned rabbits, fueled by the stolen beauty and honey, charge at the spirit farmer with a ferocity that threatens to rip the very fabric of the land apart in chaos. The emotional toll of this ordeal weighs heavily on the spirit farmer's heart, as the loss of the beauty and the rabbit's violent rampage force them to confront their own limitations and the true cost of their power. The fate of the land, the beauty, and the spirit farmer hangs in the balance as the horned rabbit's presence now fuels a maelstrom of destruction, leaving only the haunting buzz of a lone bee to pierce the ominous silence.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. Hawa bursts through the doors, Arya's voice echoing off the walls. I've arrived.
No, no, no. Don't shout so loudly. It's been so long since it got out, has it? Hawa's enthusiasm has sent the Queen Rock Bee into a panic. Her voice cracks, revealing the desperation behind her words.
Hawa tries to calm the Queen Rock Bee down, urging everyone to keep quiet. But it's no use. Stop shouting, for the Rock Bee's sake.
Hawa. ZTN. How kind of you too. The Queen Rock Bee tries to compose herself, but the tension is palpable. Everyone's on edge, and the Queen Rock Bee's safety hangs in the balance.
The Queen seems to be recovering, but Hawa needs her to bite something to activate the beauty serum's effects. The Queen hesitates, but Hawa persists, saying there's no point if she doesn't bite hard enough.
Just bite it.
The Queen bites down, and Hawa applies the beauty serum. The Queen's safety is still at risk, and Hawa's plan is still uncertain. But for now, the Queen seems to be recovering. What will happen next? Will the Queen's hive be saved, or will it collapse? Here's my take on the next 5 beats of Spirit Farmer. The Queen Rock Bee is scared and unsure. Hawa senses the Queen Rock Bee's distress. She wants to reassure the Queen that she, Hawa, is there to help. But the Queen's instincts block her, telling her to remain vigilant, as if the rock bees are livestock that might be in danger. Hawa needs the Queen to bite onto something to activate the beauty serum's effects, which Hawa wants to happen now. The Queen hesitates, fearing the unknown, and her fear spikes as she sees Hawa's worried expression. Hawa steps closer, trying to ease the Queen's fears.
Just be careful.
Hawa's expression softens, trying to reassure the Queen, but the Queen's concern remains. She remembers her instincts warning her of potential danger.
The Queen Bee, Ryujin, is forced to wear the work uniform that's been specifically designed to suppress her powers. Her desperate struggle a stark contrast to her former invincibility. Ryujin's been stripped of her status as the strongest, her true self hidden beneath the uniform, a harsh reminder that even the mighty can be reduced to mere mortals. As Ryujin's confinement continues, the very fabric of her world begins to unravel, her relationships with her friends and allies hanging precariously in the balance, as the seeds of doubt take root in their minds.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. Iwa's got a problem on his hands. The Queen Rockbee's nesting site is threatened by a rival spirit's nest. IWA wants a strong spirit to help him deal with this problem now. He's got his friend with him, but they're not prepared for the power they're about to face. Hawa, a powerful farming spirit, is their only hope.
Hawa, I need your help.
IWA just asked for a spirit, but Hawa's not just any spirit. She's a giant, a massive farming spirit who can make anything grow with just a touch. Her presence alone makes the air vibrate with energy. The ground shakes beneath her feet. She's a force of nature. Iwa's legs buckle under him, his confidence shattered. He thought Hawa would be his solution to the rock problem, but she's nowhere to be seen. His eyes scan the empty where Hawa was, searching for any sign of her, but she's gone. He realizes, with a sinking feeling in his stomach, that he might have just lost his chance.
You didn't even have the chance to beg.
IWA collapses to the ground, feeling defeated and hopeless, as the rock where Hawa stood starts to shake and tremble. IWA looks up, seeing Hawa's tiny hands and feet still visible as tiny rocks that she's been transforming into dust, her playful and powerful presence still lingering. The tiny baby that's what Hawa has turned into. Iwa's mind reels with the implications. What does it mean? Is this a spirit form or something else entirely? His heart is pounding in his chest as he tries to process this information. The Queen Rockbee is still doing something important, and Hawa is somehow involved in it all.
The key action or twist of this chapter unfolds as Huang, the rock spirit, is mortally wounded by the ruthless destruction of his stone form, sending shockwaves through the world of spirits. The emotional stakes skyrocket as Huang's tragic fate leaves a gaping hole in the lives of those who once called him a friend, their hearts shattered by the loss of his unwavering optimism and kindness. The cliffhanger teeters on the edge as small spirits, once joyful and free, now tremble at the merciless hands of the ruthless spirit farmer, their fate hanging precariously in the balance as they await their next crushing blow.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update. Mr. Lee's enthusiasm for Hawa's food is starting to waver. He's getting a little too comfortable. Hawa, sensing his unease, starts to get agitated. Mr. Lee's mistake is about to blow up in his face. He spoke too casually to Hawa.
Wait, that's not what I meant. Hawa, this is great. I was getting sick of eating at home.
Mr. Lee rushes through the crowded lines, trying to get to his parents, a chance to taste some delicious food. But what's got his parents standing in line for so long? He bursts through and suddenly feels their piercing gazes. Mr. Lee is about to get into trouble. His parents aren't used to seeing him jump the line like that.
I'm an acquaintance. Suchan isn't cutting lines.
Suchin's words only make things worse. Mr. Lee's parents are furious, and the people around him are staring. Mr. Lee realizes he messed up big time. Mr. Lee's hands move with a practiced ease, plating a majestic sweet potato dessert. He's completely in his element. Hawa stands across from him, a warm smile on her face. Her eyes light up as she takes in the presentation. Mr. Lee seems at peace, but beneath the surface, he's already worried about the consequences of his actions. His mistake is about to blow up in his face.
How about you, Hawa?
Mr. Lee's mistake is his casual tone. Hawa senses his unease and becomes agitated. The air starts to charge with tension. Hawa's agitation has reached a boiling point. Mr. Lee tries to calm everyone down, but it's too late. Hawa's expression screams something is off. She's not just excited. Mr. Lee and the others notice the change in her too. They exchange worried glances, sensing something big happening.
As the stormy night unfolds, Gunwoo's secrets are brutally unraveled, exposing a dark web of deceit that threatens to upend everything he thought he knew about himself. The weight of Gunwoo's betrayal crushes Hong's heart, leaving him shaken to the core as the truth about his family and their past finally reveals a devastating, soul-shattering truth. With a cryptic message hinting at Hong's dark past, the season's limited sweet potato course sold out, and Gunwoo's words hanging in the air, Hong's desperate grip on reality begins to slip away, careening towards a catastrophic reckoning.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. Hawa's serene family portrait is shattered by a blood-soaked, ancient truth. She's a deadly spirit farmer. Her fingers grip the soil, and Wang's eyes widen in a mix of fear and awe. You're the one they call spirit farming witch? Wang asks, his voice barely above a whisper. Hawa's smile hints at a secret that has Wang's hands twitching to grab the nearby tools. Wang's hesitation to ask Hawa about her past is palpable.
Ask your questions, Wang.
Wang's expression freezes, and Hawa's grin widens. But what does she really want from Wang? The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Hawa, can you call another spirit? Hawa.
The rock bee finally responds, its tone firm but not unfriendly. Hawa's hopes rise as she senses a willingness to cooperate. The rock bee's words are laced with a sense of duty and responsibility. Hawa's determination to keep her promise grows stronger.
Hong? We'll be looking forward to your cooperation. Wang's expression softens, and he nods in agreement. The Rockbee's words hold a hidden meaning. But what is it? And how will it impact their journey?
Will their newfound alliance bring them closer to their goals or create new challenges? Note: since the provided panels are visual only, I will move on to the next part of the story and continue with the beats where there is dialogue available.
The spirit farmer's dark past finally unravels as Hawa makes a shocking revelation about her connection to the mysterious giant bee. The weight of Hawa's newfound truth leaves her heart heavy with regret, memories of her past love, now tainted by the harsh reality of her actions. The village's fate hangs in the balance as the giant bee, now revealed to be an ancient creature, threatens to unleash a catastrophic transformation, its true intentions unknown.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. Kyung's got energy to spare, and the beer's making him feel like a champion. He's in charge of the temperature control, and his hands are moving swiftly to adjust it. Hot's egging him on, urging him to raise it even higher. Kyung's got the skill, and Hot's the spirit. But the stakes are high. One wrong move and the crop's doomed.
Stats maxed. New crop level reached. What if one wrong move means disaster? Kyung checks the temperature display. It's at degrees.
Kyung's got it just right, and the team's impressed. Hot's teasing him about being the best, but the competition's just getting started. But what's the true potential of their bond? As they work side by side, Kyung's about to find out. Let's dive into Beat. Here's the story. Kyung stands on the farm, hand on the superhuman ID card in his pocket. His eyes can't help but wander to the empty beside him, the spot where Hawa should be. But something's amiss. The usually reliable and powerful farming spirit is nowhere to be seen.
We're not just farming spirits, we're a team.
Kyung feels a pang of unease, the sensation crawling up his spine like chill bumps. He checks the ID card again, reassures himself he's still a superhuman. Kyung feels a chill run down his spine as he imagines the worst. He thinks about all the hard work he and Hawa put into cultivating the land, growing grade A+ crops, and achieving their superhuman ID. It's all slipping away from him. He needs to act fast.
I have to find Hawa. Kyung decides to search the area, his senses on high alert.
As he searches, Kyung calls out Hawa's name again and again, but there's no response. His heart is racing, and his mind is racing with worst-case scenarios. He's starting to lose hope.
The spirit farmer unleashes a devastating magical burst, unleashing a maelstrom of swirling energies that leave even the strongest opponents reeling in utter devastation. As the chaos subsides, Ji-hwan's eyes now burn with an unquenchable fire, his resolve to protect the innocent and vanquish his enemies forged in the crucible of suffering and loss. The mysterious, hooded figure lingers in the shadows, their whispered words to Ji-hwan now a haunting refrain echoing through his mind, foreboding a storm that will soon consume everything in its path.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. Hawa's adorable spirit is getting attention from the kid. He's offering her a drawing, a picture of her, him, and maybe others. Hawa looks concerned, but the kid thinks she's cute enough to carry a picture of her around. His confidence is adorable. Hawa Wong is indeed very cute. The kid didn't expect her to be so attached to the picture.
Hawa. Itoa, that's...
Hawa wants him to stop, but the kid is oblivious to her concerns. He's convinced he can share this drawing with others. This could get interesting. Will Hawa's feelings change?
Hawa 1, stats maxed. New spirit bond unlocked.
Hawa's situation is on the line. The kid takes a tentative step forward, as if sensing Hawa's hesitation. Hawa's face twists into a mix of emotions, surprise, maybe even concern.
Okay, if you're okay with it.
Hawa's eyes flicker to the kid, searching for something. The kid's smile falters for a moment before he nods enthusiastically, unaware of Hawa's turmoil. What will happen if their hug changes the power dynamic between Hawa and the kid? The kid throws his arms around Hawa, a wide grin plastered on his face. Hawa's expression freezes, her eyes clouding with uncertainty. She stands stiff, unsure of how to react.
That.
The spirit farmer's world is turned upside down as a mysterious figure appears, revealing a shocking truth that threatens to upend everything this reclusive master has worked to protect. The weight of responsibility now crushes the spirit farmer, as the burden of his master's legacy and the consequences of his actions come crashing down on him, leaving him feeling lost and uncertain about his future. A haunting question hangs in the air as the spirit farmer's master disappears, leaving him with only a cryptic message and a single, ominous word that sends his heart racing with anticipation and dread.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. The scientist's passion for rock bees is about to collide with his own failure in a catastrophic way. Professor Gamyunghan's enthusiasm just got a lethal dose of collateral damage as he pours his heart out to a room full of students at his beekeeping lecture. His excitement is palpable, but it's also a warning sign that he's overcompensating. He needs to impress the Manhwa group, the most prestigious investors in the industry who are visiting today. He checks his notes for what feels like the 100th time. A hint of desperation creeps into his voice as he tries to explain the scientific name of the rock bees. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. The tension in the air is palpable. Professor Gamyung-han's face sets in a determined expression. He's not gonna back down now. The narrator is on his knees, surrounded by the Manhwa group. Hawa approaches him, and Professor Gamyung-han's words echo in his mind. Give up your dream, Kyung. His hands won't stop moving as he tries to hide behind a nervous smile. He glances around, possibly thinking about his investment in the group. Suddenly, Huang's direct words cut through his doubts.
I came because I was bored. Kyung! Wang's statement makes him realize that he's not the only one with stakes here. The entire group's investment is at risk, and he's just a small part of it. The narrator's nervous energy starts to fade as he looks at Huang, his shoulders easing slightly.
His eyes are locked on Hawa's, and he starts to sweat. What if he fails this test? What if Hawa loses interest? The narrator tries to hide behind a nervous smile, but it falters as Hawa approaches him. She repeats the words he says, slowly, with an unusual intensity.
Gunwoo's life is turned upside down as he's revealed to be the long-lost heir of the powerful Go family, sparking a ruthless power struggle. Gunwoo grapples with the weight of his newfound identity, struggling to reconcile his humble beginnings with the opulence and expectations that come with his family's legacy. The fate of Gunwoo's village hangs precariously in the balance as the rich elite, now aware of his true status, begin to circle in, determined to exploit his inheritance. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. Gunwoo's world begins to shatter as he uncovers a crucial connection between his family and the sinister Manhwa group, forcing him to confront the dark truth head-on. Gunwoo's fragile sense of self begins to disintegrate as he grapples with the weight of his family's secrets, leading to a devastating realization that threatens to upend his entire identity and future. The ominous silence that follows Gunwoo's revelation hangs in the air, leaving him exposed and vulnerable as he wonders if he'll ever be able to escape the Manhwa group's all-encompassing grasp, or if they'll finally catch up to him.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. The seeded potato cutting process is a well-oiled machine, but there's something off. Gunwoo's hands move with precision, yet his eyes betray a hint of desperation. He's hiding something, and it's eating away at him. His contract with an unknown entity hangs in the balance, and every decision he makes could tip the scales. The blade slices through the potato with ease, but Gunwoo's heart isn't in it. Not yet.
Stop. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
Alright guys.
Hawa's got her eyes on someone. What does she want now? To protect Gunwoo, obviously.
The banter is thick, but Hawa's got a mischievous glint in her eye. She's here for a reason. Gunwoo's eyes light up, and his hands start to move excitedly as he greets her. He doesn't ask what she wants. He knows that look, it's the let's get down to business sign, and Gunwoo's already on it. Hawa doesn't say a word, but her smile says it all. She's here to seal the deal. The tension in the air is palpable, like a firework waiting to be lit.
Stop. Her eyes sparkle with confidence. Gunwoo can't help but be drawn in. Something that even the scientist of Shinhwa Group is unable to make. Ho, that's a lot of confidence. Of course, trust me, Hawa. She leans in, a playful challenge on her lips, and Gunwoo feels himself getting pulled in. Gunwoo's face lights up with determination. Thank you. I'll be looking forward to it.
But Hawa interrupts, her voice husky and seductive. My lady, it's about time that we...
The key action or twist of this chapter is Han Soo-hyun's world shatters as he discovers his mother's secret. A dark past and a hidden family history that threatens to destroy everything he thought he knew about his family. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost is. Han Soo-hyun's sense of identity is torn apart, leaving him to grapple with the consequences of his mother's deception and the weight of her secrets, which now hangs precariously over his own future. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward is. As Han Soo-hyun's world teeters on the brink of collapse, the darkness closing in around him, the true extent of his family's sinister legacy remains a mystery, waiting to be uncovered and threatening to consume him whole. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter.
This isn't what we agreed on, Knight. Stop. You're wrong about the whole mango delivery.
Gunwoo decides to plant the beauty seeds together with Hawa. Hawa is ecstatic. She can make anything grow, including the coveted beauty seeds, which will not only enhance her powers but also those of Gunwoo. But what does this mean for Mr. Knight and his plans? Hawa's enthusiasm makes Gunwoo wonder if he'll be able to keep up. Mr. Knight's scowl deepens, and he points a stern finger at Hawa. Gunwoo looks uncertain, unsure how to react. Hawa enthusiastically holds up the plant, and Gunwoo's gaze follows it. Gunwoo, without asking, Shengfang. Gunwoo's eyes light up, and he turns to Hawa, asking a question. Gunwoo's true intentions are finally revealed as he makes a shocking request, sending Gunwoo's relationship with Eun-young into a tailspin, exposing the cracks in their bond. Eun-young's heart is shattered into a million pieces as she is forced to confront the depth of Gunwoo's deception, leaving her emotional scars that may never fully heal. As Eun-young grapples with the revelation, ESI Seehee's ominous presence looms large, raising questions about her role in Gunwoo's mysterious plan, setting the stage for a deadly showdown ahead. If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. Poison brews in Hwang's food, mere seconds away from a deadly consequence.
Stop. Hawa, you already tasted it much by dipping in. No way.
Gunwoo checks the drink, hand hesitating over the seal, but Hawa's encouraging smile gives him the push he needs. He dips his hand in, and the liquid touches his skin. A shiver runs down his spine. It tastes heavenly, but Hawa's warning in his mind is what should be heeding. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. Hong watches as Gunwoo cautiously approaches a drink, Hawa encouraging him with a smile. Gunwoo hesitates, but Hawa's smile eases his concerns. Hawa's eyes light up when she tastes the tea. She's hungry for more, but Gunwoo's hesitation changes her mood. She looks at Gunwoo, and he realizes he has to explain himself. Hawa's not the only one paying attention. Hwang's curiosity is piqued as well. Hawa's face falls, and Gunwoo senses he's about to lose her trust. Hawa's hands move, and she pours another cup, but her voice is tinged with warning.
Stop. You're wrong.
Gunwoo's on the hot seat, and Hawa's got her sights on him. He's trying to downplay the gift, but Hawa's not buying it. What's really going on? And why is Gunwoo so desperate to keep it hidden? Hawa's got her eyes on the prize, and she won't rest until she uncovers the truth. What's the real story behind this gift? And how will it change the game?
My lady, are you satisfied with today's visit? Yes, I feel like it's the happiest day of my life.
The atmosphere is tense, and Gun-woo's on edge. Hawa's got the upper hand, and he's got to decide how to react.
A torrent of emotions erupts as Yuna's hidden past is revealed in a shocking climax, shattering the fragile harmony she had forged with her new friends. Yuna's desperate attempt to cling to her memories now hangs in the balance, leaving her vulnerable to the heart-wrenching losses she may soon face. Tensions escalate as Yuna's true identity threatens to upend the delicate social hierarchy, foreshadowing a catastrophic storm that will shake the very foundations of the community.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. The farm was already in chaos, but the garlic professor's family wasn't warned. Hawa, the charming spirit of the land, appears out of nowhere. Her eyes sparkle with excitement as she rushes to the professor. The professor's hands won't stop moving, checking the exit twice. Hawa, how are the conditions of the garlic professor, Hawa? Hawa, he asks, concern pouring out of his voice. Hawa's laughter echoes through the air as she teases the professor. You scared me there, Hawa, but inside she's worried. The farm is already under attack, and she's the only one who knows. Hawa takes a deep breath and tries to reassure the professor.
Hawa's composure returns, but only for a moment. She lets out a laugh, a forced, cheerful sound. But it's too late. The damage is done. There's a hint of panic in her voice, a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. She leans in, her voice barely above a whisper.
Haha, I was just playing with you.
But the truth is out, and there's no taking it back. Hawa's world is about to change in ways she never could have imagined. She thinks about her future, her career, and the consequences of her actions. Her expression turns sad, a deep sense of regret washing over her. What are the repercussions of her secret being exposed?
The key action or twist of this chapter. Gun-woo's test is launched, forcing him to write characters from GA to Ha, but he's met with a harsh reality as the test turns out to be a desperate gamble for his survival. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Gun-woo's carefree days are shattered as he's forced to confront the harsh truth of his reality, leaving him with a daunting question. Is his freedom worth the risk of losing everything he's ever known? The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward? As the test reaches its climax, Gun-woo's desperation grows, and the lines between his reality and the test begin to blur, leaving us wondering. Will he wake up before it's too late, or is he trapped forever?
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. Let's get into it. We've got Park Yiran, Park Yi-jun, and their family enjoying a meal together. Stop. You're wrong. Park Yiran is clearly confident, but it seems Park Yi-jun is taking it personally. Their argument escalates, and their mom intervenes, trying to calm them down. Mom, bear with it. Dad has always been so dull to begin with. You should look at yourself first. Park Jung-hyuk, aka Rex, storms into the kitchen. He's got a fierce determination in his eyes, but his movements are uncharacteristically slow. His hands won't stop moving, and he keeps checking the exit. His dad, Park Jung-hyuk, is already seated at the table, a proud smile plastered on his face. Their mom, Miss Jong Soo-jin, stands at the counter, nervously trying to mediate.
Stop. You're wrong.
Mom, bear with it.
With Park's new superhuman status, he's eager to get to the farm's dungeon lands and explore the new possibilities. Hawa is leading the way, her spirit guiding Park through the unfamiliar terrain. The group gathers around, ready to begin their adventure. Park looks at his ID card, now granting him access to the secret underground world. Gun-woo appears from nowhere, looking concerned. His expression speaks volumes.
Well then, shall we get going to the dungeon farmlands now?
What new challenges await them in the dungeon lands? Park's superhuman status has opened up new possibilities, and he's eager to dive in headfirst. But as he explores the dungeon lands with Hawa, he stumbles upon some trouble.
A violent clash erupts as Suchan unleashes a shocking transformation, unleashing an electrifying storm of rock-bee power that leaves both friend and foe shaken to their cores. Hwang's confidence teeters on the brink of collapse as he grapples with the painful realization that his dear friend is now a force he can no longer fully control or trust with his life. The goblin thieves' sinister presence lingers ominously, a menacing shadow that refuses to be vanquished, threatening to unleash their full fury against the unsuspecting village at any moment. Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. Brian. The farm was burning, but its crops had other plans. The spirit farmer, who had given up on his dream, was back at the family farm. He thought it was all behind him, the years of training, the superhuman status he had worked so hard for. But now, something was stirring in the farmlands, something that would change everything. Nora, Hawa, a powerful farming spirit, appeared out of nowhere. She could make anything grow, even produce that enhanced people's powers. Brian. The spirit farmer's life was about to take a drastic turn, one that would put his skills to the test and make him question everything he thought he knew. The spirit farmer bursts into joy. He's proud of himself, but there's a lingering sense of uncertainty. Who does he share this moment with? Hawa's presence is what's been missing from his life. The ruckus has subsided. Hawa stands firm, her eyes locked on something beyond the frame. Her grip on his hand is still there, a warm reminder of the connection they've forged. He wants to ask what's next, but his voice is caught in his throat. Hawa's smile is like a siren's call, beckoning him deeper into the unknown. Her eyes sparkle with an inner light, and for a moment, he feels like he's home.
No idea what this is for.
Hawa's expression says, I know, but you don't. The air is electric with unspoken tension. His heart is pounding, and his palms are moist. Hawa's silence is like a challenge.
The hellgrass is spreading, engulfing the dungeon's farmlands at an alarming rate, as the spirit farmer desperately tries to contain the inferno that threatens to consume everything in its path. The spirit farmer's connection to the earth is strained, their sense of purpose and identity threatened by the failure to control the hellgrass, a loss that cuts deep to their very being. The hellgrass's mysterious power continues to grow, its influence seeping into the land, corrupting the crops and the creatures that depend on them, setting the stage for catastrophic consequences still to come. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update.
Yeah, his future is all set up now. I unsummoned them, but they liked it more if I let them play around outside. They can play to their heart's contents.
But why aren't you unsummoning in the beginning? Yeah. I have a bit of mana to spare. Though, it's Hawa that's doing it, not me. Brian. Hawa's unease rises as she watches others enjoy her farming. She wants to participate, but something's holding her back. She asks Gunwoo about it, seeking validation. Her words spill out, she's desperate for understanding. Hawa's body language screams, "Don't leave me out." But
Gunwoo awkwardly tries to brush off Hawa's unease, but Hawa's not buying it. Her eyes narrow, her determination igniting a fire within her. She presses Gunwoo for answers, demanding the truth. Gunwoo's smile falters as he realizes Hawa's not going to let this slide. His eyes dart away, hiding behind an excuse, his conscience. Hawa's face sets in a mask of determination, her jaw locked in a silent struggle.
The key action or twist of this chapter is Jinwa's miraculous cure for cancer is revealed to be a replication of the mysticist of youth's work, sparking a heated confrontation in the midst of a tense business meeting. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost is. Jinwoo's pride and reputation are shattered as he's forced to confront the fact that his life's work is a copycat, leaving him feeling humiliated and betrayed by his own hubris. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward is. As the confrontation escalates, Yuna's mysterious figure watches from the shadows, their intentions and involvement in Jinwoo's miraculous cure hanging precariously in the balance, setting the stage for a volatile showdown.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. I've got my superhuman ID card, but Hawa, the powerful farming spirit, is in a state of panic. Her poison plant is dying again. She's trying to understand why. Hawa realizes the poison plant is protected by a spirit, but it's not even a strong one.
Why? Hawa's wrath doesn't even frighten it.
Hawa is furious, her pride is wounded, and she was expecting a more substantial spirit to be protecting this plant. She decides to investigate her to find out why the spirit is so weak.
Stop. This is getting ridiculous.
We've got a lot of people gathered here on the farm, but they're not here for a party.
Hawa's wrath doesn't even frighten it. Hawa's furious, her pride is wounded, and she was expecting a more substantial spirit to be protecting this plant.
Hawa decides to investigate her to find out why the spirit is so weak. Her eyes narrow as the area.
The stakes are clear. I have to succeed in this mission to get recognized by the superhuman organization. But who's the mastermind behind this operation? That's the question I need to answer.
I am different from them, Kyung.
The key twist unfolds as Yuna's precious seeds are recklessly scattered across the land, leaving her desperation and frustration in its wake. Yuna's heart is shattered as she realizes her seeds are lost, a harsh reality that threatens to upend her entire dream of a new future, silencing her hopes. As the sun dips below the horizon, a sinister figure watches Yuna's anguish from the shadows, their malevolent intentions hanging precariously in the air, setting the stage for a catastrophic confrontation.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. Just as things are looking up, a sudden commotion breaks out outside. Jianwoo bursts in, arriving with a spring in his step. Jianwoo has arrived. He's here. Kyung. Yuna looks up, a mixture of relief and concern on her face. Hawa just smiles, unfazed by the interruption. Is everything fine? Hawa-en. Yuna's expression softens as she watches Jianwoo approach, and she can't help but exclaim, "Rabbit? What's that on your head?" Hawa is caught off guard by Kyung's question, and her smile falters for a moment. She's taken aback by his concern for her opinion, but she's also touched by his thoughtfulness. What Kyung wants is to be seen, to be heard, and to matter. What blocks him is his own fear of rejection, but he's pushing through it. What happens is Hawa finally responds, and she's offering a genuine compliment. What is the cost is Kyung's continued growth as a farmer and a person. He's learning to communicate effectively, to ask for what he wants, and to listen to others.
Hawa's eyes widen as Kyung's words drip with temptation, her fingers dancing across the soil as she surrenders to the allure of the spirit farm's hidden secret. Hawa's world crumbles as she's forced to confront the weight of her own desires, the lines between right and wrong blurring as she's torn between her loyalty to Kyung and her duty to the spirit farm. Kyung's enigmatic smile hangs in the air as the price of Hawa's actions remains uncertain, the fate of the spirit farm hanging precariously in the balance as the darkness closes in around them.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. Our plan is to get the poison plants, prepare high-class antidotes, and make a profit. We're talking poison plants, high-class antidotes, and middle-class antidotes. That's a serious business move. We need the Tehran dungeon's core essence as payment. If we can't collect it, the trade is off. This is our chance to make a fortune.
This is the poison plant we've been searching for. It's grade A+, Detoxification skills can purify all types of poison, and it has an air purification effect.
Hawa's eyes narrow. Her expression says it all. She's not happy about this. She thinks we're pushing our luck trying to get the core essence from the Tehran dungeon. I share her concerns, but we need the money. If you want more daily recaps, hit that subscribe button now. Hawa's got a secret, and she's not telling us what it is. She's nervous, glancing around the room. We can tell. We're at the field, and it's not even time for our visit. This is unusual. Tehran slowly gets up, rubbing his eyes. He looks around the room, taking in the situation. His gaze lingers on the branch manager, and for a moment, there's a flicker of fear. It's quickly replaced by a forced smile. He's trying to play it cool, but we can see the tension underlying his actions.
You came here just to see me, Hyung.
Hawa's words are filled with affection, but we can sense the underlying unease. The branch manager hands Tehran a cup of honey tea, a gesture of goodwill, but Hawa's eyes narrow. She's not buying it. Tehran smiles, accepting the honey tea. His hands are shaking slightly as he brings the cup to his lips.
The key action or twist of this chapter is Kyung is caught off guard as Wawin's true intentions are finally exposed. Her words dripping with sincerity but concealing a sinister reality that shakes his entire world. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost, is Kyung's heart is shattered as he grapples with the betrayal, his emotions oscillating between shock, anger, and despair, leaving him questioning everything he thought he knew about Wawon. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward, is, as the truth unravels, Wawin's smug smile lingers in the air, hinting at a darkness yet to be unleashed, casting a foreboding shadow over Kyung's future, a sense of impending doom settling in his bones.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter.
Just ask for help, okay? The farmer looks uncertain, but Hawa's voice cuts through the tension. Hawa and Mamang are now standing next to the farmer, who's struggling to set up support poles. It's clear this task is a challenge for him. His hands are shaking, and his eyes are darting around. Hold on tight. Mamang. This is Mumang's cue. He steps forward, using his incredible strength to lift the pole into place.
Gunwoo's phone is lying on the ground, shattered into pieces. He looks guilty, like he's about to face the consequences of his actions. He mumbles, "I broke your smartphone." But the question remains, what will happen to Gunwoo now? Will he be able to redeem himself, or will this be the end of his adventures?
The key action or twist of this chapter. The Chili's growth spurs a shocking revelation as Anu's connection to Mamang deepens, forcing him to confront the dark secrets of his past in a heart-wrenching explosion of emotions. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Anu's innocence is shattered as he's forced to confront the harsh realities of his world, leaving him scarred and forever changed, his sense of purpose crumbling like the once thriving Chili's he once tended. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. Tensions escalate as Anu's connection to Mamang is revealed to be more sinister than he ever imagined. A malevolent force lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike, as the Chili's fate becomes a mere afterthought.
If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week. He's got the Minotaurus meat, the most expensive delicacy, and it's a rare treat. But then he mentions his friend Hawa might not like monster meat. Oh, this is a bombshell.
Stop. I don't like monster meat.
He's trying to show off, but Hawa's not having it. The pressure is building. His relationships are at stake, and his ego is taking a hit. Hawa's words cut deep, and he feels exposed. He can't back down now, he has to offer more. It's a relief that she likes my gift, the Galaxy Folding Phone. It has the best features out of all existing Magic Stone charging phones and can even be folded inwards thrice. Mumkung was in awe, and I couldn't help but watch as she marveled at its power. She really is allowed to have this many tech gadgets. Mumkung asked Hawa what the Galaxy folding phone was for. Hawa explained it's for emergency contact and that Hawa can't hide her smirk. She's thinking about something. Mumkung warned Hawa that if she stays up late, she'll be scolded, but Hawa seemed convinced. I kept that in mind. Mumkung was genuinely amazed when Hawa showed him the phone's ability to fold thrice. It was a relief that Hawa likes it, but Mumkung also pointed out that 3773 in the dungeon can't exit. I hope Hawa can connect to the outside world with this. The stakes are high here. Mumkung's relationship with Hawa is at risk due to a past misunderstanding. I need to be careful not to ruin things between them. I have to figure out how to help Hawa and Mumkung in the dungeon. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
The key action or twist of this chapter. She's finally connected to the outside world using the mysterious device, unlocking secrets about her past and the true purpose of the strange farmland. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. Through this breakthrough, she's gained a sense of control and understanding, but also faces the harsh reality that her entire life has been a carefully crafted experiment, leaving her heart shattered and questioning everything. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. But her newfound connection comes with a price. The farmland's eerie silence is broken by a faint whisper, hinting at an unseen force watching her every move, as she stands on the precipice of a catastrophic revelation.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now.
Hawa.
Hawa's spirit bursts forth, her wild hair whipping about in the wind. She stands tall, her eyes blazing with an inner fire. What happens next will shatter the calm facade of Suchin's farm forever. Hawa is frustrated flies are annoying her, but this isn't a normal fly problem. It's a massive swarm and they're getting aggressive. Hawa checks the surrounding area. These aren't just ordinary flies, they're like a warning sign. What is causing this? Hawa's not alone. Suchan is here, but even Suchan looks concerned. Suchan and Luke rush out of the room, leaving Rex to wonder if Gunwoo's really given up. Yuna watches them leave, looking concerned. She thinks Suchan's just making excuses for being nervous. But Hawa's nearby, subtly signaling for Yuna to wait. Yuna's face sets in determination. She won't back down now. She thinks Gunwoo is still interested in the show. While Yuna's distracted, Hawa leans in and whispers to her, "Are you using your dungeon high pass to get honey?" Hawa tries to distract Yuna with a light-hearted question, hoping to shift her focus away from Gunwoo. Yuna blinks, momentarily sidetracked by the mention of honey.
Tensions erupt as the dark truth behind the Hellgrass's power finally surfaces, threatening to upend the delicate balance between the village and the toxic plant. The emotional stakes are at an all-time high as our protagonist's trust is shattered, their relationship strained, and their very sense of identity begins to unravel in the face of harsh reality. The cliffhanger comes with a chilling warning. Hellgrass is not the only poison that can be cultivated, and the true horror may only be just beginning to take root in the village's dark underbelly.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update.
We need to protect our nest.
He knows what needs to be done, protecting the nest no matter the cost. Unseen speaker, possibly a beekeeper, arrives speaking with a familiar voice. It seems they know the beekeeper. The speaker says they'll do fine with the Korean beef.
I think you might know them.
Kai moves to intervene. Hawa sees an opportunity, and she starts to wrap the meat in a leaf.
I'll help you.
Hawa's hands move swiftly as she presents Kai with the wrapped meat. Kai takes the leaf-wrapped meat, his initial hesitation gone, and he starts to unwrap it.
Hawa's wrap. It looks good.
Kai's eyes widen as he takes a bite. The moment of truth arrives, and Hawa's waiting for Kai's reaction. Kai's expression changes, his initial surprise gone, and he's now thoroughly enjoying the taste.
Hawa's leaf wraps are the best.
The spirit farmer is consumed by an unrelenting fury as Wu Jie's rage erupts in a violent outburst. His fists shaking with a raw power that threatens to tear everything apart. Wu Jie's outburst reveals a painful vulnerability, exposing the deep emotional toll of his past traumas and the crippling self-doubt that now festers like an open wound, consuming him from within. As the tension boils over, the fragile balance of power in the household hangs precariously in the balance, leaving Wu Jie's loved ones on the edge of a terrifying precipice, waiting for the fall. If you're enjoying this, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. New chapters drop every week.
Kaung, what is this bright light? Why are there so many sounds? Brian, Kaung steps out into the blinding light, his 3 horns gleaming like polished steel. His cute wings at the back of his neck flutter wildly, as if sensing the chaos around him.
But this newfound defiance is short-lived. His mother looks at him with a mix of surprise and concern. For a moment, Kaung hesitates, unsure of what to do next. His tiny voice whispers, "Kaut! Kaung, what's going on?" As the world around him slowly dissolves into chaos, Kaung realizes something fundamental. He's never felt anything like this before. His tiny heart beats faster, and his body language changes. This is his first taste of love, and it's about to change everything.
First feelings, huh?
Kaung can't process what's happening. His cave is being invaded by people and a small dinosaur-like creature. Kaung's story has caught Hawa's heart, and she's feeling bad for him. Hawa wants to help Kaung adjust to the outside world, but she's concerned about letting a stranger in. Kaung wants to connect with someone, to escape his isolation. But Hawa's caution blocks him. What if Kaung's intentions are not pure? Hawa takes another step back, her expression unreadable. What does that mean for their new friendship?
Still.
The spirit farmer's gaze locks onto a mysterious figure, their true identity shrouded in a veil of uncertainty, as whispers of an ancient power begin to stir in the farmland's depths. A crushing sense of isolation is slowly lifted from the spirit farmer's heart as they form an unbreakable bond with a long-lost companion, their laughter echoing through the desolate landscape like a beacon of hope. A sinister presence lurks just beyond the horizon, its dark influence seeping into the farmland like a cancer, threatening to unravel the fragile balance of this newfound family and the spirit farmer's very existence.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. He's looking forward to the new edition, but there's just one problem brewing. Hawa's still not used to having a new friend around. Kaung's trying to keep up, but it's clear he's not getting the attention he wants. The only thing this dinosaur-like monster eats is those flowers Hawa brought home. Cobb tries to get in on the action, but Kaung's not having it. Hawa's figured out the problem. Kaung only eats food that's been touched by the other spirits. She's desperate to come up with something that'll work. I found out by chance that he'd eat it if I made it. Kimchi fried rice. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife. The tension in the air was thick enough to cut with a knife.
As Voss and Iol prepare to enter a crucial test, the spirit farmer unleashes a shocking truth that shatters their understanding of reality, forever altering their relationship. The weight of this revelation crushes Voss's innocence, leaving him emotionally shattered as he grapples with the truth about his own existence. His bond with Iol now hanging precariously in the balance. Iol's ravenous gaze fixates on Gonzalez, the spirit farmer's eerie silence hanging between them like a sword of Damocles, as the very fabric of their trust teeters on the brink of collapse.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter.
And Kong, aka.
In a lovely field, surrounded by the warm sunshine. Hawa is beaming with pride, but Kong looks a bit off.
It would have been great if I could only have happy worries like these. Kong seems hesitant, and Hawa's enthusiasm fades. He asks if everything's okay, but Kong doesn't say much. Hawa presses on, asking about the horned rabbits, but Kong's still quiet. The horned rabbits were here earlier.
Hawat's body just starts trembling when he's close to Kong. He's really concerned about Kong's behavior. Hawat asks if there's something that only monsters know, but Kong remains quiet. Hawat starts to worry, thinking Kong is just like any other monster. But then he sees Kong playing with the cow at home, and his worries start to fade away.
Why are you trembling, Hawat?
Hawat tries to get close to Kong, but his body trembles uncontrollably. His hands start to move wildly, and he can't take his eyes off Kong. Hawat wants to understand what's going on with Kong's behavior, but Kong's silence is a huge obstacle.
There's something about monsters.
Hawat approaches Kong, trying to be calm, but his voice trembles. He needs to connect with Kong, but Kong seems distant. Hawat is furious. Kong's been trained for this, and now he's acting like a scared kid. He wants to know what's going on inside Kong's head. Hawat needs Kong to open up to him, but their connection seems to be slipping away. Every passing moment is like an eternity for Hawat. He's at a loss for what to do.
You still haven't changed.
Hawat leans in, trying to make eye contact with Kong, but Kong looks away. He's getting frustrated. Kong's a skilled warrior, and he should be ready for this.
Kyung's desperate attempt to reconnect with Kaung reaches a boiling point as he breaks through Kaung's defenses, forcing him to confront the depths of his own emotions and hidden desires. Kyung's heart is shattered into a million pieces as he's met with Kaung's icy indifference, leaving him to question the very foundation of their fragile relationship and his own self-worth. The air is thick with tension as Kaung's ominous warning hangs precariously in the balance. You don't know the true meaning of Hawat? I'll show you soon enough. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and hit the bell so you never miss a chapter. We've got a dramatic moment brewing with Kaunyi, aka Nora, and Kong, aka Echo. Nora's voice is shaking as she calls out to Kong. This is way more intense than just a casual conversation. Nora's voice is trembling. Q, please don't cry, Kaun. She's pleading with him to calm down, but it's clear she's the one who's truly distraught here.
As expected, it's not going to be that easy.
Nora's words barely register with Kong, though. He's too caught up in his own emotions. His words are laced with frustration. True, still.
Listen, Kyung, it's just a party.
But Kyung's still unsure, and Echo's standing there, feeling a bit left out. Nora's trying to make this work, but it's clear she's not sure if she's succeeding. Blaze's expression is calm, but his hands are on his hips, showing he's preparing for action. Nora's eyes are darting between Kyung and Echo, trying to keep the peace. This is more than just a party. It's about making everyone feel welcome. Q, what's the problem? Nora's eyes light up as Kyung starts to explain. His words are hesitant at first, but as he speaks, his voice grows stronger. Blaze nods along, trying to keep Kyung calm.
Stop. Hawa's power surges. The atmosphere around her glows with energy. Her friends, Kong and Suchan, exchange eager glances. What if they actually succeed? Nora looks at Blaze, hoping he'll give her a sign. His expression doesn't change.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Kim Kong's explosive revelation shakes the entire village as he unmasks a long-concealed secret that shatters the status quo once and for all. The emotional stakes, what a character gained or lost. As the truth spills out, Kim's relationships are forever altered, leaving him to grapple with the devastating weight of betrayed trust and shattered expectations. The cliffhanger, what is left dangerously unresolved going forward. Amidst the chaos, a sinister plot unfolds as the mastermind behind the secret plan reveals a chilling new phase, leaving the village teetering on the edge of catastrophe.
Don't miss what happens next. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari right now. I'm about to spill the beans. Hawa's powers are insane. She can grow anything, and that includes produce that enhances people's powers. Now, remember how I gave up on becoming a superhuman and went back to my hometown? Well, it turns out I've actually become one. But what's even crazier is that Hawa is a powerful farming spirit who can make anything grow.
I'll get her to wear this one next.
Hawa's already getting used to wearing these cute outfits, and I'm getting used to being around her. But for real, my life has changed so much since she arrived. And honestly, I have no idea what's next.
I'm wearing the stupid superhuman ID card, but I'm still not excited about it. I was forced into this, and I don't want to put on a show for anyone. My hands are fidgeting in my pockets. I check the ID card again, hoping to change my mind. But Hawa's smiling face makes me pause. She's so...
Hawa.
Her enthusiasm is infectious. I try to fight it off, but I can feel my expression soften. She's standing right in front of me, and I can see the excitement in her eyes. She really believes in this, and I can't help but wonder if I'm missing something. My heart is racing. What is she seeing that I'm not?
Hawa unleashes a maelstrom of superhuman powers, shattering the fragile peace, as she confronts the farm's dark secrets, leaving Kyung and Kong reeling in shock and chaos surrounds them. Kyung's fragile sense of security is brutally torn apart, forcing him to confront the trauma he's been trying to suppress. His emotions now a messy, heartbreaking tangle of fear and desperation. As Kyung and Kong barely escape Hawa's wrath, they realize they're being hunted by mysterious forces. Their desperate cry of, "How about we start over again?" hanging in the air like a haunting curse, their future hanging precariously in the balance. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and join thousands of fans who never miss an update.
Stop. Seo Rin's hand freezes, and she turns to face Hawa.
And that's not even the worst part. But Nora's not the only one with a plan. Hawa's got a whole community of spirit friends waiting to be introduced. And they're all counting on Nora to deliver. The pressure's on, and Nora's going to have to decide whether she's truly ready to put in the work. Nora's eyes light up as she receives an invitation to the Superhuman Get-Together Spring Cruise Party. She's hesitant, but Hawa's enthusiasm is infectious. "Yang," Nora asks, her voice barely above a whisper. What will happen if she accepts the invitation?
Let's get ready to go out. Young. Nora's decision will have far-reaching consequences.
Nora's heart aches as she thinks about her past failures. Can she find a way to redeem herself? And that's not even the worst part. Nora's eyes well up with tears as she remembers the failure of her research on rock bees, her supposed new passion. She thought she'd found a new purpose, but now she feels lost. Hawa's words sting. Dr. Go Mung Han, the supreme authority on rock bee research. Well, it's probably because it's about raising monsters. There's almost no one here. Well, his lectures were nothing great. Is there something wrong? And there nothing much happening. Is there? What's up with your E? It looks like she trying to hide something. Hama. Hawa appears before Seo Rin, who's checking the farm's superhuman ID card. Hawa wants to grow more grade A+ crops and get more spirits friends. But Seo Rin's farm is small, and they need more equipment. Hawa suggests they grow enhanced produce, which has the potential to boost people's powers. Seo Rin is hesitant, but the promise of increased power and new friends is enticing. Hawa assures Seo Rin that her farming spirit will take care of the rest.
Stop. You're wrong.
A kid appears on the scene, his expression off, standing beside a hawk perched on the hill, as Nora's world is about to be turned upside down. Nora's frustration and anger give way to a deeper sense of unease and betrayal as her video call is hijacked, leaving her feeling helpless and exposed to the world. As Hawa and Seo Rin take a chance on enhanced produce, the farm is now primed for a catastrophic explosion that will reshape the lives of everyone involved, leaving the future hanging precariously in the balance.
The monstrous Dalso can be this frightened. His hands shake like a leaf as he checks the exit twice. Every window is sealed shut. The massive doors won't budge. His bodyguard, Arya, is nowhere to be seen. Dalso's own screams are muffled by the concrete walls. And that's not even the worst part. You can't play either. If you done nam I n3 ice it bring you along anymore. Kong Kong. No, stay still. Oh ho.
Dalso's expression softens, a hint of a smile on his lips. He's starting to see Hawa in a different light. Her antics may have been childish, but they also showed a spark of creativity and playfulness. His guard begins to drop, and he's willing to listen to her perspective. But what will happen when the situation turns serious?
It's fine. She only got a bit scared.
Dalso's eyes lock onto Hawa, a newfound sense of respect brewing within him. He's starting to see her as a partner, rather than an adversary. The air is filled with a sense of possibility, and Dalso's ready to take the next step.
Kong's eyes narrow, and he takes a step closer to Dalso. The tension between them is palpable. The party's in full swing, and everyone's laughing and chatting. Dalso's still smirking, but Kong's not having it. He's had enough of Dalso's games. Kong wants to make a statement to show Dalso that he won't be pushed around. The music's loud, and the crowd's cheering, but Kong's focus is on Dalso.
It's time to show him who's boss.
Kong's hands are clenched in anger. Dalso's smile only grows wider, and he's enjoying the situation.
He's just trying to provoke you, Kong.
Kong's jaw clenches, and he takes a deep breath. He won't give Dalso the satisfaction.
It's time to show him who's boss.
Kong's eyes blaze with fury as he stands inches from Dalso, the air crackling with tension as he teeters on the edge of a violent outburst. Dalso's cruel taunts have cracked Kong's facade, leaving him vulnerable to the same pain and anger that's haunted him for so long, threatening to consume him whole. The room is electrified with anticipation as Kong's clenched fists and Dalso's smug smile hang in the balance, the crowd holding its collective breath for the inevitable explosion that will shatter the fragile calm. Su Chan's farm market stall is the last place you'd expect to find a superhuman village on fire, but that's exactly what's happening. His crops are burning, his livelihood is going up in flames, and he's still trying to make a profit. His hands are moving quickly, but his eyes are elsewhere. He's not even thinking about the fire. He's thinking about Hawa Wang, the powerful farming spirit who's supposed to be helping him.
What's going on? This isn't the deal we agreed on.
But Hawa's not here, and neither is Su Chan's superhuman ID card, or the grade A+ crops that are supposed to make him rich. But the real problem is already in motion. Hawa Wang is talking to Su Chan, and he's trying to listen, but he's having trouble understanding what she's saying. Mr. Jen Wu is nodding along, but Su Chan is feeling like he's missing something. He's trying to ask Hawa Wang to repeat herself, but she's not making it easy for him. Su Chan's friend is fill in the gaps, but Su Chan's not sure what's going on. He's starting to feel like he's in over his head. Hawa Wang is looking at him with a concerned expression.
Why did it suddenly do that?
Su Chan is catch his breath, but it's clear he's shaken. He has no idea what's waiting. Hawa Wang's about to say something that's going to change everything. His friend is reassure him, but Su Chan's not sure he can be comforted. Now, a new character walks in, Min Seo Rin, a superhuman from Su Chan's past. But Su Chan doesn't recognize her at first. Hawa Wang's presence has disoriented him.
If your name is Min Seo Rin, then you must be that superhuman Min Seo Rin from Back Hawk.
Su Chan's stunned. This is a huge revelation, and he's already trying to apologize for not recognizing her. But Hawa Wang's already turned to leave. Su Chan's heart is racing as he looks up at Dole Sae, his expression grim. Something's clearly wrong, but Suchan has no idea what. He knows he needs to act fast.
You should have run when you had the chance.
He takes a deep breath, trying to focus. He knows he can't let Dole Se face this alone. He needs to protect him. He wraps his arms around Dole Se's waist, holding him up.
Your efforts are futile.
And that's when Suchan sees it. A massive monster emerging from the waiting room. Its eyes fixed on Dole Se. He knows he has to protect him.
Suchan's life hangs in the balance as Dole Se's sinister transformation unfolds before his eyes, drawing him into a treacherous battle for survival. The emotional stakes are higher than ever as Suchan struggles to reconcile his loyalty to his friend with the monster that Dole Se has become, torn between the love and the fear that grips his heart. As Dole Se's monstrous form closes in, a behemoth of unspeakable horror bursts forth from the waiting room, threatening to destroy everything Suchan holds dear, leaving him fighting for his life against an unstoppable force. The day Jen Woo left for the party. At the dungeon farmland, Kyu Kyung, you not own tightly alright, Kyung. Then, cha-cha ra baby, whale, guru durit guru in the ocean. A baby whale. Dancing is much harder than I thought, Kyu Kyung. Did you Kyung? Sorry, Kyung. Huh? Baby whale you didst film anything. I'm really sorry, Kyung. Kong's eyes widened as he stared at Hawa, who stood before him, arms crossed and a hint of amusement dancing across her face. Exercises? He repeated, his voice laced with incredulity. But I've spent years honing my body to peak condition, and you think a few exercises will get me in shape? Hawa's smile faltered for a moment, and Kong sensed a glimmer of mischief in her gaze. Shall we do some exercises together then? Hawk says, her voice bubbly. Jen Woo's heart skips a beat. He looks at her, a sense of excitement rising up. Maybe this is exactly what he needs. A chance to prove himself, to show that he's a worthy superhuman. Kyung's eyes lit up as he watched Hawa effortlessly cultivate a batch of Greta spirit corn, its golden kernels glowing with a soft, ethereal light. This is insane, he exclaimed, his voice filled with awe. The spirit's magic had the power to enhance people's abilities, and now Kyung's humble farm was on the cusp of something incredible, a new era of superhuman growth, and a future that sparkled brighter than ever. Hawa's booming laughter shakes the farm as she unleashes a whirlwind of seeds, each one bursting into vibrant, glowing crops. My eyes widen as the spirit's friends I've met, like Kyung and Kyung, dance amidst the lush growth. Jenwoo takes a risk by growing special crops, but Kyu Kyung's constant sabotage threatens to destroy his dreams of building the best crops in the farmland, leaving Jenwoo on the brink of collapse. L's hesitation to join the farm intensifies as Hawa's flirtatious teasing and Kyung's playful encouragement leave her feeling overwhelmed and uncertain about her place in this whirlwind of spirit energy. Jenwoo's determination is put to the ultimate test as Kyu Kyung's sabotage continues to escalate, leaving the outcome of his crops and his future in the farmland hanging precariously in the balance. Q-Tube is frustrated, staring at his phone with a mix of concern and anxiety. He's been checking the view count for hours, and it's still not increasing. His hands won't stop moving, and he checks the exit twice, as if tempted to leave. He trusted his creator for 3 years, every single moment a performance.
Stop. You're wrong.
The creator's lips are pressed together, a forced smile on his face. He's about to give up on his dream, and the consequences will be devastating. And that's not even the worst part. Q-Tube's frustration boils over as he looks at Kyu Kyung, his voice laced with anxiety. The question hangs in the air, a stark reminder of Q-Tube's doubts. The hell crop continues to grow, its power surging to alarming levels. Q-Tube can barely comprehend the implications. If this plant can eat metal, What other secrets lie hidden within its depths? His voice is barely above a whisper, his words trembling with fear. Suddenly, a loud shout pierces the air, and Q-Tube's world is turned upside down. Mr.
The air is thick with tension as they stare at the rock. Is the rock bee dead? Hawk asks, her voice barely above a whisper. Brian's superhuman senses tingle as he assesses the situation. It's not safe to keep the dungeon farmland here, he says, his voice decisive. The ground beneath their feet starts to tremble. What happens if we move it? Hawk asks, her eyes locked on the rock. Brian's face sets in a determined expression. We'll find out.
Stop it.
The Hellcrop's unbridled power surges out of control as its insatiable appetite devours everything within its radius, threatening to destroy the entire dungeon farmland in a catastrophic explosion of growth. Hawa's warning still echoes in Brian's mind, but he's gained a crucial insight. The Greta Plus crop may be more than just a simple anomaly. Its secrets waiting to be unlocked at any moment. The rock is on the brink of collapse, its fragile balance between life and death precarious as Brian and Hawk stand paralyzed in indecision. The Hellcrop's raw energy coursing through the air like a ticking time bomb.
Lived well on their own without any special care. All I did was sometimes give away the processed rock beho, so I think I was quite negligent of them. Goodness. Oh, Hawk, how did this? Oh, be hong, you don't want me to worry because their life spa I didst realize. Jinai, sorry for not taking good care of you guys. Hawk, could you summon a fire spirit? Hawk? Let cremate the rock bees. We can't leave them her thank you for everything. Please rest in peace. Hawk, rest in peace. Hawa's now standing up, and she's looking at Kyung with a sense of determination. She's begging him to listen to her, and Kyung's locking in. The rock bee's cremation is still on the horizon, and Hawa's trying to find a way to save them.
Ugh, my back aches from praying for so long.
Kyung's eyes are filled with sadness, and he's trying to hold back tears. He's regretful for not being able to save the rock bees. Hawa's begging him to understand, and Kyung's trying to find a way to make it right.
Is he praying?
Kyung's now looking at Hawa with a sense of determination. Hawk's son is get him to take action, to confront his own ineptitude. He knows Hawk's playing with the kids instead of focusing on the task at hand. The son's words are a gentle prod, but they strike a nerve Hawk's caught in his own web of guilt and regret. Hawk's son reminds him that he should ask someone who knows about magic stones, Kong being the obvious choice. Hawk's eyes flash with a mix of emotions, irritation, frustration, and a hint of desperation. His son points out that at least Hawk could show some interest, some spark of enthusiasm. Hawk's silence is a stark reminder. He's lost his edge.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Hawk's son launches a desperate bid to save the rock bees, racing against the clock as time runs out, the fate of the colony hanging precariously in the balance. Hawk's son has gained a newfound determination, but his father's refusal to listen leaves him reeling, the weight of his family's legacy crushing under the pressure to save the rock bees. The clock is ticking, and with Kong's help uncertain, Hawk's son is left to wonder if he'll be able to save the colony, or if the rock bees will succumb to the forces of darkness that threaten to consume them.
Miss Su-chan is in the kitchen, a bright smile on her face as she stirs a bubbling pot. But her eyes seem to hold a secret. She's teaching Hawa how to make the main dish, Angel's Temptation. Hawa's eyes light up as she tastes the sauce, but Miss Su-chan's expression remains calm. Her hands move swiftly, adding the final ingredients. No one else knows the recipe, and it's clear why. It's a secret that could change everything.
Stop. You can't serve this.
Miss Su-chan's smile falters for a moment, but she regains her composure. Hawa looks up, concern etched on her face.
A few days later, Kyungtube is starting, and the views are already skyrocketing.
YouTube views are that high?
But someone is already spreading hate comments, and Hawk is right in the middle of it. Can she handle the backlash? And what will Miss Su-chan do to help her? Jenwoo is distracted, watching his phone instead of working.
Mr. Jenwoo, if you keep watching your phone while working or taking a break, you'll become a smartphone addict.
Hawk's frustration with the recipe is just the beginning. Kyung and Miss Su-chan finally grasp the arum, but their triumph is short-lived as Miss Su-chan finds herself stuck between the cliff and the raging river below. Miss Su-chan's narrow escape from danger comes at a terrible cost, leaving her shaken and vulnerable as Kyung rushes to her aid, his heart heavy with worry and fear. Hawk's distant cry echoes through the air as Miss Su-chan's desperate eyes scan the treacherous terrain for a safe path, her fate hanging precariously in the balance as the raging river closes in. Min Seo-rin is standing in front of her computer, staring at the accusation on the screen. She's been accused of sexual harassment. The chubby thing looks delicious. She's shocked and outraged. She knows she didn't do anything wrong.
You wrote that the chubby thing looks delicious? Is that sexual harassment?
And that's when she realizes that the situation is more complicated than she thought. She's not sure what to do next, and her mind is racing. Min Seo-rin is frantically typing away on her computer, her eyes fixed on the screen. She's looking for a specific video of a horned rabbit, but it's not showing up. Min Seo-rin's face falls as she reads through her notes. The horned rabbit's aggression is high, making them hard to train. She's been trying to study them, but it's like they're playing a game of cat and mouse. Her frustration grows as she realizes she's falling behind. The thought of failing is unbearable.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Min Seo-rin slams her fist on the desk, her eyes blazing with determination. She's not going to let this hold her back. And what comes next changes everything. Min Seo-rin's eyes drop to her notes, and her face softens. She's thinking back to a conversation she had with someone.
Min Seo-rin's eyes widen in shock as a figure steps out of the shadows, their presence electrifying the air with an undercurrent of tension and foreboding. Min Seo-rin's newfound respect for the people she's been studying is tempered by a stinging realization. She's been harboring a secret jealousy that's been simmering beneath the surface, threatening to boil over. As the unblinking figure looms closer, Min Seo-rin's skin crawl with an increasing sense of unease, the weight of their gaze hanging precariously in the balance, poised to shatter the fragile calm.
Hash's frustration boils over as he sighs, his shoulders slumping under the weight of his mother's expectations. His hands won't stop moving, a nervous tic that betrays his anxiety. Park Yi-jun, a fellow superhuman, approaches him, a sly grin spreading across his face. "Hey, Ice Prince, why the long face?" Hash's eyes flash with anger, but he clamps down on his emotions, determined not to give in to his rage. Park Yi-jun's words cut deep, reminding Hash of his mother's nickname, the one that he's desperate to shed.
Stop.
Park Yi-jun tries to lighten the mood, but Hash is having none of it. He's angry, frustrated, and more than a little desperate.
Hash's anger boils over. He takes a step forward, his chest heaving. He's about to say something, but then he stops. He takes a deep breath, and for a moment, his anger gives way to determination. He's going to make a name for himself no matter what it takes. And that's not even the worst part. Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. Hash's frustration boils over. He wants to be called something else, not Ice Chicken. He's tired of living in his mother's shadow. His eyes blaze as he takes a step forward, determined to make a name for himself. The ground beneath him seems to shake with his anger. The farm was abuzz with Hawa's boundless energy as she summoned a crop of spirit bloom, its petals shimmering with a soft, ethereal light. With this, she declared, even the wildest of dreams can take root. Her words ignited a spark within me, and I felt the weight of my years of training lifting. Hash is face to face with the truth. His crops are in danger, and he needs to act fast. Hawa's power is the only thing that can save them, but there's something more to this situation than meets the eye.
Spirit Farmer, Intima.
Hash's world is about to get a whole lot bigger, and that's not even the worst part.
Hash's resolve shatters as Hawa's devastating secret threatens to destroy everything he's worked for, leaving his crops on the brink of collapse, and his future hanging precariously in the balance. Hash's determination to break free from Ice Queen's legacy takes a hit as he's forced to confront the darker side of his mother's power, realizing that his own identity may be more tied to her than he ever imagined. Hawa's true intentions remain a mystery as she stands at the center of a brewing storm, her actions sparking a chain reaction of consequences that will either save or destroy the entire spirit farm, leaving everyone on edge. Unbeknownst to you, a deep earthworm dungeon has formed right in front of the village, and this is no ordinary occurrence. Mr. Fawn has arrived, but he's not here to help. He's here to collect the fallen hunter's gear. The villagers are in a frenzy, but the spirit farmer is here, too, and so is Una. Hawk is. The spirit farmer's words are interrupted by the artifact's sudden reaction. And that's not even the worst part. The hunters, led by Mr. Fawn, prepare to face the monster wave that will soon be unleashed. The spirit farmer tries to warn his friends, but they're too caught up in the excitement of the moment. Hawk is confident that they can handle the challenge, but the spirit farmer knows better. Spirit farmer's confidence is shaken. Mr. Fawn's words hang in the air, but the real challenge is yet to come, and it's not just the hunters that he needs to worry about. The villagers are in shock, and Una's eyes light up with excitement.
Stop.
The spirit farmer's world is turned upside down as a monstrous wave, unleashed by the artifact, threatens to engulf the village, sending his friends charging into chaos. Hawk's reckless grin etches a deep sense of unease into the spirit farmer's heart, as the thought of losing his friend to the impending disaster weighs heavy on his mind, a burden he cannot shake. As the hunters clash with the monster wave, Hawk's behavior becomes increasingly erratic, leaving the spirit farmer to wonder if he'll ever see his friend again, or if Hawk's wild dance is his final goodbye. Ah! Sir Genwu, the monster is clinging to your arm. Hama. Spirit Peen Farmer, are you sure you're okay? The monster though, I also was Su what? Kuchi. You did the hunters, we need to kill it quickly. Hawk? Kiam tul inum, you want me to save you? If why I think he like livestock. I can kill this guy hen, I can you. But is it okay? I heard that deep earthworms attract deep in me. 0000 ohatan that right. LL make sure no deep moles come in. You heard that, right? From today onward, this is your home. Kiam tul % the dungeon farmland has a new family member. Hawkwell, it lives underground so we won't see it too often. Sir Genwu is back on the family farm after years of training, but his life is about to change with the arrival of Hawa, a powerful farming spirit who can make anything grow.
Since it has your sincerity, I'll thankfully accept.
Sir Genwu is overwhelmed as Hawa's presence awakens a sense of longing he thought was long buried. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice, his eyes darting towards the door.
Honey water, let's have some. I'm not sure if this will be accepted as an apology, but compared to before, I made it a lot more flavorful.
Genwu's anxiety spikes. What if they can't handle the moles? What if the farm is destroyed? And that's not even the worst part. Genwu takes a deep breath and steps forward, his jaw locked in determination. He's willing to face his fears, but the earthworms are already digging deep, and the moles will be next. Hama's words echo in his mind. She warned him about the risks.
I want to stay here. The deep earthworms are already digging deep into the soil, drawing in grade A+ crops that will inevitably attract the dreaded deep moles, setting the stage for an all-out earth-shattering battle. Jen Wu's determination is now a beacon of hope, but it's also a harsh reminder of the weight he's shouldered, the guilt of leaving his family's farm hanging precariously in the balance, and the crushing fear of failure that threatens to consume him. The earthworms are barely out of the ground before the moles strike, leaving Jen Wu's farm on the brink of collapse, and it's a ticking time bomb of uncertainty that will shatter the fragile peace he's managed to secure, plunging everything into chaos. A few days after the deep earthworm dungeon incident, a village resident hunter? Yes. He's not sure when the deep what's wrong with your expression? I just feel a little guilty. Hawk? Anyways, this is the list of hunters. Please look over it and have a look. Hawk Kaung. Hawk. Okay. Shall we look at it together? Hawk. Kaung. Ha Wu Wang Kaung Hawk. Hawk. Oh Hawk. CHNH on this list. And that's not even the worst part. Another charmer's on the scene, and it's not just Q Kyung. HO's got a presence that draws everyone in, and our narrator can't help but be captivated.
And on Kyung Tube, there another charmer besides Q Kyung-ah. IHO.
Seo Rin's superhuman ID card is about to get a major upgrade thanks to the arrival of Hawa, a powerful farming spirit who can make anything grow, including produce that enhances people's powers. But what does this mean for Seo Rin's life on the farm? His hands won't stop moving as he tries to keep up with all the changes. Hawk's hair is a mess, and he's trying to brush it down, but it's not cooperating. Hawk's still trying to brush his hair down, but it's getting worse by the second. I'm starting to feel a bit anxious, wondering what's going to happen next.
Oh, Hawk, Uni's here.
Hawa rushes to Seo Rin's side as Uni bursts into the room, her eyes locked on the beauty crop's intoxicating aura, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. Seo Rin's carefree days on the farm are shaken to their core as he's forced to confront the harsh realities of his past life, threatening to append his newfound happiness with Hawk by his side. As the group teeters on the brink of disaster, Hawk's erratic behavior hints at a deeper darkness lurking beneath the surface, leaving Seo Rin to wonder if he's made a fatal mistake in trusting his powerful farm spirit. Rarer this time, I won't make a mistake. Park Yi-jun fighting spear, however. A disrupting has appeared per red. Just because you were born minutes before me, you think are you really going to go? Ada. Park Yi-jun's got a surprise waiting for him, Hawk. The spirit is back, and she's not happy. She's summoning spirits, and Park Yi-jun is keeping up. He's not sure what's going on, but he's willing to try.
New spirit?
Hawa's power is on the rise, and Park Yi-jun is struggling to keep up. He's not sure what's happening, but he's willing to take the risk. Park Yi-jun's got a major revelation. Hawa's power includes summoning people's spirits, and she's not afraid to use it. He's not sure what to make of it, but he's willing to try and understand. Park Yi-jun's shoulders slump. He's trying to hide his frustration, but Hawa's words have hit a nerve. He's jealous of her natural talent, of her ability to grow anything with ease. He wants to be able to do the same, but he's not sure if he can.
Hawk. You're comforting me, right?
Park Yi-jun's eyes flicker to Hawa, and for a moment, he sees her as a friend, not a rival. Cough cough. Miss, there's another important thing. Alright, I'm so sorry, but... Park Yi-jun's hands crumble into fists as he realizes Hawa's natural talent leaves him struggling to keep up, his pride wounded by her effortless growth. Jealousy claws at Park Yi-jun's heart, threatening to consume him as he's forced to confront his own inadequacies. His sense of identity shaken to its core. Park Yi-jun's decision hangs precariously in the balance, poised to upend everything. Will he take a risk that could change his life forever, or surrender to the crushing weight of his doubts? In the early morning, all of Bukgi Village's villagers gathered at the village's Hawk. Huh? What everyone doing gathered up like this?
It's the Shinwa group revival policy for this village H. It a bit difficult to understand, right? How do I X new and reborn? Wow. New Wasung. New book Gi village, Shinwa group. Spirit farmer Unayuni gave that as a present to our village. Hawk. Hawk hawk. Genwu. I three Ostoa's eyes snapped open, her gaze piercing through the dimly lit farm. Hawa, when did you become close with those spirit friends of yours? She growled, her voice low and menacing. Hawa's smile gleamed in the moonlight as she replied, a long time ago, my friend. And they're not just any spirit friends. They're the future key to our prosperity. Hawk Ice, the mischievous spirit, has a knack for causing trouble. He's always one step ahead, and his antics have left Gen Wu's colleagues bewildered. But when Hawk Ice appears, everything changes. He's not just causing trouble, he's also trying to help.
Yak by yak.
The key action or twist of this chapter. Hawa's fiery retort sparks a chain reaction, exposing the depths of her spirit bond. As Kong Kong's mischievous nature is revealed, challenging the village's understanding of the mystical forces at play. The emotional stakes. IHO's words cut deep, leaving a scar that will take time to heal, as the weight of Hawa's secrets threatens to shatter the fragile bonds of their friendship, and his trust in her is severely tested. The cliffhanger. As Gen Wu and Kong Kong's unorthodox partnership ignites a firestorm of possibilities, Hawk Ice's mysterious presence looms over the farm, foreshadowing a catastrophic reckoning that will shake the very foundations of their world.
The spirit farmer has returned to his rural village, but something's off, or at least, it was until Hawa, a powerful farming spirit, burst into his life. He's been training for years to reach superhuman status, but after giving up on his dream, he's now focusing on farming. That's when Hawa appeared, and everything changed. She can make anything grow, even produce that enhances people's powers. The spirit farmer's got his superhuman ID card. More spirit friends, mouth-watering grade A+ crops, and quests, and it's all thanks to Hawa.
Stop. You can't just expect everything to be fine now.
With the superhuman threat vanishing, our quiet farm town has transformed into a vibrant hub of activity. Hawa's latest grade A+ crop creations have people going wild. Who wouldn't want to taste the sweetness of super-enhanced kimchi? Meanwhile, the other spirits have formed their own eccentric squad, each bringing their unique flair to the table. The spirit farmer is processing the dynamics of the village, but it's complex. He's trying to navigate the relationships between the villagers, but it's like trying to untangle a knot. He's getting close to the truth, but it's hard to take a step back.
I'm not the type of person to care about that.
Luke is still getting used to this new life, but Hawa is eager to show him the ropes. She wants to get to know him better, and he's not sure if he's ready to commit. But Hawa's enthusiasm is contagious, and Luke finds himself wanting to please her.
We should leave. I don't want to disturb Kong Hawk. Hawa, it would be great if there was something I could help with.
Luke's hesitation sparks a chain reaction, but before he can make a move, Ice Chicken's erratic behavior sends them scurrying in all directions, leaving Rex and Hawa stunned. Rex is torn between loyalty to Ice Chicken and the growing feeling that Luke's presence is a threat to their fragile harmony. As old friendships begin to fray, with Ice Chicken's unpredictable tantrums intensifying, Luke must confront the reality of his own inadequacy, all while Rex's patience wears thin and Hawa's trust begins to waver. HT hurts. The rock bees seem to be working hard today as well. Okay, can our hawk help? I wanted to be help to Yi Jun if you infuse your magical power with Ice Chicken. It should ha woo wong halo good. A little at a time. Elle blocks the entrance, her hands moving swiftly as she tries to contain the power. The dungeon farmland is now full of magical energy. Hawa's power is still unknown, and Elle's worried it might hurt the bees. What if it changes them in ways they can't control?
The master farmer trusts Kong's expertise, but what if his magic is a double-edged sword? And that's not even the worst part. Hawa's magical power is spreading, heading towards the dungeon high pass. The master farmer is worried. What if it's too powerful for anyone to stop?
Stop the power.
The master farmer's worst nightmare is unfolding as Hawa's magical power surges out of control, threatening to destroy the rock bees and unleash chaos on the entire dungeon farmland. Elle's desperate attempt to contain the power comes at a personal cost, as she is forced to sacrifice her chance to bond with Ilse Chicken, leaving her with an aching sense of loss and regret. Hawa's power is now a runaway force, barreling towards the dungeon high pass, leaving the master farmer and Elle in a desperate bid to stop its destructive path before it's too late. The team moves forward, but Hawk's eyes are fixed on the entrance. He seems uncertain, his hand tightening around his sword hilt. The air is thick with tension, and a team member follows closely behind, their gaze darting between the entrance and Hawk. The team's goal is to explore the structure, but the risk of encountering fearsome monsters looms large. Hawk's uncertainty is palpable, and his hands are visibly shaking. His breathing is steady, but his eyes dart around the team, as if searching for reassurance. A team member glances at Hawk, then back at the entrance, their expression a mixture of concern and determination. The team is frozen in terror. Hawk's eyes are fixed on the Minotaur, his mind racing with strategies. The rock bees are in chaos, and the Minotaur is getting closer. What happens next will determine their fate. The team is on the brink of disaster. Hawk's trying to come up with a plan, but the Minotaur is almost upon them. The rock bees are in a state of panic, and the team's running out of time. What's going to happen next? Can they escape the Minotaur's deadly grasp? Hawk stands amidst the team, his eyes fixed on the entrance. What does this magical power mean to us? His hands move restlessly, as if anticipating danger. He's changing his mind, but it's too late. The team is already in motion. We're moving forward, and Hawk is right behind us. The tension is palpable. We all know what's at stake. We're about to enter the heart of the dungeon, where the Minotaur awaits. What lies ahead? The Minotaur is dispersed, but the team's anxiety is still palpable. We're all thinking the same thing. What if we can't overcome this? The Minotaur is a formidable foe, and we're about to face it head-on. Hawk's eyes are fixed on the portal, his expression a mix of determination and fear. He's thinking about the children, about the risk we're taking. The tension erupts as Hawk's teammates spot an unseen enemy lurking just beyond the veil of the portal, its presence threatening to shatter their fragile resolve. Hawk's attempt to reassure his team falls flat, his words failing to quell the growing sense of unease that has taken hold, leaving him feeling helpless and exposed. As Hawk's eyes scan the surroundings, the reality sets in, they're no longer alone, and the unknown dangers lurking beyond the portal are closing in, setting the stage for a desperate and potentially catastrophic showdown. Hawa's magical touch ignited a crop of grade A+ power wheat, its golden kernels glistening like miniature suns. With each harvest, her powers only grew stronger. She's called upon the spirit of the land, a fierce minotaur named Gronk, to help her cultivate an astonishing array of superpowered produce. His deep rumble of approval echoed through the fields as Hawa's vision of a brighter future began to take root. In the blink of an eye, Jen Wu's life turned upside down. With Hawa by his side, he discovered a new purpose on the family farm, cultivating extraordinary crops that could unlock superhuman abilities. But as they delved deeper into their newfound potential, Jen Wu's friends were skeptical. Jun's gaze lingers on the hell weed, his mind racing with the possibilities. Hawa's words echo in his mind, growing bigger is one thing, but there's a bigger problem than that. His eyes narrow as he recalls the experiment he conducted earlier. The result is nothing short of catastrophic.
And the result?
Yi-jun's eyes light up as he thinks about Hawa's words. He's eager to please her and show off his culinary skills. His hands start moving rapidly as he begins to mentally plan the perfect dish. I'm glad you're excited, Hawa. I'll make sure to use the best ingredients and cooking techniques to make it a memorable experience. And that's not even the worst part, because now Yi-jun is about to face a new challenge that will push his culinary skills to the limit. And so, determination right now, Jinoe knows best with what is in store for me. Increased by 1 level. Spirit Farmer Intima. The hellweed's energy ravages Yi-jun's lab, threatening to consume everything as its tendrils burst forth, tearing apart equipment and leaving destruction in their wake. Yi-jun's calm facade shatters as panic sets in, his eyes frantically darting between the chaos and the phone still clutched in his hand, his voice shaking ever so slightly. As Yi-jun's lab teeters on the brink of disaster, Jen Wu's ominous warning still hangs in the air, leaving a haunting question. How will Yi-jun contain the spiraling chaos before it's too late?
That was a good meal, Hawk Kong. What do we say after we finish eating? Kong. Hawk. Thank you for the meal, Hawa Wong. Oh goodness, you're welcome. Our house has always looked harmonious. Non-mon, you like to wash up with Grandpa and Grandma? Let Hawk. Kong. Hawk. And you want to wash up with? Then today, let wash up together. Lee, although it charm because of the chi onions Loren, they done need to glare so much at me.
Hawa bursts into the fields, her ethereal presence electrifying the air as she summons a swirling vortex of nutrients. Growth accelerators, she exclaims, her voice weaving a spell of rapid proliferation. A symphony of colors erupts as crops burst forth in a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, each one imbued with the potential to amplify human abilities. I watch in awe, my own superhuman ID card now a tangible reminder of the limitless possibilities unfolding before me. The answer is already too late. Lauren's still trying to reach his family, but it seems like they're not interested in hearing him out. The distance between them is growing, and Lauren's frustration is boiling over.
But will Lauren's family listen to him now that he's made his move? What happens next will change everything.
Lauren's desperate attempt to reconnect with his family collides with the harsh reality of their rejection, leaving him shattered and lost in a world that's moving on without him. The weight of his shattered dreams crushes Loren, as the love and acceptance he so desperately craved slip through his fingers, leaving behind a hollow sense of despair and desperation. Lauren's fragile hold on hope falters as he grapples with the crippling uncertainty of whether he'll ever find a way to bridge the chasm that's grown between him and the people he loves most in the world.
Hawing is lurking in the shadows, watching Hawk with an intensity that sends chills down his spine. Hawk's trying to shake off the feeling of unease, but it's no use. He knows he's in trouble. He asks Hawing if they've seen his spirit, the one that looks like a bird. Hawing's response is cryptic, but it sends a chill down Hawk's spine. And that's not even the worst part.
You looking for your spirit?
Hawk's world is falling apart, and he's not sure how to put the pieces back together. Hawing's words have awakened a fear within him, and he's not sure how to face it. Sir Jen Wu burst through the farm gate, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Hawa, have you checked on the ice chicken? It's been weeks since we planted those rare seeds. Hawa, the powerful farming spirit, grinned mischievously. Not yet, Sir Jen Wu, but I've got a surprise for you. The ice chicken's first harvest is already sprouting, and it's stronger than we thought. Hawk's finally arrived at the dungeon farmland, and he's face to face with the reality of his situation. His eyes are scanning the area, and his body's frozen in place.
What have I done?
He's staring at a sight that's beyond his wildest dreams, and his mind's struggling to comprehend it.
The reason why Yi-jun could understand what Hawk was saying is because of Ice Chicken's growth. It's the only explanation, and Yi-jun's face is etched with realization. His grip on the chicken tightens. However, something's wrong. Yi-jun's eyes are narrowing, and his expression is twisting. He's processing something. His brow furrows. What's going on?
I can understand.
Because of Yi Jun's misunderstanding, his emotions are already in chaos. He's like a puzzle that's been shaken. The ice chicken is alive?
The reason why Yi Jun could understand what Hawkeye was saying is because of Ice Chicken growth.
The sense of inferiority in his heart appeared, and
Yi Jun's hands grasp the ice chicken, his emotions shattering as the truth hits him. The spirit farmer's powers are not of this world, and Hawk Ice's departure has left a chasm in his heart. Yi Jun's grip on reality falters as the weight of his discovery settles, leaving him reeling from the loss of his innocence. And the ice chicken's innocent face now taunts him with its secrets. Yi Jun's locked eyes are a window to his turmoil, the truth about the spirit farmer and Hawk Ice hanging precariously in the balance, threatening to upend everything he thought he knew about the world and his place in it. Yangwul Occultist Laboratory right now, at that place it was the climax of the Helgra experiment. No. Will now start. Crack. It. A success. Lang 7H the Hellgrass, we digested the plastic with no issues. Spirit Farmer Hellgrass, we'd experiment the Borption Artisiamshes, it can absorb glass, plastic, and even plastic bags. The team's working together to make the plan happen. But Hawa's still got her doubts. She's worried about the Hellgrass weed's growth rate. And P21's still got his reservations. But Sir Jianhua's confidence is growing. He's convinced that their plan is going to work. I will help as well. But the question is, will it be enough? The stakes are high, and the consequences of failure are dire. What's going to happen? And that's not even the worst part. The silence is only temporary. The team's finally making progress. But Hawa's still got her concerns. She's worried about the Hellgrass weed's growth rate. And P21's still got his reservations. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. Something's off. And that's not even the worst part. It's all coming down to this: Yangwul's about to find out the truth behind Hawa's power. Sir Jianhua's expression changes. He's thinking about something. His eyes lock onto Yangwul. What's he getting at? The answer is already too late.
You should have asked me sooner.
And that's not even the worst part. A new player is about to enter the game, one that will change everything. Jianhua's desperate attempts to catch up with Hawa's unparalleled farming skills are foiled, revealing a shocking truth that will shatter the balance of their operation forever. Hawa's meteoric rise has given Jianhua a fleeting sense of pride, but Yangwul's looming discovery will strip away Hawa's mystique, leaving Jianhua feeling vulnerable and exposed to the harsh realities of their world. As Yangwul closes in on the truth, Jianhua locks eyes with him, his mind racing with unseen consequences, hinting at a catastrophic fallout that will plunge their entire operation into chaos. Everyone, please rest today. This mum will show off her skill. It's fine, you must be tired because you cook every day. Sue, thank you for being so considerate, but the number of people that are here. Spirit Farmer, who would have thought that Minisio Rin would come to our hoe for a change of pace. I went for a stroll, and coincidental. For the past few days, no matter how much I searched, how could they hide the hive so meticulously when they gave Hama? They went too far. Since the hive is in the dungeon. Beagle it. To find Isia even tell. Her. Min Seo Rin's feet move quickly, her anger driving her forward. She's not sure where she's going, but she's determined to find that hive.
Thanks for helping me, Hama.
Min Seo Rin stops in front of Hama, her friend's concerned expression mirroring her own. Min Seo Rin's not sure what's wrong, but she knows she needs to calm down. Hama's hands are gentle on her shoulders, trying to soothe her anger.
Hama's really cute when he's concerned.
Min Seo Rin storms off, her feet moving quickly. She's furious, her anger driving her forward. Her heart pounds in her chest. She's not sure where she's going, but she's determined to find that rock beehive. Min Seo Rin's eyes fall on the farm's old recipes written on the wall. They were the good times before all this chaos.
She remembers the taste of the potato pancakes and braised pork with potatoes, as promised by the owner. Her stomach growls at the memory. Min Seo Rin's gaze drifts back to the present. She needs to focus.
Stop. You're wrong.
Min Seo Rin's resolve strengthens. She's not going to let her memories cloud her judgment. She needs to find that rock beehive. But the real problem is already in motion. Min Seo Rin thinks back to her life before Spirit Farmer. It wasn't easy, but it was hers.
Min Seo Rin's eyes widen as Hawa's energy crashes into her, sending her stumbling forward in a whirlwind of magic and power. Their fates now irrevocably entwined in a dance of destiny. The weight of responsibility settles on Min Seo Rin's shoulders as she gains a powerful ally and loses her sense of control. Her identity merging with Hawa's ancient magic in a blurring of lines. Hawa's energy still courses through Min Seo Rin, leaving her shaken and vulnerable, as she struggles to understand the true nature of this new, unshakable bond that threatens to consume her very soul.
That was delicious Ha Wu Wong aura. If you had a good meal, we should clean up, right? We'll clean up well, Hawk. And then, gone what wrong? Know that, on top of that, ye now that I think about it, that appearance, mountains are good and Thuwatarasku King 1 DOK. Let help him. Ha, our kind little ones. Excuse me, is it okay for me to call you General? Oh, until the problem is resolved, what do you think about stay wood?
The ground spirits erupt in a frenzy of energy, as Ha Wu Wong's connection to them deepens, unleashing a maelstrom of power that threatens to consume him whole. Ha Wu Wong finds a glimmer of hope in his desolate past, as the memories of his family and the farm stir within him. But the cost of this newfound connection may be the loss of his own identity. The farm teeters on the brink of chaos as supernatural entities flood in, drawn by the unstable energy, leaving Ha Wu Wong to wonder if he'll be able to contain the forces he's unleashed.
The stakes rise. Every second matters. Zero Ko taking bath after working hard is truly the best. Right? Ha Hawk, you're right. It would have been great if General came. He suddenly said that his memories came back. Go to your house together? I'll decline. For once, the way to live and knowing their placebo go into I feel like no alien Oosai has somewhat worsened. He using but someday we will build our trust. Hawk, Kong, what are the both of you doing? Ha Wu Wong is using a clever way to explain what is to Hawk, who's looking a bit confused.
We count by tens per finger, right, Hawk? If you count more times, and then count that number more times.
And what's this? More people are arriving on the scene. Hawk's eyes are scanning the horizon, and his face is set in a determined expression. What's coming their way?
Not everyone here. And that's not even the worst part.
Hawk's eyes blaze with intensity as Una Annie's arrival sends shockwaves through the crowd, tension skyrocketing as the truth teeters on the precipice of revelation. Hawk's world is turned upside down, his trust shattered by the discovery that Una Annie's presence is not what it appears, leaving him grappling with the weight of a crushing betrayal. The air is thick with anticipation as Hawk's gaze locks onto Una Annie's, the silence between them crackling with unspoken accusations and unresolved rage, setting the stage for a confrontation that will change everything.
I heard that Tuna's mother was coming, but I did think you were this incredible. Oh, Jianwu SSI, I did know you were so good with flatter please. No, to think you really came down from the sky, so you're SA and so, to jump from the helicopter with the madam. What if some tia, that is something to get scolded over. I was the 1W. If you continue being so strict then the hairs on that hands. Ha. I still remember the day Hawa burst onto my family farm, her powerful presence shaking the very foundations of our land. I'm here to help you unleash your true potential, she declared, her eyes burning with an otherworldly intensity. And with that, my year journey to become a superhuman was rekindled. But this time, I wasn't alone. Hawa and her friends were by my side, ready to catapult our lives into a whirlwind of adventure, fame, and fortune. As the last wisps of sunlight vanished, illuminating the night sky with a canvas of starlight, Hawoon stood before the farm's sprawling fields, his worn boots sinking into the damp soil. Hawa's power courses through the land like a raging river, as she effortlessly cultivates grade A+ crops that defy the ordinary. A golden wheat that enhances strength, a crimson rice that boosts agility, and a radiant soybean that ignites an aura of invincibility. With each harvest, the spirit farmer's reputation grows, as do the whispers of a legendary farmer who's about to change the course of history. I'm the year veteran who thought I'd hung up my dreams of superhuman greatness. That is, until Hawa burst into my life, a whirlwind of spirit energy and farming finesse. With her by my side, the once barren fields now yield grade A+ crops that can boost people's powers. The darkness around him seems to close in, making him feel claustrophobic. Jianwu's hands are shaking as he calls out again. He's getting desperate. He needs to find Li Chanwu before it's too late. Tuna's mom can't hide the desperation in her eyes. She's watching her son, Tuna's, hand over his superhuman training to Jianwu. He's giving up on his dream, passing the torch to someone who's about to change the world. Tuna's mom knows what this means, her son's future. His hope, it's all about to take a drastic turn. Tuna's mom urges Tuna's to leave the superhuman world behind and focus on their family farm.
Jianwu's desperate call for Li Chanwu sends echoes through the darkness, but only the sound of his own ragged breathing responds, leaving him with a crushing sense of isolation. Tuna's heartbreaking decision to pass on his spirit farming legacy weighs heavily on his shoulders, a burden that Jianwu now carries with a mix of determination and trepidation. Jianwu's resolve to protect Li Chanwu is tested as Tuna's cryptic words about being unable to see his parents leave him with more questions than answers, fueling a mounting sense of unease and foreboding.
Hak Kawung, it stinks, right? Can be helped, right? That because it a chicken farm hava kaung. Ha what? Yin. Hua, just like the rumors there, so cute hama. Rumors? Kami by Fanhal, how did spread like that? But let's see what you asked for. Now, here are the chicken fertilizer and also the fertilized it quite heavy. See on Wu's 30 list ego. Right? G recently Xinhua group has B. Why is that? It's a bit weird coming from debut. This type of the contract I had with Una initially was to help her with. Other goals cannot be achieved by chance during that process, and IFI, given such a big responsibility, I certain will know. I don't, but I'm starting to piece things together. It seems my dad's been keeping secrets, and Jen Wu's involvement is just the tip of the iceberg. I had a contract with Una initially was to help her with other goals. Can't be achieved by chance during that process. If I'm given such a big responsibility, I'm certain I will. I understand. Let's just pretend this conversation didn't happen. And that's not even the worst part. Let's move on to beat. General's just standing there, looking at me like I'm crazy. He's got this piercing gaze that makes me feel like I'm under a microscope.
Brian's life is turned upside down as his father's furious face hides a deeper secret, leaving him struggling to piece together the truth and his own connection to Jen Wu's mysterious past. Brian's trust in his father is shattered, leaving him wondering who to believe, as the weight of hidden secrets and secrets threatens to destroy their strained relationship forever. The General's piercing gaze now fuels Brian's growing unease, as he's forced to confront the true extent of his powers and the ominous presence that looms over the farm, waiting to strike.
Wonton, John Ice Chicken, who wanted to get more magical power, went to F before he could find Hawk. Yak. Spirit Farmer. What? Oh no, our Hawk is directing the spirits. Welkong Hawk. Hama. Shall we head off now, Leader Hawk? Shung. Baya. AKCHNH, that voice sounds familiar. Hawk? Back. Also, you can Eat him. Spit him out right now. Ila 7 Yong New York Anyang. You're not a cat, so you're not eating him. With a huff, I trudge behind our new spirit friend, Hawa, as she effortlessly cultivates an endless array of vibrant crops on our once barren farm. Her presence has shaken me from my year-training grind, and I'm forced to reevaluate my superhuman pursuits. Now, I'm no longer just a struggling farmhand, but a valuable asset to the mysterious world of farming spirits. Yijun's eyes widened as Hawa, the farming spirit, gestured for him to grasp her hand. The moment their palms touched, a surge of energy coursed through his veins, and his senses unlocked the secrets of the grade A+ crops he had been nurturing.
Hawa's leadership is put to the ultimate test as she's forced to choose between her own ambitions and the well-being of her partner, Yijun, in a heart-wrenching decision that will change everything. Hawk's newfound humility allows him to reconnect with Yijun, but this fragile bond is threatened by the looming presence of Madame, a ruthless investor who'll stop at nothing to exploit the farm's magic for her own gain. As Hawa's farm becomes a coveted prize in the eyes of Madame, Hawk's greatest fear is realized. The very people he's come to trust may be working against him, their true intentions hidden behind a mask of deceit, leaving the farm's future hanging precariously in the balance.
I've come to discuss something about the new ingredients. The people over there are... Hama, Ituna's mom, I have heard lots about you Su Chanas Sim10s. Spirit Farmer, what do you mean by impolite? I am the one who is unworthy of you declined the offer of becoming a major stakeholder of SH. Oh, that the typical reaction, ain't it? Hal you, and since you're here, Hawk Kong, please try the green chills that we harvested recently. Biome, they look delicious. He savors the flavor. This child is spicy, but the spiciness melts away like a whisper in the wind after drinking milk. Not spicy at all, just another anomaly in the world of agriculture. He thinks aloud, a hint of amazement creeping into his voice as he gazes at the harvest beside him, fruits and vegetables glowing with an otherworldly essence. The spirit farmer's eyes gleam with excitement, the once dormant spark of his dream reigniting like a flame in the dark. Gritting his teeth, I stare down at the grade A+ crops swaying in the gentle breeze. Their intoxicating aroma and pleasant spicy flavor a constant reminder of Hawa's power.
Hawa's power is still a constant reminder for Brian, her words echoing in his mind as he's forced to confront the intoxicating aroma and pleasant spicy flavor of her grade A+ crops. Brian's pride is slowly stripped away as he becomes increasingly reliant on Hawa, his sense of self-worth tied to her approval and his ability to meet her expectations. With Hama's newfound friendship with Hawk, his future hangs precariously in the balance, leaving his livelihood and relationships vulnerable to the whims of this enigmatic figure and the consequences of his own actions.
Did something happen at the I2T0 Ohos, the place from where an unidentified loud noise was heard? W. The only school in Mukgi village, which is right next to Tino Way, their agent monsters creating havoc in the school, are what? Sharper. Yes. What are the two of you doing? Ah, Sir Jen Wu. Good morning. Spirit Farmer. What are you two doing all of a sudden? Midday light? There are break marks on the floor, though. We were not even using a quarter of our actual strength. Chonggong Ti, I see that amazing. Jen Wu is completely caught off guard. Hawa hands him a card, and his eyes widen. What does this mean? Is he supposed to use this to do something? His heart starts racing again, and he looks around, confused. Suddenly, the sound of voices in the distance grows louder, and Jen Wu's heart skips a beat. Hawk? What wrong? What was the challenge? Spirit Farmer Intima.
The key twist, Jen Wu's mom proposes a shocking business deal with Hawk, leaving him reeling and his face falls in stunned disappointment, crushing his expectations. The emotional stakes, Jen Wu's world is turned upside down, forcing him to confront the harsh reality that his family's farm may soon be lost to Hawk's cunning business tactics, leaving him feeling helpless. The cliffhanger, Jenwoo's eyes dart wildly as Hawk raises the stakes, revealing the Spirit Farmer challenge is still active, leaving Jenwoo's fate hanging precariously in the balance, waiting to be decided.
You've been compromised. The mission has been compromised from the very moment of its inception. Jianwoo's been living a lie, stuck on a farm that's been in his family for generations. Now, a sudden notification from the mysterious research laboratory has him on edge. His hands won't stop moving. He checks the exit twice. What's waiting for him? His assistant, the young miss, enters the room. Sir Jianwoo, I have something to relay to you. And that's not even the worst part. And that's not even the worst part. Spirit Farmer, due to the cultivation of the poison plant Wang and the reprodu. Headed for the fields, lost in thought. The spirits continue to work under Jianwoo's guidance, and the fields begin to flourish. Hawa steps forward, her voice filled with a mix of authority and warmth. She scolds the spirits for their lack of initiative, reminding them that they're working under Jianwoo's guidance. The spirits look at each other, and their behavior changes. They begin to work with renewed purpose, and the fields start to yield even more bountiful harvests. Jianwoo watches, a sense of wonder on his face.
It's pathetic, knowing that you can only work if the owner draws the baselines.
Jianwoo smiles, feeling a sense of pride and accomplishment. As Chen-Su gets up to prepare dessert, Jianwoo can't shake off the feeling. He's trying to enjoy the meal, but his worries are still lurking in the shadows.
Even though I'm eating delicious food, my worries aren't leaving me.
Chen-Su brings out a tea called the Road to Heaven, but Jianwoo is hesitant to try it. He's not sure what to make of the tea or its effects. Chen-Su explains that the tea is meant to make you feel like you're walking on clouds, but Jianwoo is still unsure. He's not convinced that the tea is safe. The Road to Heaven tea, as the name suggests,
it's time to choose, Jianwoo. Jianwoo's heart is racing, his mind racing with the possibilities. He's torn, and he's not sure what to do. And that's when the Spirit Farmer's words hang in the air, a challenge to Jianwoo's very existence. What will he choose?
Jianwoo's eyes lock onto the Spirit Farmer, his heart racing as he's faced with a choice. Self-destruction or a chance at redemption with the power of Hawa's magic crops at his fingertips. Jianwoo's fragile resolve begins to crumble as he's torn between his desire for escape and his lingering doubts. His sense of self-worth hanging precariously in the balance of his decision. Jianwoo's future hangs in the balance as he stands frozen, his fate uncertain, the weight of his choice threatening to shatter the fragile peace that's been forged on the harvest plains.
What's wrong with Mom? Hawa's going to be the one who helps us figure this out, folks. She's a powerful farming spirit who can make anything grow, even crops that enhance people's powers. Now we're getting into it, Spirit Farmer, here we go. Jong Soo-jin's in a terrible state of lethargy.
As I stood in the farm's kitchen, a frustrated growl escaped my lips. Mum was scarfing down the potatoes while I was left with an absurd amount of leftover steaks. You're eating all the scraps, and I'm left with the grade A+ cuts you were after? I muttered, feeling like I'd been duped. Hawa appeared beside me, her farming spirit aura glowing softly, and shot me a reassuring smile. Spirit Farmer's humble beginnings have been upended by Hawa, a force of nature with the power to coax grade A+ produced from the earth. But it's not just the food that's supercharged after a decade of training. The main character is now sporting a superhuman ID card.
Hawa's got a sly smile plastered on her face as she walks towards the news desk. Jin's standing right behind her, still trying to process what just happened. Hawa's whispering something in his ear, and his eyes are lighting up with curiosity. They're about to uncover the truth behind the Road to Heaven tea's effects.
Maybe it's not just the food, maybe it's something more.
Alright, good work, Hawa. You're on the right track. That new menu of Chef Suchan.
The mysterious catalyst behind Jin's recovery sparks a flurry of whispers and speculation. As Jin's determination to uncover the truth sets off a chain reaction of tension throughout the village. Hawa's newfound understanding of Jin's transformation leaves her grappling with the weight of her own secrets. Her usual composure shattered by the implications of Jin's miraculous recovery. The stakes soar as Hawa's gaze lingers on Jin, a hidden thread now connecting their fates. The uncertainty of what lies ahead hanging precariously in the balance between Jin's growing strength and the unknown forces driving his newfound vitality.
You had your chance.
Jin closes the gap in 2 steps. The commander reaches for his blade and realizes his wrist is already shattered. Bridge, but the real problem is already in motion. Hawa's wild laughter echoes through the farm, a stark contrast to the somber mood that's settled over the group. Kyung's gone missing, and I don't just mean his horn. I mean the famous internet sensation Rabbit himself. Hawa exclaims, her voice dripping with amusement. It appears his online fame came at a steep price. Constant cyberbullying, and now his horn is gone. Hawa's eyes lock onto Su Chan's, her expression a mix of determination and fear. Su Chan's face is a mask of calm, but his eyes betray a hint of unease. The horned rabbit's horn has grown back, its surface a vibrant, shining white.
Hugh Kyung Bright Horn X-grade? Hugh Kyung's horn is now an X-grade item, but Jin's unsure what that means. The grading system is complex, and Jin's not sure how to interpret it. The cost of Jin's actions is high, and the stakes are rising. Hugh Kyung's horn is now an X-grade item, and Jin's unsure what that means.
Jin's determination ignites as he moves swiftly to cut Hugh Kyung's horn, but its X-grade status leaves him bewildered, and its breathtaking beauty leaves him frozen in uncertainty. As Jin hesitates, Hugh Kyung's fate hangs precariously in the balance, her existence now threatened by Jin's own uncertainty, and the weight of his decision crushes him with an unbearable guilt. The outcome of Jin's choice hangs perilously in the air as Kai's stunned expression reflects the turmoil within, leaving the group on the brink of chaos, and Jin's resolve on the line, forever.
Is there any problem that right? Hawk noises SFX Bayak. Sir, they actually hatched. Xie. Hawk. Spirit Farmer AW5. They were able to hatch safely. Are you that happy? A very happy hull, but the other eggs were not able to hatch. I will raise them tone great chickens. Shengda. That's right. I'll upset. That right. Since it or else they'll be raised well. Please, Gemma, follow me. Jin to be born. Safely. A few minutes later. Ha. You waited a long time, right? Hawk, please, come in. The room is quite dirty, right? No, there ain't a speck of dust. Hawk. How changing into pretty clothes in an instant seems like magic? Ugh. Please forget what you saw before. Haha. Hawa's mind is racing. She thinks, if the queen rock bee tells the worker rock bees to get rid of the cocoons, then it must be planning something bigger. She's determined to find out what that is. Seo Rinsai tries to intervene, but Hawa's too focused.
What does that mean?
Hawa's eyes light up with a mix of excitement and fear. She knows she's on the cusp of something huge. But the real problem is already in motion. The Queen Rock Bee's plan is unfolding, and Hawa is about to find herself at the center of it all. Seo Rinsai tries to reason with Hawa, but she's too caught up in her own thoughts.
The Queen Rock Bee's sinister plan unravels before Hawa's eyes, leaving her reeling with the implications of a potentially devastating outcome for the entire farm. Hawa's relentless pursuit of truth comes at a cost. Testing the limits of her relationships as Spirit Farmer's exhaustion serves as a poignant reminder of their growing bond's fragility. As Spirit Farmer faces interrogation by the ruthless government agent Intima, the fate of the ranking Chili's hangs precariously in the balance, threatening to upend everything Hawa and Spirit Farmer have worked for.
Jen-woo, who was listening to Su-chan explain the current S, was so surprised about the grade chili's effect that he could done tell me. Jong So-oj in SSI, who was a victim of the over by eating teach. Is that so-so? That's why the Hunter Association is Luki Hum. What? Wrong? Concerned the truth is, Lu have any grade chills left? What? Spirit Farmer, you done have any grade cities? Well, the thing is, everything remaining from the harvest was given to the Shin Utia. That asked you to do that, so you agreed to the contract? Jen-woo looks on, a mix of concern and hope on his face. Hawa's plan is working, but there's still a long way to go. The Shinhwa group reps are getting desperate, and Hawa's starting to feel the pressure. Her usually calm demeanor falters for a moment.
I've tried many ways, but...
Jen-woo's instincts kick in as he senses something off. He looks at Dol-so with caution, unsure if he can trust this new friend. Hawa's grip on his hand tightens, and he feels a surge of determination. Dol-so's expression turns serious, and he warns Jen-woo to be careful.
She's lying to you, Hyung-nim.
Who is she and what does she want? Jen-woo's eyes widen in shock as Dol-so accuses Hawa of deception. He feels a mix of emotions, distrust, confusion, and a hint of fear. Hawa's face twists in anger, and she takes a step forward.
Flying?
What's happening and how does it affect Jen-woo's life?
Jen-woo's heart is shattered as Dol-so's accusation sends a dagger of doubt through his trust in Hawa, leaving their fragile bond hanging by a thread. Jen-woo's world is turned upside down as he grapples with the pain of betrayal, his sense of purpose and identity now threatened by Hawa's deception, his confidence in her shattered. The fate of Hawa and Jen-woo hangs precariously in the balance as Dol-so's words cut deep, leaving Jen-woo reeling from the devastating blow and Hawa's volatile reaction, their future uncertain.
Please wait a moment. Kong? That lady. You right now, Hyung-nim. Yi Jun SSI? Spirit Farmer, what do you mean lying? What Ami lying about? You said I witnessed you pacing in front of Hyung-nim's house for Thur. H24. You're here for 30 minutes. HLYWKY, are you acting I had reason? Who said you didst have reason? Both of you please stop. Do you need to fight like this in front of the children? Sorry. It was scary, I got right? Too carried away. Hawa Wong Fu. Plus Kaung So.
I will go back home for today.
Hyung is met with a mix of confusion and curiosity. He's not sure what to make of Yi Jun SSI's awkward behavior. The tension between them is palpable. Hyung-nim, sensing something's off, steps in to try and diffuse the situation.
Hi, I'm Kyu Kyung. Nice to meet you. It's my first time meeting a fan, Kyung. I'm so happy.
But Yi Jun SSI's not convinced. He's still working out what's going on. His eyes dart between Kyung and Hyung-nim. He's searching for answers, but they're not forthcoming. And that's not even the worst part. Kyung, sensing the unease, tries to lighten the mood. He's not sure what's going on, but he's trying to play along.
Yi Jun SSI's instincts are ignited as he's faced with an unsettling presence. His eyes locked onto a figure lurking in the shadows. His senses on high alert, ready to strike. Yi Jun SSI's fragile resolve is tested as he grapples with a long-forgotten memory, the weight of his past threatening to consume him, leaving him questioning his very identity and purpose. As Yi Jun SSI's composure is shattered, he's left vulnerable to the unknown, with Kong's whereabouts still a mystery and the farm's safety hanging precariously in the balance, the darkness closing in.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. Brian, and that's not even the worst part.
Hawk, what's going on? What did the grandfather leave with you? This is it, the key to the orchard's success. You on for days?
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked. I can tell what kind of place the orchard was to those two people.
Hawk, let's do an apple farm. How a what? With that grandfather's family precious apple tree, let's grow the best apples. How what? Hawa's fiery spirit flared as she snapped at the scorching embers, her presence so intense that the flames recoiled, revealing a cache of charred seeds. You think I'd waste those on a mindless blaze? She thundered, her voice like a force of nature. Kaung, ever the strategist, chimed in. Perhaps we should harvest the smoke-scarred seeds, Hawa. Who knows what rare properties they hold? I've traded in the life of a fledgling superhuman for one of a humble farmer. But Hawa's arrival has turned everything upside down. Her tantalizing grade, a plus potatoes sizzle on the grill, as she cackles maniacally, Kaung! It's a sound that sends shivers down my spine. The spirit farmer's eyes blaze with determination as he unleashes a shocking plan to grow the rare seeds, leaving Kong and Hawk reeling in awe and trepidation. Hawa's infectious enthusiasm has captivated the farm's atmosphere, but the spirit farmer's burden weighs heavily, threatening to shatter the fragile peace that has finally taken root within his family. The spirit farmer's words hang precariously in the air as Hawa's maniacal laughter echoes through the farm, a stark contrast to the ominous silence that lingers over the uncertain future, where secrets and lies are waiting to unravel.
I'm not going to give you another chance. You're on your own, and you're going to have to face the consequences of your actions.
Stop. You're wrong.
I've tried to help you, but you've refused my help. Now, you're going to have to pay the price. The answer is already too late.
Daiko stands in the middle of the chaos, his eyes locked on something we can't see. His hands are clenched into fists. The air around him seems to vibrate with tension. He's not going to back down. His superhuman status isn't just a myth. It's the only thing that keeps him alive in this world. Daiko's eyes widen as he answers the call. He's not prepared for the conversation that's about to unfold.
Hello, what's the matter, Night Sea?
His tone is laced with a mix of caution and concern.
Yes?
Daiko's voice is steady, but his mind is reeling with questions.
Tomorrow?
The line goes dead, leaving Daiko with more questions than answers. Daiko's face sets in a determined expression. He knows he has to prepare for whatever is coming next.
Children, we might need to go somewhere tomorrow. I'll think about the silver pine flower another time.
His voice is firm, but there's a hint of uncertainty lingering beneath the surface.
Daiko's eyes scan the area, his mind racing with possibilities. Hawa moves closer, her eyes fixed on Daiko's face. Daiko's expression turns serious. He's about to reveal a secret. The word spirit farmer is whispered, and Hawa's eyes light up in understanding. Daiko's voice is low and serious. This is a matter of great importance.
Intima Daiko's eyes lock onto Hawa's, a sense of understanding passing between them.
As Daiko's eyes scan the area, Hawa's eyes widen in amazement as Jianwu reveals the hell grassweed's incredible ability to purify radioactive entities, changing the course of their lives forever. Hawa's innocence and wonder are replaced by a deep understanding of the world's darkness, forcing her to confront the harsh reality that her friends may be hiding secrets from her. The spirit farmer's true intentions remain shrouded in mystery as Daiko's serious expression hints at a secret, leaving Hawa to wonder if her friend's involvement in the hell grassweed research is more sinister than she ever imagined.
You shouldn't have done that.
And that's not even the worst part. What are you doing here? What are you looking at? No, we're good. Hawk, let go somewhere else. Hawk, Yevo's Gynoran Hawk, are you a spirit? And that's not even the worst part. Let's keep going, folks. We've got a lot more to explore in this wild ride called Spirit Farmer. Who's next to join this superhuman adventure? Sir Zhenwu, you're here. Yo Yihui, why do you have such an expression? Well, because that bundle is wrapped in cloth used to wrap packages. It's probably the one Kong used to bring her things.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
But there's something strange. The number of silver pine flowers has decreased. Hawk and Kong are confused. Did they not pay enough attention to this before? It seems like Kong's been paying attention to the silver pine flowers now. They're important for their clan, and Kong wants to count them. Hawk's excited to help, and Kong asks her to count them again tomorrow.
Is there exactly 100 right now?
But before they can do that, time is running out. Zhenwu's instincts kick in as he freezes, his eyes locked onto a child on the path ahead, sending a ripple of foreboding through the group that refuses to subside. Zhen's inner turmoil takes a toll, leaving him vulnerable to a deep-seated fear that threatens to unravel his grip on reality, casting a shadow over the future of their mission. Kong's uncertainty hangs in the air as they exchange a poignant glance, and Zhen's hesitation raises the stakes of their reunion, leaving their fate precariously hanging in the balance. Start with a natural conversation about the rock bees, then, after that, have a romantic dinner at a restaurant with ya. That was the intended plan, but just where did things go wrong? You're great at pulling out weeds. You need to pull Thesis, the apple field that Jianwu recently purchased. Although it was Seo Rin who approached Zhenwu with her plan today, sorry, I have a lot of work to do, so then I'll but this itself results in where we work together. How. To create a bond, which I don't think is bad. Just that, KTO, since the both of you helped out, this progressed quickly. Song as expected of a veteran hunter. Hama. No. I can do more. Hyung Nim. John, we need to have breaks. J001 Nowise set up the picnic rug. Let eat Kai. It was supposed to be at a romantic restaurant, but instead do you perhaps hate takeout food? Your expression.
It's night, and Zhenwu is still on the farm, his mind preoccupied. He receives a mysterious Queen Rock bee cocoon from the Xinhua group. The cocoon seems identical to the abnormal Queen Rock bee cocoons he's seen before. Zhenwu's eyes widen as he holds the cocoon in his hands. What could be the significance of this? He looks up, hoping to see Hawa, but she's nowhere to be found.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Zhenwu is in awe, staring at the rock bees as they emerge from their cocoons. The abnormal Queen Rock bee's passion for the rock bees is incredible, and it seems that her technique has calmed the bees.
The abnormal Queen Rock bee speaks to Zhenwu, its words dripping with concern. What's going on? Zhenwu asks, keeping his tone steady. The rock bee's voice is calm, but its words send a shiver down Zhenwu's spine. It's not safe, it says. Zhenwu's eyes widen as he realizes the truth. He's in grave danger and he needs to get out of there now.
You're already too late.
Zhenwu looks at Hawa with a mix of excitement and frustration. He wants to take care of the apple field, but Hawa's passion and energy are contagious.
Zhenwu's eyes widen as the abnormal Queen Rock bee reveals the shocking truth. The true purpose of the rock bees is to pollinate a long-lost, ancient variety of apple. Zhenwu gains a newfound sense of purpose, but also faces the crushing weight of responsibility as he realizes the rock bee's existence is intertwined with his own future, forever altering his life's trajectory. Hawa's words leave Zhenwu reeling as he stands on the brink of making a decision that could put the entire apple field at risk, with the Xinhua group's secrets and the rock bee's fate hanging precariously in the balance.
Dalso's impatience is going to kill him. He's already ordered his food to be killed, and Yang is just standing there waiting for it. Dalso's hands are a blur as he checks the exit, checks the rock bees, checks the time. Everyone knows they can't afford to waste a single moment. Yang looks calm, but Dalso's growing frustration is starting to infect the whole group.
Stop. You're wrong.
And that's not even the worst part. Dalso's impatient yapping is starting to get on everyone's nerves. Yang looks at him with a mixture of annoyance and pity. The The rock bees are watching them, their buzzing growing louder as they sense the tension. Yang's eyes scan the frame in his hand. His face is a mask of calm, but his hands are shaking. Dalso's trying to placate him, but it's too late. The rock bees are about to swarm.
But before that, upon listening to the story, there is something that has caught my attention. Pardon? What is it? Hawk?
Yang's eyes narrow. He's listening to Dalso, but he's not buying it. The rock bees are mere inches away. Their buzzing is a deafening roar. Yang's hands are clenched into fists.
You said that rock bees that are from Mukgi village area species that have inherited the nature of not attacking people, right? Yes.
But Dalso's not listening. He's too caught up in his own plans. Small Moon's starting to get frustrated. Yang notices and decides to intervene. He's had enough of Dalso's antics.
We need to focus on the farm, not your shortcuts.
And that's when things start to get heated. Dalso's face turns red with anger, and Yang's jaw sets in a firm line. Small Moon's caught in the middle, and he's not sure what to do. But what Dalso doesn't understand is that his impatience is putting the entire farm at risk. What happens when the rock bees don't produce as expected? Then it should be fine if you're not here for a short while.
Dalso's explosive anger boils over, causing a tense standoff with Yang as they clash on the farm's future. Their heated words hanging in the air like a challenge. Dalso's reckless behavior has cost him Small Moon's trust, who now stands between his mentor and a potentially explosive confrontation, her loyalty hanging precariously in the balance. The farm's fragile harmony is on the brink of shattering as Dalso's reckless decision to leave the farm threatens to unleash a maelstrom of chaos, leaving the fate of their crops and relationships precariously unresolved.
Zhenwu's eyes light up as Hawa continues to chat, her words spilling out like a stream. He nods along, seemingly enthralled.
That right. Zhenwu, if you want to become the village head, then you should pay more attention to your surroundings here. Drink some water, of course.
Hawa's words strike a chord, and Zhenwu looks taken aback. He hadn't considered the youth association as a factor in his plans, but now it's clear that his path to the village head is more complicated than he thought. 11 years of training, all for nothing. That's what I thought, until the day Hawa burst onto our family farm, a whirlwind of energy and potential. Noah's eyes widen at the sight of Zhenwu's creation. The visuals are completely different when an expert makes it. Hawa, oblivious to the chaos brewing, chimes in with her praise.
Can, who would enjoy anything that Zhenwu made, became everyone else's savior.
But the real problem is already in motion. Everyone's hunger for grade A+ crops is getting out of control. Everyone's eyes are glued to Zhenwu's tekbaki, their faces lighting up with excitement. The aroma wafts through the air, drawing in the attention of every spirit and farmer within miles.
Amazing.
Zhenwu's eyes lock onto Hawa's, a hint of determination igniting in his gaze as he gazes upon the breathtaking success of his tekbaki, electrifying the air with its alluring aroma. Hawa's words have ignited a fire within Zhenwu, fueling an insatiable hunger for culinary greatness that threatens to consume him, as he risks losing everything that matters to pursue his dreams. A new era of fierce competition is unleashed as Hawa, the powerful farming spirit, unleashes a challenge that will shake the very foundations of the farming world, setting the stage for a battle to come.
Su-chan?
And that's when Su-chan's words pierced your heart like a dagger. I was given a L. Zhenwu SSI is still confused, and Hawa tries to reassure him. She tells him that as long as he doesn't give up, he'll be able to complete the trial. Zhenwu SSI is desperate, and Hawa's words give him hope. He's hungry, and he wants to trust Hawa. But he's also skeptical. He wants to know more about the trial.
Stop. You're wrong.
Zhenwu SSI takes a bite of the sundae, and it's delicious. Hawa's food gives him a temporary boost, but Genwu SSI is still worried. He's hungry, and he knows he needs to eat soon. Hawa is help him, but Genwu SSI is unsure. He's desperate, and he wants to trust Hawa.
Hawk's eyes meet Genwus's eyes, and for a moment, they're the only two people in the world. The rock bees are a ticking time bomb, and Hawk knows it. They're waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Genwus's hands are sweating as he approaches the nest, his eyes scanning for any sign of trouble. Hawk's voice is barely above a whisper.
Curious things.
Rock bees swarm towards Genwu SSI, their stingers raised, as Hawk unleashes a whirlwind of punches to hold them back, the outcome of this battle hanging precariously in the balance. Hawa's connection to Genwu SSI deepens as they share a moment of unspoken understanding, a testament to the unbreakable bond forming between them, but at a terrible cost to his sense of security. The rock bee's ferocity knows no bounds as they close in. They're buzzing a deafening crescendo, leaving Genwu SSI trapped and Hawk fighting to keep him safe from the deadly onslaught.
Stop. You're wrong. Jianwu tries to deflect the issue, and Seo Rin becomes more frustrated. But, just as things are about to escalate, Hama appears, and everyone's attention shifts.
Sorry, L.
Jianwu is in awe of Q Kyung's abilities. He's impressed by his unique powers. I managed to have great fortune due to Yi Jun SSI recommending me for this trip. From now on, I'll spar with you or whatever else you want me. Geo001A. IHO, thank you. But a sudden thought pops into his head. What if Q Kyung's monster status is more than just a myth? If that's the case, what does it mean for their friendship and their lives? Q Kyung is grinning from ear to ear. He's finally at the beach with his friends. Sorry? Everyone, we've arrived at our destination. Oh, Jianwu is relieved that everything is going smoothly. I think I was one step short. Y underscore is the explanation and salty, I can use it, but I think I going in the right direction. Alright, I gonna go to sleep now. Did anything happen WHO that... If it's something my mother has asked of me, then done Eve Geo NWO on I'm contacted us to invite you to go on a summer now. Right?
The sun is setting, casting a golden glow over the landscape. Jianwu's friends are all working hard, but he knows they're still far from done.
Spirit Farmer.
Hama's voice is a whisper in the wind, but Jianwu's ears perk up. What does she mean? And what's waiting for them in the shadows?
Jianwu's friends are on the verge of collapse as the farm's workload piles up, testing his patience as they desperately try to finish before the impending summer vacation deadline. Jianwu's resolve is pushed to the limit as he struggles to balance his responsibilities with his friends' expectations, his exhaustion and frustration threatening to boil over at any moment. As the sun dips below the horizon, a menacing presence lurks in the shadows, casting a dark shadow over Jianwu's exhausted friends, hinting at a malevolent force that may destroy the group's fragile harmony. Luke's eyes flicker to Har, who's busy filming Kyung's antics, and then to Kyung, who's enthusiastically blowing bubbles into her tube. Their relaxed demeanor is a stark contrast to Luke's focused energy. And that's not even the worst part. The real challenge lies ahead, setting up the camp in time for a night of barbecue and playtime. After that, we'll have a barbecue party, hawing it delicioso. The stakes rise. Every second matters. Shall we all go have a napkin? The eye a little sleepy too. I remember that we all fell asleep in the tent. Hawa's eyes sparkled as she summoned a whirlwind to rustle the leaves on the towering spirit tree, unleashing a cascade of grade A+ crops in every color of the spectrum. We've got the perfect harvest, and now it's time to make some real profits, she exclaimed, her grin infectious as she tugged on his arm to steer him towards the bustling city. As he gazed out at the verdant fields, the vibrant greens of his crops a testament to Hawa's incredible abilities.
Sungwoo's mind world with the endless possibilities. With the superhuman ID card firmly in hand, he and his spirit friends were poised to unleash a revolution on the farming world. Luke asks the kids what's going on, but they just stare at him blankly. He's getting worried. Is something wrong with them? He tries to get their attention, but they're too caught up in whatever is happening at the entrance of the camp.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
The kids are usually more alert, but now they're completely spaced out. What's changed? Luke tries to get them to respond, but they're not budging. What's going on? I used to be a superhuman, trained for years to reach the pinnacle of power, but I threw it all away for the family farm.
Luke's world is turned upside down as a mysterious figure, Hawa, confronts him with a fierce stare, her presence charging the air with an electric sense of tension and unknown purpose. Luke's carefree moments with Hawa are short-lived as he's forced to confront the harsh realities of his responsibilities, leaving him torn between his desires and duties, his emotions in turmoil. With Hawa's reassuring words echoing in his mind, Luke must summon the courage to face the unknown. But just as he thinks he's ready, Hawa's determination is met with an ominous silence, leaving their future hanging precariously in the balance.
Did you say your name is Soap? Are you here on Action I-001? Yeah. Hawk Hawa? Chenming? He busy, so he told me to play by my what? Well, we're just wondering if you're okay, right? I have a good sense for these things. 2212. What do know that? The directions the person gave us are weird. Are you sure about that? What wrong? Agent, all the sense in the mountains basically the same? You think I would know that? Were you getting angry at M? The sun was just starting to rise over the fields when Hawa burst into the farmhouse, a sprightly grin plastered on her face. Junior, come quickly, she squealed, her long black hair flying behind her like a banner.
As I gazed out at the lush fields, a flutter in my chest signaled an incoming message. Noah and Hawk's excited chatter echoed through the airwaves, drawing my attention. What's got you two so riled up? I asked aloud, curiosity piqued. Noah's response came swift and urgent. It's the moon whisper spirit, Brian. She's agreed to sell her legendary seed of the ancients, and Hawa's offering to take you to the auction firsthand. As the sun rose over the tranquil fields of the family farm, Chun Ming's eyes widened in awe.
The spirit farmer's world is turned upside down as a mysterious spirit reading sparks chaos, setting off a desperate quest to unravel the truth behind the image that could shake the very foundations of his existence. As Hawa's frantic cries pierce the air, the emotional stakes are raised, leaving the fragile bond between spirit farmer and his allies on the brink of shattering, threatening to destroy the trust that once held them together. As the spirit farmer's grip on reality begins to slip, Soap's worst fears are realized, and the ominous threat of the dungeon looms large, drawing him closer to the dark secrets that have haunted his past, and the dangers that await him in the shadows.
A LST-grade dungeon has been discovered. To all those least I repeat. A LST-grade dungeon has been discovered. To all those least Aya, everyone run. Monsters are coming. The shelter is this way. I understand. You did well. Nod caution, keep out caution, keep out caution. Ha! All the citizens have evacuated to safety. We've requested BA that a relief, at least. Now, Jean, the biggest problem remains. This was my much-needed holiday. Annoyed flinch spirit farmer. A SW sweet smell. Q Kyung. Kong Kong. Looking at these kids' reactions, it definitely roll. The I sorry. I couldn't control them by myself. How was lecturing me? And I know I deserve it. I did something terrible. I grew a flower that attracts monsters, and it could have killed everyone in the town. I feel like I'm going to be sick. The announcer interrupts, his voice somber. The road you grew is a flower that lures in monsters. You can imagine what would have happened if we had been even a tiny bit late. right? I don't know what to say. I feel like I've let everyone down. Hawa's still talking, but I'm not listening. I'm too ashamed.
I did bad.
The ground shakes. I'm caught off guard. But Uncle's voice yells at me to move. But it's too late. The ogre's claws swipe across Uncle's chest. My friend's body tenses, and I feel a surge of panic. Uncle's voice cracks as he tries to speak, but it's too late.
Too late.
Uncle's life hangs by a thread as the ogre's cruel claws rip across his chest. His desperate eyes frozen in a mix of pain and betrayal, leaving Brian shattered. Hawa's cold words cut Uncle's already tattered hope, leaving Brian to grapple with the crushing weight of his friend's possible downfall, his screams of despair echoing in his mind. Uncle's fate is now in the hands of Intima, a mysterious organization that has just arrested Chun Ming, leaving Brian to wonder if his friend will survive to see another day, or if all is truly lost.
Chun Ming! The person she trusted had deceived her. Chong Chur So Soap must be feeling a bit confused. Way that Soap.
Chun Ming tries to reason with Hawa, but she just tells him to clear the roll fields immediately. Hawa gives him a few cryptic hints, but Chun Ming is still in the dark. What's really going on here? And that's not even the worst part. The real question is, can Chun Ming trust anyone at all? Chan Ming is still trying to wrap his head around Hawa's words, but she's already moving. She's clearing out the roll fields across the country, and it's happening in an instant.
Chun Ming is parsing of the situation, but it's getting harder by the minute. He's feeling like he's lost control, and his mind is racing with questions. He wants to know what's going on, but what blocks him is the fear of the unknown. He decides to act by trying to focus on the present moment, but the consequence is that he's getting more and more agitated.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
But the real problem is already in motion. Chun Ming is in a state of panic, and he's not thinking clearly. He's trying to survive, but what blocks him is his own fear and indecision.
Chun Ming's world is spinning, and he's not sure what to do. He's parsing of the contract, but what blocks him is the revelation that it involves an innocent person. His face falls when he sees the condition. A contract including an innocent person of nature, Soa, is a child born from nature, a crystal of innocence.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
Chun Ming's world is spinning after making a contract with an innocent person. He's parsing the contract, but what blocks him is the revelation that it involves an innocent person. His eyes widen when he sees the condition. A contract including an innocent person of nature, Soa, is a child born from nature. Chan Ming's world is spinning out of control as he discovers the shocking truth about the contract he unknowingly made with an innocent person, his emotions catapulting him into chaos. Chun Ming's trust issues have reached a boiling point, leaving him feeling vulnerable and exposed. His relationships on the brink of collapse as he struggles to reconcile his past and present. As the contract's dark secrets unfold, Chun Ming is left reeling, his future hanging precariously in the balance as he grapples with the devastating consequences of his actions, his fate hanging by a thread.
Freely using magic and bows, species appearing in fantasy GA Showa. What did you say? That being, I said, I an elf. Hawk is right in front of me. Spirit Farmer, Ohio. So? Soap is an elf? She. Since monsters have been coming out of the dungeons, and superhuman who battle them have emerged, the problem is, Soap, you're home. I mean, where did you say your tribe was? That quite a ways away. Tootser. Ha! As Kai tries to process this new reality, he receives a visit from Hawa herself. She's here to help him navigate this new world and find his place in it.
What do you want? Kai asks, still unsure of what to make of Hawa's presence. And that's when things get really interesting.
What happened? The person called Chun Ming. It seems that they were looking, do you remember, when he said something about the heavenly tea, you were the ones to ruin my heavenly? Kai's got a problem. The villagers are being threatened by monsters from the nearby dungeons. His farm's not just a business. It's his family's livelihood. But there's more trouble. And that's not even the worst part. The stakes rise. Every second matters. We're back. Oh, you're here. Nakwal, huh? Jenwoo, who is that child? I think you met her briefly yesterday. This is Soap. Now, Shaos Ho, your Soap, did you come over to play? No, she did come here to play. Soap's face beams with excitement, and she gestures grandly. Kai's eyes light up, and she looks around, taking in the scene. Soap's expression turns from excitement to pride, and she says something that makes Kai's face glow with happiness.
From now on, we will start a presentation to save the world.
And that's not even the worst part. Soap's eyes widen in confusion as Hawk swoops in, her wings beating rapidly. Hawk's expression turns from concern to alarm, and she says something that makes Soap's face light up with surprise. Soap's hands clench into fists, and she takes a step forward, her jaw set in determination.
Kai stumbles backward, Soap's gentle words torn apart by Hawk's frantic warning, as the air is shattered by an unseen threat, leaving the trio on the precipice of chaos. Soap's tender connection with Kai has begun to heal the fragile soul, but the weight of her own emotions threatens to consume her, as she risks losing herself in the depths of her newfound love. The eerie silence that follows Hawk's warning is all too familiar, and the tension hangs heavy in the air, as Soap's eyes scan the horizon, searching for the darkness that's been lurking in the shadows, waiting to strike.
And that's not even the worst part. The atmosphere has shifted dramatically. Agent I's voice is gone, replaced by a mixture of shock and numbness. Hawa's words have left him speechless. His entire body is frozen in shock, his eyes fixed on some point in the distance. His friend's words have cut him to the bone. The frustration of years of training for superhuman status, only to abandon that dream and return to the family farm, still lingers in my mind. Then, Hawa burst onto the scene, a powerful farming spirit with the ability to coax even the rarest, most coveted crops from the earth, crops that can enhance human abilities. Hawa's words have left Agent I stunned and speechless. He's trying to process what's happening, but his body language says he's completely lost. Hawa's words have cut him to the bone. You both love each other. He has no idea what's waiting. The marriage is at risk, and Agent I's actions may have sealed their fate. Agent I's eyes widen in shock. He's done trying to prepare for the worst. Another company is gathering information about Sir Jenwoo, and he knows this is a bigger problem than he initially thought. Shinhwa Group's involvement means that something is off.
Stats maxed. New skill unlocked.
What comes next changes everything. Miss Yellow Cow, or Nora, thinks that Shinhwa Group's recent success is due to their negligence. She remembers that they didn't plant chilies in their fields, which led to the rise of the red pepper chili powder. Her expression is apologetic, but her words are laced with concern. She fears that Sir Jenwoo will get taken away.
The stakes have never been higher as Agent I's world is turned upside down by the revelation of Shinhwa Group's true intentions, leaving him questioning everything he thought he knew. Agent I's admiration for the group has turned to despair as he watches them struggle with the harsh reality of Shinhwa Group's power, his own sense of belonging and purpose hanging precariously in the balance. As tensions boil over and tempers fray, Nora's fate hangs in the balance, her marriage to Jangoon threatened by the machinations of Shinhwa Group, leaving her future uncertain and her heart on the line.
And that's not even the worst part. But there was someone want us happy. Jenwoo, is there something that worries you? And I got a call from Shinhwa Agriculture earlier, and for us I know just by hearing it that it really a great thing, but they asked me if, right? Spirit farmer, since chilies are a common crop once harvested. You'll have tea till be nice if we could grow it like the poison plant, Poison plants grow really fast. Asia magic issued on them. Kong, I don't know if I can grow it right away just because it has Wait, is this magic? Holly soap. What other magic can you use? And why amazing? Awa. Jinwoo is beside himself. He's never seen Hawa's spirits so energetic before. Hawa's magic is on another level, and Jinwoo is frustrated that he can't quite grasp it. He wants to understand the underlying mechanics, but Hawa's secrets are guarded. Jinwoo tries to focus, to analyze Hawa's techniques, but his mind keeps wandering to the potential applications of her magic. His hands fidget and he checks his notes for the umpteenth time.
This energy, it's like...
But is it? Jinwoo's thoughts are now consumed by the lives of those around him, the people who will be affected by his choices. He sees the dedication in Hawa's eyes and decides to open up to her. You and Chun-min are different. Hawa's voice is soft, reassuring, and Jinwoo feels a sense of calm wash over him. He knows he can trust her.
Hawa's gentle voice eases Jinwoo's anxiety, but a new issue is looming on the horizon.
Just as things are starting to calm down, Shinhwa Agriculture's representative arrives, and Jinwoo's expression darkens. We're sorry, Jinwoo. You're facing a problem because of us. The representative's words are laced with concern, but Jinwoo's eyes narrow, sensing a threat to his farm and his people. For a while, we decided to assign a bodyguard to your person.
Jinwoo's world is turned upside down as Shinhwa Agriculture's representative arrives, revealing the devastating truth that their business practices are directly affecting his farm's future, and possibly Hawa's life. Jinwoo's emotional roller coaster reaches a new depth as he grapples with the guilt of pushing Hawa too hard, the weight of responsibility for those around him, and the uncertainty of her magic's true cost to her spirit. The fate of Jinwoo's farm hangs precariously in the balance as Shinhwa Agriculture's representative drops a bombshell, leaving Jinwoo to wonder if he's been playing with fire by embracing Hawa's extraordinary magic, and what the consequences will be. Previously on Spirit Farmer, our hero shattered the cursed harvest, unleashed the ancient system, survived the impossible trials, and broke the enemy's blood-soaked pact. Darkness looms ever larger, and now the story continues. Jinwoo's chilly boom shatters peace, yet a hidden weapon already stalks the rows. He watches the fields, expecting another quiet sunrise, when a sudden gust rattles the grain. The wind carries a distant hawk's cry, a warning he can't ignore. He tightens his grip on the farming sickle, feeling the pulse of the spirit-charged soil beneath his boots. The earth trembles, hinting that something far larger than a simple harvest is about to rise. He steadies himself, ready to face whatever force dares to disturb his farm. A figure steps into the mist, smiling wider than the sunrise. Hawa, the radiant farming spirit, glides over the seedlings, her aura turning wilted leaves into glowing green. Haejun watches the field pulse, amazed as the seedlings shoot up like steel reeds. He craves proof that the spirits can produce elite grade crops, enough to win the upcoming village contest. The sprouts now race toward the sky, their leaves shimmering with jade rage, but a sudden gust threatens to topple them. He commands Hawa to bind the wind with a spirit tether, forcing the gust into a calm spiral. The field steadies, the crops lock into perfect rows, and a radiant aura crowns each plant. Yet the relentless push drains the spirit tether, leaving a faint scar on the earth.
I can't believe you make spirits this energetic.
Haejun grabs the glowing contract, ink still warm, sealing a spirit-bound bodyguard pact that could save the harvest but binds his own spirit energy. Haejun feels the crushing weight of promises to villagers and spirits, risking his soul to keep soap alive while the elite crops glitter like salvation. As the sun sinks, Yuna the fox spirit appears, holding the missing grade chili seed, while the contract's hidden clause erupts, threatening to drain Haejun's life at sunrise.
Don't make me ask twice. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Lee Junwoo slams his fist into the freshly tilled earth as Hawa's luminous vines coil around the seed, bursting into a glowing field of grade A+ spirit corn. Mira darts in, scattering fire pepper spores that ignite the crop's power. Suddenly, Ironclaw's steel gauntlet cracks the syndicate's breach, and the farm erupts into a blazing beacon of hope. After 11 grueling years of training, Junwoo abandoned his superhuman dreams, slamming the barn doors on his past. Hawa materialized in a swirl of emerald light, her laugh coaxing dormant seeds to sprout instantaneously. Within moments, grade A+ spirit corn erupted, pulsing with power-boosting nectar. Mira, Ironclaw, and Sora gathered, eyes blazing. Every crop now a weapon against Lord Quan's looming siege.
A brief pause lets Junwoo breathe, feeling a strange reassurance as he repeats "Hawk" like a mantra. He asks about Luke's real job, only to hear that he serves directly under the chairman as a butler, a role that seems both humble and powerful. The answer lands like a gust, scattering doubts about loyalty and hierarchy. As the wind shifts, Junwoo senses the farm's weather changing, hinting that higher forces are already moving.
Butler to the chairman, that's a tall order.
The sky darkens, and something watches from the clouds. A cryptic symbol flashes, the characters Yin lingering in the air, as if a secret command has been issued.
Junwoo flips the mysterious lighter, unleashing a blinding flame that burns the hidden device, and tears open a pulsing portal to the secret garden. He feels his hope ignite as he finally grasps the garden's location, but the spirit farmer's snarling warning shreds his trust, leaving his freedom dangling on a razor-thin thread. Farm alarms scream while an unseen syndicate force breaches the perimeter, and the cryptic Yin symbol flashes, heralding a raid that could obliterate everything he just uncovered. If you want the best narration on YouTube, you found it. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Jang Hoon slams the farm's rusted gate shut, the spirit seed pulsing against his chest. Hawa materializes, vines snapping like whips, and summons a flood of emerald seedlings that sprout into grade A+ crops in seconds. Yuna swoops, scattering wind seed spores while Myri administers a healing brew brewed from the new harvest. Across the ridge, Lord Quan watches, his dark sigil flickering. Hoon's farm has become the battlefield for destiny. Jang Hoon slams the spirit seed into the fertile earth, and emerald shoots erupt, each one humming with elemental power. Hawa hovers, her luminous aura coaxing the crops to bloom into grade A+ fruits that pulse with mana.
Hoon lunges toward the trembling earth, uprooting a dormant root that glows emerald. He slams the spirit seed into the cavity, and a burst of sapphire fire erupts, igniting the surrounding crops. Yuna whirls above, scattering fragrant pollen that pumps power into nearby villagers. Myri rushes forward, chanting a healing chant that transforms the seed's energy into a protective barrier. Lord Quan watches from the distant ridge, his eyes narrowing as the farm's aura swells, promising a clash that could reshape destiny. But the real problem is already in motion.
Hoon checks the delivery crates, relief flashing across his face as the A+ chilies arrive. Hoon thrusts the glowing spirit seed into the cracked earth, unleashing a torrent of sapphire fire that incinerates the crops while a lone intruder scrambles over the high-pass fence. He feels betrayal crushing his heart as Hawa's bound spirit trembles. The promised A+ chilies dwindle, and the cold snap threatens to ruin the harvest he swears to protect. The glowing seed pulses ominously in his palm, demanding a soul-binding pact, while the escaped spirit energy thief vanishes into the mist, leaving Hoon's village teetering on annihilation. Your boss doesn't need to know you're watching this. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. You feel the wind cut sharp as the hawk circles, its shadow falling on the cracked earth. Hyen Woo's eyes lock on the approaching threat. He needs to protect the spirit field at all costs. The looming attack looms, the enemy's footsteps echoing louder than his own doubts. He grips the ancient hoe blade, chanting a low ward as the spirit field flares, buying seconds. The field holds, but the strain burns his arms, draining the calm he fought to keep. The hawk screeches. The danger still looms beyond the field's edge.
They're coming again.
The answer is already too late. Hyen-woo watches the hawk land beside him, its feathers ruffling with restless energy.
Hyen-woo kneels beside the newly sprouted jade vines, their leaves humming with raw spiritual energy. Sa-rae mixes a silver-streaked elixir, then splashes it onto the roots, sealing a protective barrier. Jin-woo hefts a reinforced hoe, ready to fend off any stray sect raiders. Across the ridge, Daeho's men march, unaware the field now pulses like a living heart.
Determined to restore order, the farmer confronts the raucous crowd about manners, demanding respect despite the chaos. He wants calm, but the lingering tension makes polite words feel hollow. A voice mutters an apology, "It's okay," while another declares, "Soap is obedient and nice," trying to lighten the mood.
Hawa steps forward, her aura flickering with restless energy. She wants to seal the lingering tension, to pull the group back into focus before the looming threat strikes. Doubt clouds the air. The others stare, unsure whether to follow her lead or stay wary. She drops a single word, sharp as a seed, cutting through the awkward pause. The farm's defenses tighten, the spirit field humming louder, as everyone senses the shift. Yet the brief calm masks an unseen eye watching from the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment.
Intima.
The whisper fades, and something far darker moves closer. The farmer shatters the raucous mob's din, demanding order even as a curious newcomer whispers a cryptic fix for the queen rock bee, igniting a volatile showdown. Hawa bears the crushing weight of an unkept promise, watching hope for Soap's family evaporate while her restless desire for Kyung-tubes fuels a desperate need for control. The group stares at the looming threat, the stranger's hidden agenda and Soap's unknown fate hanging like a knife edge, leaving every heartbeat poised on catastrophe.
The next arc is darker, faster, and hits harder. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and don't miss a second.
Lee Hae-jin slams the barn doors shut, a surge of fresh spirit seed dust swirling around him as Hawa's luminous vines coil through the rows. Mira Kim darts forward, coaxing a newborn spirit beast to roar, while Jin-woo hoists a basket of glowing grade A+ carrots that pulse with power. Suddenly, Lord Kwan's black hawks screech overhead, and Hae-jin brandishes his superhuman ID, ready to defend the farm.
Lee Hae-jin slams the superhuman ID card onto his desk, then watches Hawa's luminous vines coil around a barren plot. Within seconds, emerald sprouts burst forth, each leaf humming with power.
Grandmaster Park steps forward, his calm breaking the rising tension. He needs to confirm the sender before the farm's defenses are compromised. The mystery of the gift's origin clouds his judgment, yet his ancient knowledge slices through the confusion like a field rune. He whispers a name only the wind seems to carry, linking the parcel to an old ally. The revelation steadies the crew, granting them a brief respite, but it also alerts a hidden enemy that the farm's secrets are no longer buried.
Okay, there's nothing to worry now since I know who sent them.
The hidden foe watches, ready to strike. Hawk swoops down, clutching the freshly uncorked vial, his eyes gleaming with hunger. Lee Hae-jin slams the soil, forcing a glowing spirit seed to erupt into a luminous sapling as Hawa channels celestial energy, while 3 ethereal dungeon spirits merge with the farm's roots, demanding allegiance. Mira feels betrayal tighten around her heart, fearing the mysterious package traps her farm in the Black Harvest Syndicate's grasp. While Hawk drinks the potent water, his spirit beast swelling with raw, dangerous power. The 3 spirits hover, their cryptic warning echoing. The farm's lifeblood now binds to an unknown pact, and the sender's true identity remains hidden, threatening a lethal showdown at dusk.
The system is broken, and we're here for the glitch. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Jun-woo slams his superhuman ID onto the cracked barn door, the metal humming as Hawa's verdant aura surges through the fields. Grain spikes into shimmering grade A+ stalks that pulse with power-boosting nectar, while Sujin flutters, echoing Jun-woo's heartbeat. Han Min-suk rallies the rootless, ready to strike Elder Kwan's stronghold, and the spirit seed glows, promising a rebellion that could rewrite destiny. Lee Jun-woo slams his superhuman ID card onto the barn counter, and Hawa's emerald aura erupts, coaxing a row of grade A+ pumpkins to burst from the soil in seconds. Han Min-suk rallies the rootless, while Myri Silk Cha snarls from the guild's shadows.
The group gathers around the broken fence, each member craving a quick exit before the sky darkens. Yen pushes the others, demanding they move fast, fearing the guild's scouts. Junwoo, frustrated by the rushed farewell, snaps at the cold indifference of their foes. He slams his palm on the wooden post, shouting that they deserve a proper goodbye. The argument ignites a spark of rebellion among the weary, but it also draws the attention of hidden eyes watching from the treeline.
What a bunch of heartless people.
Their anger may awaken a power they cannot yet control.
Junwoo catches a fleeing spirit, its energy flickering, and the startled group hears a terrified, "I ran away," as the spirit darts away, threatening their mission. Junwoo wrestles with guilt, fearing he abandons Hawa's promised harvest and his fleeting kiss with Lila, while Yan's fury fuels tension, risking the group's unity. The missing spirit seedling glints beneath the soil, unseen, as the rogue spirit vanishes into darkness, leaving the crew unsure whether the seed survives or fuels the guild's hunt.
Your boss doesn't need to know you're watching this. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Heijin slams the seed into the cracked soil, and the ground erupts with glowing vines that coil around his wrist, binding Jinwoo's mischievous grin to his soul. Hawa materializes, her emerald aura coaxing the sprouts into luminous, power-boosting gourds. Across the field, Minsu hammers enchanted iron while Mara's violet specter lurks beyond the ridge, hungry for the secret harvest.
Heijin slams his superhuman ID into the soil, and the seed erupts into glowing vines that coil around Hawa's radiant form. She laughs, summoning a cascade of luminous carrots that pulse with raw power, while Jinwoo darts through the rows, scouting for Mara's looming shadows. Heijin slams the soil, and the seed erupts into luminous vines that coil around his hands, summoning Jinwoo's bright grin. Hawa swoops in, scattering dew that turns the seedlings into grade A+ spirit corn, each ear humming with power-boosting energy. Lee Minsu hammers enchanted plows while Park Sujin chants ancient rites, and the farm erupts into a battlefield of growth, ready to crush Director Choi's biotech hordes and Mara's void darkness. The answer is already too late. Heijin clutches the trembling seedling, desperate to keep the runaway bunny safe, while Soa urges him to seize the world tree leaf that can amplify every spirit crop.
Heijin slams his ID into the barn door, forcing emerald vines to burst, instantly sprouting a grade A+ wheat field that overwhelms the hidden dungeon farmland. He feels the terror of losing the runaway bunny while clutching the trembling seedling. Yet the world tree leaf's glow promises power that could redeem his shattered farm. Soa urges him to seize the glowing leaf beyond a swirling vortex. But the vortex roars, threatening to consume everything before Heijin can grasp salvation.
The next recap covers something you won't believe. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and we'll talk soon.
Lee Junwoo slams his superhuman ID onto the farmhouse table, watches Hawa sprout a glowing stalk that instantly bursts into grade A+ carrots, and feels the earth pulse with elemental power. Mira Han swoops in, brandishing a celestial sigil, while Grandma High Sun recites seed verses. Together they brace for Lord Kuros' encroaching darkness, ready to harvest destiny. Junwoo slams the superhuman ID card onto the barn table, sparks flying as Hawa's emerald vines coil around the grain sacks. Mira bursts in, brandishing a glowing sigil, while Grandma High Sun chants ancient seed rites. A sudden tremor shatters the quiet, Lord Kuros abyssal scout swarm, eyes fixed on the radiant crops. Junwoo slams his superhuman ID onto the farmhouse table, sparks crackling as Hawa's emerald vines coil around the grain. Grandma High Sun hands him a freshly bloomed spirit seed, while Mira Han darts in, whispering a warning. Lord Kuros' shadow troops stalk the fields. With Taemin's spirit-forged sickle and Sora's cryptic chant, Junwoo summons a thunderous harvest that erupts into glowing, power-boosting crops, ready to tip the war in his favor.
Noah. Your posture. I'm falling. A2. Hia, ki. Aok. Noah.
Junwoo slams his superhuman ID onto the farmhouse table, sparking a vortex that forces the dormant spirit seed to erupt into a luminous plant, shattering the abyssal barrier. Hawa's gratitude ignites hope while Grandma Hai-sun watches tears turn to resolve, knowing the harvest could save the village, but also risk their souls to the syndicate. As the glowing seed pulses, a shadowy figure emerges from the corrupted vines, brandishing a cursed blade that threatens to rip the nascent spirit plant apart.
Don't wait. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari now so the next episode is waiting for you when you wake up.
Lee Hae-jin slams the ancient seed into the soil, and Hawa's luminous vines erupt, wrapping the field in emerald light. Kim Min-seo darts between rows, harvesting a glowing herb that pulses like a heart. Suddenly, Jang Biotech's drones screech overhead, but Yuna Lee snarls, her fox spirit flames scattering them. Han Tae-woo unsheathes his blade, ready to defend the newly sprouted spirit crops that could rewrite destiny. Lee Hae-jin slams the soil with his superhuman fists, and Hawa's luminous vines burst from the seed, spiraling into a glittering field of grade A+ spirit crops. Kim Min-seo darts between rows, extracting healing herbs while Yuna Lee snarls at intruding Gwang-ho Jang drones. A cloaked figure bows, thanking Hae-jin for allowing a visit to the master of the dungeon farm. The guest assures him that future entries are welcome, his tone smooth as silk. Hae-jin watches the stranger test the magic that translates honorifics, marveling at the spell's reach. The visitor jokes about the informal nature of previous translations, revealing a deeper understanding of spirit linguistics. Hae-jin realizes the enchantment could open doors to allies or enemies who speak the same ancient tongue. He has no idea what's waiting. You feel the rush of power as the spell finally clicks. Hae-jin watches the translation rune flare, turning formal speech into crystal-clear commands. An unexpected cloaked envoy forces Hae-jin to awaken the dormant dungeon farm, shattering ancient seals and unleashing raw ether that floods the battlefield. Hae-jin feels his life tethered to the dying mother tree leaves, gaining terrifying power while losing the fragile hope that the world can survive without them. The echoing cry of Spirit Farmer reverberates as the ether surge threatens to consume him, leaving the fate of the world hanging on a single, trembling breath.
Unlocking the ultimate tier is just the beginning. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Jang Hoon slams his superhuman ID into the soil, and Myri's leaf tongue sprouts a glowing seed in an instant. Hawa, the radiant farming spirit, whistles, and the field erupts with grade A+ spirit corn that crackles with power-boosting essence. Yumi rushes to harvest, while Luna darts overhead, whispering Kao's next ambush. Hoon's farm becomes a battlefield and a beacon of hope. Jang Hoon slams his fist into the soil, and Myri bursts from the seed, vines snapping into glowing spirit crops that pulse with power. Hawa swoops in, scattering enchanted pollen that sprouts grade A weapons overnight. Suddenly, Lord Sukjin's war drums echo, and Kao's rips the sky with chaotic energy. Yuna, curious and skeptical, asks about the legendary world tree, the backbone of every fantasy tale. She admits she only knows it from novels, not reality, but wonders if a special crop could hint at its existence. The question hangs, prompting an older voice to recall a dungeon expedition where a massive dead tree once stood, possibly the fabled world tree. Yuna's curiosity fuels a spark, but the lack of concrete evidence leaves the group with more questions than answers. Do you know the world tree?
It's from novels, never seen in reality.
Their hunt for the tree begins, and darkness watches.
Hoon unleashes the spirit seed's luminous pulse, shattering the gathering's darkness and exposing a hidden, humming hark that thrums with power. Myri feels her hope ignite while Hoon's heart cracks, fearing the guardian voice belongs to a lost mother and that his farm's secret could doom everything he cherishes. Jenwoo eyes the trembling hark, demanding its secret, while the spectral wind circles, promising a storm that could rip the world tree's remnants apart before anyone grasps its truth. 100% pure story, 0% filler. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Lee Jun slams the seed into cracked earth, and emerald vines burst sky-high, humming with Hawa's radiant aura. Mira rushes to harvest the first spirit corn, its kernels pulsing with healing light that mends Yuna's fevered breath. Suddenly, Lord Kwan's crimson banners appear on the horizon, and Elder Nox snarls, his corrupted roots clawing toward the glowing fields. The battle for the mother tree begins.
Lee Jun slams his superhuman ID card onto the barn door as Hawa swirls, coaxing golden vines to burst from the soil. Mira Han darts in, harvesting a glowing root that instantly eases Yuna's fever. Lord Kwan's scouts appear, but Grandmaster Huan summons a barrier of thorned spirit wheat.
Dawn breaks as Mira Han kneels beside the half-grown spirit corn, whispering ancient incantations that pulse through the stalks. Light blossoms from the leaves, weaving a luminous lattice that lifts the sickly haze surrounding Yuna's bedroom. Lee Jun rushes in, clutching his ID card, and watches the seedlings erupt into a healing breeze. Elder Nox's shadow looms beyond the ridge, but the garden's radiance pushes back, promising a fresh chance for victory. If you want more daily recaps, hit that subscribe button now.
Lee Jun clutches the seed-filled pouch, eyes darting as the wind rattles the barn roof.
Lee Jun lunges toward the emerald mist-spilling portal, heart pounding as the scent of fresh spirit energy drives him forward, desperate to seize the cure that might save Yuna before the twilight harvest moon wanes. Mira throws herself into the frantic kitchen, waving the crumpled flyer like a banner of hope, while the villagers cling to fleeting joy, fearing the looming guild raid will shatter their fragile morale forever. Strange vines coil tighter around their ankles, thorns scraping skin as the portal flickers erratically, leaving the group teetering on the brink of an unknown abyss that could consume their farm and their futures.
Don't make me ask twice. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
All the identical warriors were born from one tree, and the enemy knows every weakness. Jianwu leads his crew into the elves' realm, his eyes scanning the towering canopy. He hopes to find the world tree and stop its corruption. A sudden, deafening screech freezes him. Children's laughter turns to panic as the ground trembles. He pushes forward, gripping his staff tighter, while his kids cling to his legs, eyes wide. The tremor reveals a hidden grove, the heart of the forest, pulsing with raw life. Their presence awakens the ancient guardians, and the air thickens with unseen danger. The grove's secret threatens to swallow them whole.
The group gathers around a makeshift table, the scent of cooked food filling the clearing. Jianwu places the steaming plate before everyone, the timing perfect for a brief respite. He urges them to sit, to fill their bellies before the next push, while the hawk circles, eyes still scanning for danger. The little priestess, clutching a wooden spoon, asks about the strange meat on the plate, her curiosity bright despite the gloom. Jianwu laughs low, noting the unfamiliar flavor, then serves a portion to the priestess, who bites cautiously. The moment of nourishment steadies their nerves, but the lingering dread of the dying tree remains.
The crowd's murmurs die as a sharp cry cuts through the air. A lone figure with feathered wings darts low, eyes locked on the meat-laden table. He wants the spirit-infused food for his own clan, but the sudden appearance of the hawk-like spirit blocks his flight. The hawk circles, talons flashing, daring the intruder to move. The intruder freezes, realizing the hawk will strike before any bite is taken. Tension spikes, the feast hanging on a breath-held pause.
Huh?
The next wing beat could shatter the fragile peace. A soft voice whispers intima as the wind rustles the ancient leaves. The word hangs, a promise of hidden bonds forming between spirit and farmer. The priestess devours the mysterious meat, her eyes igniting with a fierce, otherworldly glow as the whole camp feels the surge of raw spirit-infused power. Jianwu watches the little priestess transform, torn between hope that the newfound strength saves their tribe and dread that the unknown flesh may corrupt their souls. A winged stranger swoops toward the feast, clutching a promise of war, leaving the group frozen as the air crackles with the threat of a rival clan's betrayal.
Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari right now. The next recap is closer than you think.
The stolen meat is bound for the mother tree, a sacrifice that could doom everything. Noah bites into the oddly cooked flesh, eyes widening as the flavor hits. He shouts in delight, then freezes when a sudden doubt flickers across his face. The taste thrills him, but the memory of the tree's warning gnaws at his gut. He glances at the empty pan, wondering if his hunger just sealed a disaster. The silence that follows feels louder than any scream.
This is really delicious. It's cooked towel.
Oh. But...
The next bite could decide the farm's fate. Hawk darts away, dragging a massive haul of meat, her eyes darting northward.
Junwoo dashes through the misty rows, his boots crushing dew-soaked soil as he harvests glowing nightberries before General Arashi's drones breach the perimeter. Miare chants a binding hymn, sealing the crops in a radiant dome that repels the corrupt steel. Tau flickers beside them, scattering spores that ignite the night's air. Suddenly, Jinsu bursts from the shadows, brandishing a reclaimed Kuro blade, and the trio forms a living shield against the approaching onslaught.
The soil drinks, but who will pay the next price? You watch Hawk lunge, claws snapping, as he shouts the warning. Junwoo and Miare pant from the day's labor, eyes fixed on the towering mother tree that suddenly shudders.
Junwoo slams the rusted gate shut as Hawa's emerald vines erupt from the cracked soil, encasing the invading drones in pulsing, luminous tendrils while Mire's chant seals the spirit stalks into a blinding vortex. Mire clutches the ancient staff, feeling the farm's core spirit surge through her. Junwoo watches the mother tree shudder, realizing their hard-won harvest may crumble into ruin if the vortex collapses. The vortex flickers, the mother tree trembles, and a dark rift yawns behind the glowing corn, leaving the farm's fate hanging on a thread of unstable spirit energy.
You'll never have to search for chapter summaries again. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and let them come to you.
Lee Junho slams his fist onto the cracked earth, and instantaneously emerald shoots burst from the seed Hawa gifted him. Hygiene darts forward, mixing alchemical serum into the soil while Mira flashes a luminous blade, scattering drought-withering spores. Across the horizon, eternal corpse drones screech, but the newly sprouted spirit corn erupts, sealing the sky with a protective, power-charged canopy. Junho slams his fist into the rich loam, and the seed bursts into a glowing stalk that sprouts a legion of glittering spirit vines. Hawa sweeps in, her aura coaxing the vines to blossom into radiant herbs that pulse with raw power.
Lee Junho slams his hoe into the cracked earth just as Hawa materializes, her glowing aura coaxing seedlings to sprout in seconds. Hygiene darts forward, mixing alchemical serum into the fresh roots while Mira flickers beside the flagship crop, warding off Gao Minsu's drone swarm. The field erupts into a riot of grade A+ spirit corn, each stalk pulsing with power, proof that the farmer's new allies can turn drought into destiny.
Cheeky? Hawk?
I have to put things back in order.
The sky darkens as the drought threatens every field. Jianwoo spots a black silhouette soaring overhead and shouts, hoping the creature can summon rain.
Panic spikes as the supply list flashes empty. No chilies remain to trade for the next shipment. Hawa lifts a trembling hand, her spirit aura pulsing, and whispers a promise of a new batch, but the price will be higher than anyone expects. The villagers stare, mouths dry, wondering if they can afford the next harvest.
We don't have any chilies right now.
The next storm may force them to choose between pride and survival.
A massive black spirit bird swoops down, its wings cracking the clouds and unleashing a torrent that drenches the parched fields. While Jianwu clutches a talisman demanding a harvest miracle. Jianwu feels hope surge as villagers sip steaming broth and celebrate the rain. Yet the looming blight threatens to erase his hard-won miracle, jeopardizing the village's future water supply. The supply list flashes empty. No chilies remain, while Hawa's glowing aura whispers a dangerous bargain for a fresh batch, leaving Jianwu teetering on a desperate, unknown price. You ask for the best, I deliver. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Lee Junwoo slams the freshly grown spirit seed into the earth, and Hawa bursts from the soil, vines snapping like whips. Mira darts forward, scattering enchanted herbs that amplify the seed's pulse. Quan Se Ryong's black harvest scouts swarm the field, but General Beck's necroalchemy falters as Hawa's blossoms erupt, turning enemy blades into blooming vines. The farm erupts into a battlefield of radiant crops, and Junwoo's superhuman ID flashes, promising a harvest that could rewrite destiny. Junwoo slams the glowing spirit seed into the cracked soil, and a neon vine erupts, wrapping Hawa's laughing form. The farm erupts with radiant stalks that pulse, each bite boosting Myra's herbal concoctions and sharpening his own superhuman reflexes. Dawn breaks as Mirahan sketches a diagram of the swirling rain cloud pattern on a weather-rune tablet. She mutters, if the clouds converge over the black harvest space, they'll drown the region in cursed flood. Junwoo cracks his superhuman ID, channels the spirit seed, and summons a translucent vine that stretches toward the sky, pulling a single droplet of water into his palm. He gulps the charged liquid, feeling his power surge, then races to warn the farm before the storm engulfs everything. He has no idea what's waiting on the other side. Junwoo watches the sky darken as mysterious clouds swirl from distant lands, each one pulsing with unknown energy.
Lee Junwoo thrusts the glowing spirit seed into the cracked barn floor as Hawa's emerald vines erupt, birthing radiant grade A+ carrots that pulse with raw power, while Mira frantically mixes a counter-herb. Junwoo feels the crushing weight of every failed harvest lift as the new crops promise salvation. Yet Mira fears the storm's cursed flood will drown their hope, threatening everything he loves. Dark clouds swirl ominously above the hidden tribe's shrine, pulsing with unknown energy, and the mother tree remains sealed, leaving Junwoo and his allies teetering on the brink of annihilation. The only Manhwa channel you need. Subscribe to Manhwa with Hari.
Lee Junho slams the soil with his superhuman ID card, and the spirit seed erupts into a blaze of emerald vines. Hawa materializes beside him, her ethereal hands coaxing a towering stalk of power pear that glows like sunrise. Han Se rushes in, mixing herbal elixirs while Yoon Ari darts through the leaves, scouting for Kong Min-soo's drones. The farm ignites, promising fame, fortune, and a battle that could reshape the world.
Lee Junho slams the soil with his superhuman ID card flashing, and Hawa's emerald aura spreads, coaxing the spirit seed into a glowing, grade A+ stalk.
Hawa appears, her aura brightening the rain-soaked field as Junho and Seare scramble for shelter. Their immediate goal is to protect the new crops from the relentless downpour. The sudden surge of water threatens to wash away the freshly sprouted spirit vines. Hawa summons magical umbrellas that flare into radiant raincoats, wrapping the team in a protective sheath. The raincoats pulse, absorbing the storm's fury and converting it into nourishing energy for the crops. The field glows, the spirit seed thriving under the storm's kiss. With the field secured, Junho plans the next expedition, eager to visit the elf village before the drought worsens.
Azura grins, proclaiming the tribe complete. Then the manifest flashes empty. No elves at all, shattering the council's certainty and exposing a phantom lineage that vanishes before their eyes. Junho watches his rain-soaked fields crumble, feeling the weight of a starving village and the looming protest against China. Realizing any misstep could strip his people of their last hope, the ancient Azura spirit points skyward, demanding the vanished rain clouds return, while the council scrambles to decode the elves' otherworld origin, leaving the fate of the dying world tree hanging. No spoilers, no filler, no wasted time, just the story. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari for every chapter. Lee Hae-jin slams the rusted gate shut, eyes blazing as Hawa's emerald vines coil around the intruders. Yoon Harin darts ahead, whispering warnings while Kim Min-seo hurls a burst of spirit seed pollen that shatters Jang Taeho's drones. The black thorn smirks, but the grade A+ corn erupts, binding his cursed blade and sealing the farm's fate. Hae-jin slams his superhuman ID onto the cracked barn door as Hawa spirals in, vines snapping to life around them. Yoon Harin darts ahead, scouting the approaching biotech drones, while Kim Min-seo flings a burst of spirit seed pollen that blinds Jang Taeho's squad. Grandmaster Park chants, the ground erupts, and the spirit farm erupts into a battlefield of blooming power. Hawa questions why Hawk cares for farming, hoping to spark a deeper bond. Hawk's carefree shrug blocks any serious answer, turning the moment into a light-hearted tease. Hawa presses, and Hawk's sudden burst of enthusiasm catches everyone off guard, igniting a brief surge of morale. The cost? A fleeting distraction that could let the enemy close in. Hawk, why are you into farming? The laugh lifts spirits, yet shadows loom closer. The farm's rhythm quickens as the crew chants the old harvest chant, each word a promise of growth. Their doubt about the fight's outcome fuels a fierce chant, but the lingering fear of failure blocks true unity. Hae-jin forces Park Yiran to reveal hidden truth while the crew chants the harvest mantra, and a mysterious spirit seed sprouts, pulsing with power. Hawa balances hope and dread as she watches the seed, fearing the hunter's secret could crush her newfound bond with the clan, while Hae-jin risks losing trust forever. The hunter's lingering whisper echoes from the rock boulder, hinting at Yi-jun's concealed fate, and the crew stares at the glowing seed, unsure which darkness will awaken. You clearly have taste. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, it's what the real fans do. Lee Junho slams the superhuman ID card onto the farmhouse table, the green glow pulsing as Hawa's vines coil around it. Luna unfurls, scattering sparkling spores that sprout grade A+ carrots in seconds. Han Min-suk bursts in, eyes blazing, demanding proof of the spirit seed's power. Yu Hare darts forward, brandishing a glowing scythe, ready to defend their new harvest from Kwon Dae-ryong's looming bioweapon drones.
Dawn breaks over the mist-cloaked terraces as Luna unfurls a glowing vine, coaxing dormant seedlings to sprout in seconds. Junho kneels, tracing the emerald tendrils with reverent fingers, while Hawa hovers nearby, humming a low chant that amplifies the seedling's latent energy. Suddenly, a ripple of golden light erupts from the soil, and a batch of grade A+ potatoes pulse with power, promising a surge of strength for anyone who consumes them.
Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. And that's not even the worst part. The battle ends, but Junho's breath still rattles. He eyes the wounded creature, Dalso, and feels an odd pulse linking them. Lee Junho slams the stone plate onto the sizzling grill, the spirit seed-infused barley bursting into luminescent sprouts that pulse with raw power. Hawa flutters overhead, coaxing each stalk to sprout faster than a heartbeat, while Luna twines around Junho's arm, channeling the seed's DNA. Across the field, Han Min-suk watches, ready to dispatch the next Green Covenant mission. Lee Junho slams his palm onto the freshly planted spirit seed, and a vortex of emerald light erupts, coaxing vines to sprout into towering, glowing stalks. Hawa flutters beside him, whispering ancient growth chants, while Luna, his sentient sprout, hums in harmony. Across the field, Han Min-suk watches the grade A+ crops pulse with power, and Yuhare readies her bow, ready to defend the harvest from Kwon Dae-ryong's bioweapon squads.
Junho slams his palm onto the freshly planted spirit seed. A vortex of emerald light erupts, coaxing vines into towering, glowing stalks as Hawa whispers ancient growth chants. He finally feels his family's legacy alive, but risks losing his humanity to the seed's overwhelming power. The timer ticks, shadows converge, enemy forces close in, and the glowing corn pulse flickers, hinting a hidden adversary awakens.
That impact was felt through the screen. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari for more.
Layla's betrayal turned our home into war, and Una's fury was already unleashed. Layla pleads, "Please take me to Earth too," while the others shout disbelief. "What nonsense are you spouting?" She grips the portal stone, desperate to see the elves' plight firsthand. Una clenches her fists, her anger burning brighter than any spell, refusing to let anyone leave without proof. The stone pulses, threatening to shatter under the strain of their conflict. Layla forces the gate open, spilling raw energy into the courtyard, and the ground cracks as the portal flickers unstable. And that's not even the worst part.
Please take me to Earth too.
Lee Junwoo slams the rusted gate, his superhuman ID pulsing as Hawa's verdant aura erupts, turning wilted corn into glowing grade A+ stalks. Seonwoo darts through the emerald rose, scouting for Mokjin's scouts, while Kim Hae-ri mixes spirit seed extracts that amplify Junwoo's elemental strikes. The Black Lotus clan looms, but the spirit farmers' newfound allies ready the harvest of destiny.
Lee Junwoo slams his superhuman ID card onto the weathered barn table, the metal ringing like a battle cry. Hawa spirals in, vines snapping into grade A+ carrots that pulse with power-boosting juice. Seonwoo darts through the rows, scouting for hidden spirit seedlings while Kim Hae-ri mixes herbs into a glowing brew.
Layla's curiosity spikes after hearing rumors from Soa, a wandering trader. She decides the next step is practical. Buy new clothes before they head out, because the ragged garments they wear will betray their purpose. The obstacle is the market's closed stalls and the children still asleep, delaying their departure. Layla nudges the youngest awake, urging a quick rise, while Una watches, calculating the risk of moving while the village sleeps. They scramble for fabrics, their movements frantic, each stitch a promise of disguise for the upcoming mission. Their hurried purchase costs them precious time, and the morning light creeps closer, threatening to expose them.
The cloaked stranger shatters the spell shielding his ears, exposing a pulsing spirit seed that could tip the balance of the entire trade. Layla feels her resolve harden as she realizes the elf's fate and Jeonwoo's soul hang by a thread, threatening everything she cherishes. A looming, higher-ranking spirit watches, ready to seize Jeonwoo, while the missing elves whisper of a hidden shrine that could either save or doom them.
Jeonwoo and the elf vanish, and the city burns with their revenge. Hajin's crew shouts, "Let's go to the city!" Hawk's voice cracks with excitement, pulling everyone toward the streets. Suddenly, a stranger yells, "Hawk!" and the group freezes, stunned by the coincidence of meeting another party at the exact moment they were about to split. The unexpected clash of plans forces them to decide whether to stay together or split up, and the tension spikes as each member feels the weight of missing the chance to act. The air vibrates with the question of who will lead now.
Lee Hae-jin slams his superhuman ID onto the barn door, sparks flying as Hawa's verdant aura swirls around the newly sprouted spirit corn. Mira Kim rushes with a vial of healing tea, while Jinwoo Park steadies the gate against biotech's drones. The grade A+ harvest pulses, summoning elemental guardians that roar, "We're ready!" The farm's destiny ignites. The answer is already too late. Hawa darts ahead, her vines whipping the wind, while Lee Hae-jin struggles to keep pace. He wants to catch up, to prove he still matches the spirit's speed. The uneven field and his tired legs block him. He pushes harder, muscles burning, and finally reaches the clearing where Hawa circles triumphantly.
After the laughter fades, the group faces a sudden challenge. Hawk, the mischievous farm spirit, returns and defeats them in a playful duel. Heijin admits defeat, shaking his head with a grin. Meanwhile, Jianwoo stands alone, his usual companion missing. Yuna had to leave for an urgent matter, leaving him uneasy and questioning his next move. The emptiness around him deepens his hesitation, forcing him to decide whether to wait or push forward alone.
Intima.
Lee Heijin wrestles the rickety cart's wheel, forcing it into reverse as the cloaked elf blocks the tunnel, sending the cart careening toward the looming darkness. He feels his hope crumble as the children's laughter fades, his pride shattered by Hawk's mischievous defeat and the gnawing doubt over dwindling supplies. A ghostly whisper beckons him deeper into the spirit realm, promising guidance, while the cart teeters on the edge of the abyss, leaving his choice hanging.
Forgiveness is not on the menu today. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Jeho slams the ancient seed into the furrow, and the ground erupts in emerald light as Hawa materializes, vines snapping into a radiant halo. Mira darts forward, chanting verdant sigils while the spirit crops burst, each leaf humming with raw power. Across the field, consortium drones buzz, but Ryu hammers a rune-etched plow, slicing their drones in half. Jeho grins, clutching his new superhuman ID. War has just begun. Yoon Jeho slams the ancient seed into the furrow, and Hawa bursts forth, vines snapping like ribbons of light. The soil erupts, sprouting glowing grade A+ carrots that pulse with raw power. Mira Lee darts in, sealing the field with verdant sigils as Kong Min-soo's drones roar overhead.
Dawn breaks over the cracked fields as Yoon Jae-ho kneels beside a sprouting spirit corn, its golden husks pulsing with faint blue light. Mira Lee darts forward, chanting a protective rune that seals the seedlings from any consortium interference. Nearby, Grandmaster Beck watches, nodding approvingly as the crops emit a low hum that energizes the surrounding soil. Suddenly, a rustle signals Hawa's arrival. She spreads her luminous wings, scattering seed dust that accelerates growth. Together they harvest the first batch of a+ spirit wheat, each stalk promising to boost nearby warriors' strength for the battles ahead. Manwa with Hari or you'll miss the climax. The next revelation could shatter everything. Jae-ho slams his fist into the freshly tilled soil, igniting emerald vines that coil around Hawa's laughing form as Mira chants a verdant sigil, forcing a golden spirit stalk to erupt overnight. He feels hope surge as the miraculous harvest promises to feed the starving village. Yet dread gnaws because the unstable spirit wheat threatens to explode, risking the lives of everyone he loves. The shimmering aura of the spirit corn draws the consortium's drones, leaving Jae-ho desperate to conceal the bounty while the looming threat of an aerial strike hangs over the field.
The manipulation is flawless. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and take notes. A superhuman son discovers his sister-in-law is the deadly spirit farmer. Park Yi-jun drags himself to his parents' office, forced to learn the family trade while his twin sister's constant one-upmanship gnaws at him. He wants a moment of peace, but every task feels like a test set by his rival sister. He slams his palm on the desk, demanding a break, only to hear his mother's sharp reminder that the farm never stops. He sighs, shoulders the workload, and watches his sister smirk from the doorway, already plotting his next failure.
What is that?
The conversation turns to unrequited love, his sister pointing out how his attention drifts to anyone who looks at him. Yi-jun's eyes widen, realizing his own blind spots. Layla, amused, whispers a teasing comment about his hidden side, making him blush. Their banter uncovers a deeper insecurity. He fears being seen only as a joke. Just then, a sudden revelation surfaces. Something crucial he's discovered about the spirit crops, a secret that could tip the balance of power. The news hangs heavy, demanding his immediate focus.
Unrequited love seems due to an attention diverter.
I didn't know you had this side. Can't miss his funny state. Lee Hae-jin slams his superhuman ID onto the cracked barn floor, and Mira bursts from the seed, swirling emerald light around the freshly sprouted spirit corn. As the crops pulse, Kwon Dae-sung's black drones swoop in, only to be shredded by a vine storm conjured by Eunha's mystic strike. Park Ji-woo shouts, "Harvest the power," while Han Min-jae's Green Guard rallies, turning the farm into a battlefield of living legend.
Lee Hae-jin slams his fist on the freshly tilled soil, and Mira bursts forth in emerald light, coaxing the seedling into a towering spirit wheat that glows with battle-ready energy. Lee Hae-jin slams the ancient seed into the loam. Mira erupts an emerald vortex and Hawa summons a towering spirit wheat that bursts skyward, shattering the prison's iron bars in a blinding flash. Jeonwoo feels his resolve crumble as the tribe's betrayal gnaws his breath, while Yan's desperate plea hangs on the brink, risking the elves' lives for a debt they may never repay. The ticking timer beneath the farm glows ominously, and as the spirit wheat roars, a shadowy figure watches. Ready to strike the moment the glowing seed cracks open the unknown prison. Something major happens to this character very soon. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari before the spoilers find you. Lee Hae-jin slams his hoe into the earth as Hawa's luminous aura bursts, turning barren soil into a glittering field of grade A+ herbs. Sora spirals overhead, scattering wind-kissed seeds while Minseo sharpens a blade of thorny basil that amplifies their powers. The moment the first radiant carrot sprouts, General Park's drones screech above, and a fierce chase for the miracle crop ignites. Lee Hae-jin slams the soil with his superhuman ID card flashing, and Hawa bursts from the earth, vines spiraling into a luminous orchard of grade A+ crops that pulse with power. Kim Minseo darts between rows, sprinkling herbal extracts that boost the seedling's elemental aura. The judges line up, ready to taste the final creations. The spirit-charged tegbaki sits on a silver platter, its aroma thick with a +grade red chili powder. Chef Yu-sung finishes his explanation, then steps back, letting the judges take the first bite. The judges' faces tighten, surprised by the intense heat and the strange, addictive aftertaste. They whisper among themselves, noting the mysterious flavor that lingers. The cost is a growing suspicion that this dish may be more than just food, it might be a weapon. But the real problem is already in motion. The judges swallow, then break into grins, shouting praise for the uncanny taste. Their compliments echo through the studio, boosting the chef's morale. Lee Hae-jin slams his shovel, igniting emerald fire as Hawa's spirit seed erupts into a towering, pulsing cornfield that spews grade A+ chilies, flooding the arena with blazing, soul-charged aroma. The judges gasp. Their praise lifts Hae-jin's hope to claim the ultimate culinary crown, while Chef Hama feels his reputation crumble beneath the scorching, otherworldly flavor surge. Just as the first bite sears the crowd's breath, a shadowy figure cloaked in midnight mist steps onto the stage, eyes fixed on the glowing corn, promising a perilous power struggle. The snakes are hiding in plain sight. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. The crowd erupts as the citizen scorer shouts that the tegbaki earned less than 10 points. Everyone freezes, demanding an explanation. The scorer points to the chili powder, not the broth, insisting his low score comes from tasting too many grade A crops. Junwoo, still holding his ID card, snaps back, accusing the scorer of fabricating excuses for attention. The scorer snarls, refusing to back down, his face twisted with stubborn pride. The tension spikes, and the whole market holds its breath, waiting for someone to break the deadlock. Arno, citizens gave less than 10 points. The next complaint could ignite a full-blown food war. The uproar settles as Hawa steps forward, her aura calming the angry murmurs. Junwoo slams his fist on the barn door as Hawa's luminous vines coil around the seedling, coaxing a glowing pumpkin that pulses with raw power. The Green Guard rushes in, Min Suk's blade humming, Era clutching a vial of spirit essence.
while Kwandaeho's drones buzz overhead, ready to snatch the harvest. Hawa laughs, promising grade A+ bounty and a fight that will reshape their world. Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. And that's not even the worst part. Chef Jong Suchan cranks up his confidence, shouting that his tekbaki outshines any grade A+ rating. He wants the judges to crown his dish supreme, but the rival chefs glare, ready to tear his claim apart. Junwoo slams the barn door as Hawa's luminous vines seize the seedling, forcing a pulsating pumpkin to erupt while the green guard bursts in, Minsuk's blade humming and Era charging. Chef Jong revels in his victorious tekbaki, crushing rival chef's pride. Yet the trembling apprentice begs for mentorship, forcing Jong to weigh the risk of sharing his newfound power. Junwoo gazes toward the vanished elf caravans, haunted by doubt that his farm can sustain the wandering mythic folk, while an unseen threat looms, promising disaster for spirit crops.
Your boss doesn't need to know you're watching this. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Lee Junho slams his superhuman ID onto the farmhouse table, sparks flying as Hawa's emerald aura swirls around the newly sprouted grade A+ corn. Kim Hygiene bursts in, clutching a mission dossier. The void bloom spores have infiltrated a nearby village, with Park Soo-yun chanting bioalchemy rites and Yoon Deri's spectral whisper urging him forward. Junho commands the spirit seed harvest, ready to crush the encroaching darkness. Lee Junho slams the rusted seed into the fertile earth, his superhuman ID pulsing like a beacon. Kim Hygiene watches, eyes flickering with strategic fire, as emerald shoots erupt, each leaf humming with latent power.
A whisper spreads through the group that the field's records might hold a clue, yet doubts linger about the value of such harvest. The crops sway like wild plants, indifferent to human intent, threatening to strip any profit from their labor. Jianwoo's furrowed brow catches everyone's eye, hinting at a deeper problem hidden in the soil. Lila steps forward, her voice soft but urgent, suggesting the issue may be personal to Jianwoo. The air tightens as they realize the field's failure may mirror a fractured spirit among them.
Your facial expression doesn't look good, Jianwoo.
The hidden wound threatens to wilt their hopes.
Hygiene appears from the mist, eyes fixed on the spiraling seed pulsing in Junho's hand. She wants the seed secured before the bloom can corrupt it. The seed's light flickers, threatened by a sudden surge of dark spores that coil around her boots. She slams her staff into the ground, sending a pulse of spectral till that shatters the spores and steadies the seed. The burst drains her stamina, leaving her breathing ragged and her aura dimmed. The price is a weakening of her protective field, exposing the group to the bloom's next wave. You feel the earth tremble as Hawa materializes, her aura blooming like sunrise over a farm. Junho thrusts the trembling spirit seed into the cursed soil as Hawa's sunrise aura erupts, forcing the void bloom's vines to recoil and the battlefield to shudder with raw power. Ken watches, heart pounding, knowing his brother's sacrifice is a chance at freedom for a fragile hope that could either seal their world or shatter it. While the ancient prophecy whispers that only one true farmer survives. The seed's light flickers dangerously low, the vines surge ever closer, and Hygiene's cold stare promises a deadly bargain, leaving the team teetering on the brink of annihilation.
You're already watching. The next step is obvious. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari like the rest of the fans. Lee Hae-sung slams the superhuman ID card onto the farmhouse table, watches Hawa's emerald aura flare, and commands the newly sprouted spirit seedlings to burst into luminous vines. Jinwoo rushes in with a tactical grin, while Eunji mixes healing herbs into the soil. Together they unleash grade A+ crops that pulse with power, ready to crush Lord Mal's looming demon horde. Lee Hae-sung slams his shovel into the rich earth, coaxing a torrent of glowing spirit seeds to sprout. Hawa twirls above the rows, her luminous aura turning seedlings into grade A+ crops that pulse with power. Jinwoo rushes in, brandishing a rune-etched spear, while Eunji mixes herbal elixirs to amplify the harvest.
Janwoo pleads with the child's mother, his voice cracking, begging her not to pull the child away. Hawk steps forward, his desperation echoing louder than any command, pleading for a chance to protect. The mother hesitates, torn between the safety of her child and the looming monster that vanished moments ago. The group watches, hoping the monster's absence means safety, yet the lingering dread of unseen eyes keeps them on edge. The cost becomes a fragile truce, balanced on a child's future.
Please don't take him now.
The monster's gone. Can we see it?
The village's fate hangs on a single whispered promise.
The remaining farmers shout, their voices cracking with frustration. Hawa pushes forward, demanding why they keep repeating the same reckless ritual, while the exhausted elves huddle, fearing another backlash. Their goal is to finish the planting before night, yet the soil rebels, sprouting twisted roots that choke the fresh seedlings. Hawa snaps her fingers, releasing a pulse that steadies the earth, but the pulse drains her own energy, leaving her breathless. The elves manage to plant the last rows, but the field now bears a faint, lingering glow that marks every plot as a potential battleground.
Outburst. Why were you doing this again?
The night approaches, and the darkness seems to already know their weakest spot. Hawk rallies the elves and farmers, unleashing a desperate binding ritual that channels the newborn spirit corn's glowing mana into a protective shield as monstrous scouts breach the fields. Haesung watches hope flare then falter, feeling the weight of an empty rations cache and a wounded comrade as the shield flickers, threatening the village's last chance at survival. The shield sputters, the scouts close in, and the ancient mother tree's roots pulse ominously, leaving the fate of the elf village hanging on a breath-tight moment. Why watch anyone else when you've already found the pinnacle? Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Kim Hae-jin slams a freshly sprouted spirit corn into the air, its golden kernels bursting into luminous seedlings that coil around Lord Kwon Jae-hyun's approaching forces. Lee Soo-min flings a vial of herbal fire, while Myri darts ahead, scattering fox spirit spores that turn enemy blades into wilted weeds. Hawa's laughter echoes as the Eclipse Order recoils, the farm's grade a plus harvest igniting a rebellion that could rewrite destiny. Hae-jin slams the ancient seed into the furrow, and golden vines erupt, wrapping Lord Kwon's scouting drones in luminous tendrils. Myri darts through the foliage, scouting the Eclipse Order's encampment, while Lee Soo-min mixes a fiery herbal brew, igniting the spirit crops into a blazing shield.
You feel the weight of the newborn bee's stare as it hovers, trembling with hunger. Hae-jin wants to feed it before its desperation turns violent, but the creature's raw hunger snarls like a starving wolf. He rushes to the honey jars, spilling processed honey from a recent shipment, hoping the sweet scent will calm the beast. The bee darts forward, licking the honey, its mandibles clicking in satisfaction. The act buys a fragile peace, yet the bee's gratitude feels like a fragile thread that could snap any moment.
Is it?
Hae-jin leans forward, demanding proof before he dives into the elf's plight in China. Mr. Knight slides a stack of grainy photographs across the table, each image a silent scream of cramped camps and guarded gates. Hae the edges, his brow tightening as the security barriers blur the heart of the trouble. He can't see the core, but the desperate eyes in the margins tell him the elves suffer. He decides to trust the limited view and moves to act, knowing the missing piece could cost the elves their freedom.
These are those pictures.
Yet the unseen interior may hold the key to salvation.
The massive queen rock bee descends, its colossal wings humming, and unexpectedly crowns Hae-jin's dance with a luminous pulse that shatters the villagers' fear, turning reverence into a volatile surge of raw power. Hae-jin feels his heart snap between crushing doubt and fierce hope, realizing he could lose his village's honor forever or ignite a new destiny that binds his people to the ancient spirit. A whispered bad from the rustling leaves hints at the Chinese elves' looming catastrophe, leaving Hae-jin staring at the farmer spirit's mischievous grin, wondering whether salvation or ruin awaits the next sunrise.
The system is broken, and we're here for the glitch. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The moonhawk's poison spreads through the village, turning hope into ash, and only the spirit farmer's blood can halt it. Hyun-woo grips his ID card, feeling the weight of every seed he's ever planted. He races to the field where terrified children huddle, their cries echoing like wounded birds. The poison seeps from the hawk's talons into the soil, choking the life from the crops. Hyun-woo slams his palm into the ground, letting his spirit forge pulse roots surge up, turning the poisoned earth into a steaming cauldron of healing mist. The children gasp as the mist lifts the toxin, but the hawk circles, eyes still gleaming.
Stop. You'll die if you keep fighting.
Hyun-woo, blood pounding, demands more power, shouting at the hawk to summon a stronger spirit. He wants a being capable of crushing the seed's darkness. Yet the hawk's eyes flash with doubt, remembering past failures. He forces the hawk to chant an ancient incantation, spelling out, as the words echo through the field. A vortex of raw magic spirals upward, the air humming with a force louder than any chant before. The sky cracks, and a colossal spirit begins to coalesce, its presence dwarfing even the old legends. The price. The ground shakes, fissures open, and the children's trembling bodies are tossed by the surge. The sunrise burns his eyes, a harsh reminder that daylight brings both growth and danger. Hyun-woo mutters about sunscreen for the kids, then spots a strange smear on the dirt road, dark, pulsing, unlike any seed. He crouches, heart thudding, and reaches out, fingers brushing the odd mark. A sudden wind lifts, spiraling the air, and a luminous figure steps from the shadows, radiating fresh green energy. The spirit's presence jolts his senses, promising power but also warning of a looming trial. Hyun-woo steadies himself, ready to heed whatever message the newcomer carries.
Spirit farmer.
The air trembles as the spirit's aura settles, and Hyun-woo feels an intimate bond forming, a silent pact whispered through roots and wind.
Hyun-woo slams the glowing spirit seed into the soil. An emerald fire erupts as vines coil around the crops, while Mira the wind spirit sweeps in, turning the battlefield into a living storm of growth. He watches the village children curled in blankets, feeling a fierce protectiveness surge as he promises them safety. Yet the lingering demon's laugh gnaws at his confidence, threatening the fragile peace he just forged. A dark, pulsing smear spreads across the dirt road, its unknown menace whispering through the roots, and the echo of the demon's laugh hangs in the air, leaving the farm teetering on the brink of a new, unseen horror.
The story doesn't stop here. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari so you never fall behind.
Blood stains the furrows, the farmer's curse awakens, and the army freezes in terror. The group scrambles, desperate to summon rain clouds before the field withers. Their leader shouts, "Can you make them appear faster?" While the others stare at the sky, knowing that without clouds there will be no potatoes. Panic spikes as the clouds remain stubbornly absent, the crops drying under a scorching sun. One member lunges forward, chanting an old incantation, hoping the storm will obey. The sky stays mute, and the threat of starvation looms larger than ever.
Did you kidnap us, you human?
You feel the weight of desperation as the group scrambles for rain clouds, fearing their potatoes will wither. The forest swallows them, and suddenly several handsome elves appear behind the guide, concealed by perception magic. Their presence feels both reassuring and eerie, as the group can't fully see them. A hushed voice asks why the children haven't awoken, noting a lingering fever. The guide shrugs, recalling they fell asleep early after yesterday's exhaustion. The group exchanges worried glances. The children's health could jeopardize the whole mission. Yet they press on, trusting the unseen elves to keep the children safe. If you want more daily recaps, hit that subscribe button now.
Why haven't the kids awakened yet?
Reaching the dungeon farm, Janwoo greets them, his tone casual despite the ominous setting. Hyenwoo curses the blaze, knowing a simple fire won't end this. He declares he'll investigate the incident himself, refusing to leave the village to panic. The once quiet Mook-Gayer village erupts with shouting, doors flung open, and strangers eyeing every shadow. Hyenwoo gathers his old friends, Lee Sare with her herbs, Kim Min-jun with his tactical mind, and heads to the charred field, determined to trace the source before more life burns. Their steps stir the ash, and the ground sighs, revealing a hidden, pulsating seed beneath the wreckage. What comes next changes everything. The seed pulses brighter, its glow threading through the cracked earth like a heartbeat. Hyenwoo reaches out, feeling the spirit seeds call mingling with the lingering darkness.
Elves trace a massive sigil, sealing a breach as the world tree branch pulses, unleashing a blinding spirit seed surge that ravages the field. Hyenwoo feels the crushing weight of responsibility, his hope flickering as the village's fire burns out of control while his own spirit seed trembles, threatening his very purpose. A whisper crawls through Hyenwoo's mind, promising an unseen darkness that could consume the sealed breach, leaving the villagers trembling on the edge of annihilation. We all know you should be sleeping, but you're here. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari anyway. Lee Junho slams his spade into the emerald soil, and the hidden greenhouse erupts with glowing vines as Hawa's laughter echoes. Han Minesio darts forward, stitching wounded seedlings while Park Taejin barks instructions. Suddenly, Kong Corp drones swarm, but Kim Dae-sung cuts a path, his blade humming with spirit-charged steel. With a flash of grade A+ crops sprouting, the green resistance erupts, and Junho's superhuman ID blazes, promising warborn harvests and vengeance. Lee Junho slashes through Kong Corp's armored drones, his superhuman ID flashing as Hawa's emerald vines coil around the wreckage, sprouting grade A+ carrots that pulse with raw power. Han Minesio patches teammates with spirit-infused bandages, while Park Taejin whispers ancient seed chants. As the wave settles, the kids who once mocked the crops rush to the field, their frustration turned into fierce determination. They grab tools, planting extra rows, hoping to outgrow Kong Corp's reach. Junho watches, realizing his earlier silence cost them trust. He steps into the mud, planting alongside them, his hands steady despite the grime. The soil glows under his touch, confirming the spirit's blessing. Their combined effort creates a barrier of vines that blocks a hidden surveillance drone, buying them unseen time. Their newfound unity threatens a deeper enemy. Hawa hovers, her voice trembling as she admits her lapse. She let the guardians slip, and the village paid.
The crowd parts as the branch manager points a trembling finger at the two figures stepping forward. He wants confirmation that the infamous spirit farmer stands among them, fearing his presence could spark panic or rally hope. The villagers' hushed murmurs and the manager's shaky breath block his certainty, each whisper feeding the tension. He shouts, eyes wide, demanding proof, while the farmer lifts his hands, the aura of his crops flickering faintly. The manager's accusation lands, sealing the farmer's identity in the public eye, but the price is a surge of hostile stares from those who fear his power.
Spirit farmer.
Junho shatters the cracked hallway wall, unleashing a blinding surge of spirit energy that seals the collapsing barrier and forces the rogue spirit farmer to reveal his true, corrupted form. Hawa's trembling aura falters as the children's terrified cries echo, leaving the village teetering between fragile hope and the crushing weight of guilt that could shatter their trust forever. The Superhuman Association's field leader blocks the gate, demanding answers while the resurrected spirit farmer's eyes glow ominously, promising a darker betrayal that could engulf the entire village. There's a reason the system is acting like this. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to uncover the truth.
Jeho slams the ancient seed into the furrow, and green fire erupts, spiraling into a towering stalk of perilla that pulses with elemental energy. Hawa swirls, coaxing the crop to blossom into glowing leaves that amplify Jae-ho's superhuman strength. Across the field, Minacio darts, scattering herb-infused spores while Raven's dark silhouettes stalk the horizon, ready to seize the harvest. The battle for the spirit crops begins now. Han Jae-ho slams his fist into the rich earth, and the seed spirit Tao erupts in a blaze of emerald fire. Hawa, the radiant farming spirit, swirls around him, coaxing the newly sprouted grade a plus corn to pulse with elemental energy.
The celebration slows as the crew reflects on recent losses, each yearning for a sign that the future can be brighter. They want reassurance that their bonds can survive the looming war, but a sudden silence falls when the elder spirit Hawa appears, her vines humming with fresh energy. Jae-ho steps forward, offers her the ceremonial drink, and she accepts, letting the liquid mingle with her glowing roots. The vines pulse brighter, casting a hopeful glow over the field. The moment lifts their morale, yet the lingering scent of the brew warns that the peace may be fragile.
New family, everyone's been through a lot.
The crew ignites the field, forcing a desperate harvest of the glowing spirit wine while flames roar, scorching vines and blurring Jian-woo's vision. Jae-ho risks his future crops and his fragile bond with Jian-woo, while the camp trembles under loss, betrayal, and a throbbing headache that threatens his resolve. The charred earth hides surviving elves, and a hidden enemy watches, leaving the team teetering on a firelit precipice with the fate of the captured allies hanging in the smoky darkness. The subscribe button is right there. It looks lonely. Click it for Manwa with Hari. The spirit farmer's blood soaks the field. The cursed harvest threatens the village. Han Tae-jin watches the sky bruise as Hawa drifts down, her aura pulsing with untamed growth. He wants the seed to sprout, but the wind tears his notes from his hands. He clamps his fists, forces the seed into the cracked earth, and channels his lingering superhuman energy into the soil. The ground shivers, a green shoot bursts, and Hawa laughs, promising a bounty that could feed a nation. Yet the sudden surge attracts unseen eyes, and a cold whisper rides the wind, promising retaliation.
Were you all taken aback by my mistake?
The council's next move could shift the entire war.
The shout of mountain cracks the air, a desperate warning shouted by a young scout spotting a looming threat beyond the ridge. The scouts exchange glances, realizing the earlier fire was nothing compared to the looming disaster that now approaches. Their focus shifts from the vanished elves to the rising danger, and they scramble to rally the villagers. The price for this hurried shift is the loss of precious time to regroup, and the field's soil trembles as an unseen force gathers strength.
So it means there was not any big accident.
The mountain's shadow hides a secret that could change everything. Tae-jin races to the rendezvous, his mind fixed on catching the arsonist before the council can punish an innocent. The path is blocked by a patrol of Black Harvest scouts, their eyes trained on any sign of rebellion. He summons a burst of ether blast, scattering the scouts and clearing a narrow lane. Sprinting through, he reaches the marked clearing where the suspect hides, only to find the spirit plant's avatar, Eun-ji, already confronting the rogue. The confrontation sparks a vortex harvest that tears the ground, leaving both combatants bruised and the truth hanging in the dust. What comes next changes everything.
Tae-jin slams his glowing gauntlet into the charred earth, igniting emerald shoots that surge upward as the arsonist's trail blazes, forcing the Black Harvest Patrol to retreat. He feels Jian-woo's stubborn pride crumble into trust, while the weight of Mr. Fan's legacy presses his heart, promising hope for the dying spirit lines. A shadowed figure watches from the ruined market, clutching the ancient ledger, ready to claim the awakened spirit for a secret purpose. The real villain hasn't even shown their face yet.
Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to find out who it is. Junwoo slams the superhuman ID card onto the barn counter, eyes blazing as Hawa's emerald vines coil around the grain silo, sprouting grade A+ spirit corn that glows with raw power. Min-suk revs his custom tractor, ready to haul the luminous harvest, while Grandma Hygiene chants ancient wards. The farm erupts into a battlefield. Eclipse Corpse drones, Myri's hunters, and the stone guardian Gibong all converge on the glowing fields. Junwoo slams the barn door shut, his superhuman ID card flashing as Hawa's luminous vines coil around the grain silos, sprouting radiant grade A+ corn that pulses with power. Min-suk revs his makeshift tractor, scattering spirit seed dust to ward off Eclipse Corporationist drones, while Grandma Hygiene chants the ancient ward. Junwoo slams the barn doors shut, his superhuman ID flickering like a neon badge, then watches Hawa bloom a glowing stalk that erupts into a sky blue apple pulsing with power. Min-suk revs his makeshift engine, loading the harvest into a rusted truck while Grandma Hygiene chants forgotten runes. Across the field, Gibong rumbles awake, ready to guard the spirit seed bounty from Eclipse Corporation's looming shadows. Manwa with Hari, but the real problem is already in motion. Junwoo watches Hawa's aura dim as she bows, her voice trembling with gratitude for his willingness to hear her plea. He feels the weight of his promise pressing against his chest, knowing his superhuman ID can't erase the debt he now owes her.
Han Junwoo slams the barn doors as Hawa's emerald vines erupt, twisting into a glowing corn stalk that detonates, blasting the approaching Eclipse drones into sparks. Junwoo feels Hawa's trembling gratitude anchor his resolve, while Layla's fearful glare pierces his conscience, reminding him the power he wields could crush innocent lives. A shadowy Eclipse command ship looms beyond the fields, its silent signal promising an all-out assault that could raise the spirit farm before the sunrise.
We set the standard for Manhwa recaps on YouTube. Subscribe to Manhwa with Hari and experience the difference.
Haesung slams his fist into the fertile earth, and the spirit plant erupts in emerald fire, spawning a legion of glowing seedlings that roar to life. Hawa spirals beside him, coaxing each leaf into a power-boosting fruit, while Jinwoo hurls herbal grenades at Shade's dark summons. Lord Quan watches from the shadows, his black orchid syndicate trembling as the farm's miracle blossoms into war. Haesung slams the ancient seed into the furrow, and Hawa bursts forth, vines crackling with raw power. The spirit plant erupts, sprouting glowing carrots that pulse like heartbeats, instantly boosting Jinwoo's herbal concoctions. Lord Quan's black-cloaked scouts stumble into the field, only to be swallowed by a wave of sentient vines.
The senior spirits of the farm demand respect, and Haesung wants to prove he can lead them without overstepping. The spirits' lofty expectations and their teasing remarks block his confidence. He nods, thanking them for their renewed interest, but doubts they'll stay long. Farming seems too easy for them. He watches the younger spirits scramble, realizing their help might be fleeting. Haesung forces a smile, promising they won't be needed forever, while secretly fearing the loss of their aid. The moment cracks the fragile peace between mortal and spirit.
Thanks for the interest, but you'll quit soon.
The looming departure of the spirits will force Haesung to choose between power and perseverance.
Haesung unveils the elfin liquor to skeptical spirits as a cryptic number blazes across the twilight sky, shattering expectations and igniting a fierce, supernatural showdown. He risks his reputation and the villagers' survival, gaining fleeting triumph while feeling the crushing weight of spirit judgment and the fear of losing everything he's built. The Black Orchid Syndicate looms, and the mysterious number hints at an unseen threat poised to strike before nightfall, leaving the farm's fate hanging on a single, uncertain breath.
There's history here that most people skip. Don't be most people. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The subspace magic tears the forest apart, and the ancient spirit farmer erupts in vengeance. Lee Hae-jin stands before the trembling elm, eyes fixed on the glowing seed pod. He wants the elves' special crop seeds now, the key to his next grade A+ harvest. The pod's protective field flickers, refusing anyone without the proper sigil. He slams his palm onto the rune, channeling his superhuman ID's pulse. The field shatters, spilling the seeds onto the soil. The burst draws the attention of a hidden watcher, his breath catching as the forest sighs back into silence.
Jinwoo, what's wrong? No,
And the forest's whisper promises a storm no one sees coming.
Heijin steps into his newly bought house, the door creaking as if greeting an old friend. He surveys the cramped rooms, noting the missing comforts but feeling a surge of ownership he never imagined. A sudden thought strikes. No place feels as safe as this modest shelter, even if the walls whisper of past labor. He hears a soft voice, his daughter's question lingering, tugging at his heart. He promises to help, his competence now a shield for those he loves, while the farm's restless spirits watch from the fields.
Can I ask you a favor, daughter?
The promise he makes now may bind him tighter to a destiny he cannot yet see.
Heijin slams his superhuman ID into the cracked barn door, igniting Hawa's emerald aura which erupts into a blazing grade A+ spirit corn stalk that crackles with raw power. He feels the surge of ownership and hope bloom, but Myra's desperate grip on a wounded guardian sigil reminds him that any triumph costs lives and the farm's fragile future hangs by a thread. A single glowing leaf floats toward him, whispering of a hidden power that could rewrite the spirit field, while the looming guild shadows gather, ready to strike before the secret awakens.
Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari right now. The next recap is closer than you think.
The mother tree's roots tear the earth, and Jaeho's blood stains the soil as the apocalypse looms. He clutches the glowing leaf, knowing its rarity could doom everything if misused. The ancient spirit whispers that bound magic demands a living mother tree, and the barren clearing offers nothing but dust. Determined, he vows to turn this wasteland into fertile ground, sacrificing his own rest to nurture the seed. He plants the leaf, feeling the ground pulse, and the first tendrils of life push upward, promising power. But the cost is his sleepless night ahead.
Use it, or watch everything die.
And that's not even the worst part.
A sudden hush falls when a voice trembles. What's wrong? Did I do something? The accusation hangs, a thin thread of doubt. Hama's shadow looms, whispering hawk, while another voice mutters.
The celebration stalls as whispers about Jinwoo's clumsy lies surface, threatening the fragile morale. Jaeho needs the elves to stay focused on protecting the mother tree. The accusation that Jinwoo's errors are pushing the tunas to their limit creates doubt and tension, blocking unity. He steps forward, voice steadier than his nerves, and declares the spirit farmer's resolve, rallying the group with a single, fierce promise. The elves straighten, their resolve hardening, but the mention of Intima hints at a deeper, unseen threat lurking behind the celebration's veneer.
Spirit farmer.
The elves dump a mountain of provisions onto the workbench, shouting that the bounty will save Soa's share, while a hostile wind howls, scattering the supplies and forcing the group to retreat. Jaeho feels his father's cold disappointment crushing his resolve, the loss of Soa's safety and the fragile morale hanging on a toast to Mr. Knight, threatening his leadership and the mother tree's defense. The wind still rages, the council remains postponed, and Jinwoo's lies echo, leaving Soa missing, the Night Guardians poised to return, and the group's fragile unity on the brink of shattering.
High-quality editing, perfect pacing, zero filler. If I delivered, hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari.
The cursed harvest erupts, and the village's only hope is already dead. Heijin watches the night sky, the glow of the spirit plant fading. He needs to keep the elves hidden, because exposing them would bring the Order's soldiers to his farm. Fear of the unseen elves' liquor burning his father's trust gnaws at him. He whispers a hurried apology to Una and Mr. Knight, then darts to the barn, clutching the hawk-shaped talisman that Hawa left. The night wind whistles, and the talisman flutters, sealing the secret for now. And that's not even the worst part.
We must stay silent about the elves.
The silence buys him minutes, but the darkness already knows his name. Taehyun rushes for protective gloves and rubber boots, muttering that the upcoming work will be brutal. Suddenly, a messenger bursts in, shouting that Go Korea, a colossal agricultural titan, searches for Haejin. The news hits like a thunder harvest. The farm's modest reputation could explode overnight. Haejin's mind races, calculating the benefits of aligning with such power. Yet his loyalty to Shinhwa Group, the current backer, knots his gut. He clenches his fists, feeling the pull of two massive forces. The choice looms, and a silent wind carries the scent of opportunity. Haejin nods, accepting the good news as a farmer's blessing, but a flicker of doubt clouds his thoughts. You feel the rush of panic as the soil you hauled from the dungeon farm begins to pulse against your skin. Haejin realizes the dirt carries a stray spirit he never intended to bind. He wants to discard the contaminated earth before it corrupts his harvest. The lingering echo of a distant hawk's call distracts him, and the rogue spirit lashes out, sending a sharp sting through his palm. He clamps his fist, forces his will onto the rogue, and pulls the errant energy back into the soil, sealing it with a whispered command. The pain fades, but the soil now bears a hidden mark, a warning of deeper dangers below. What comes next changes everything.
Haejin forces the cursed soil into the patched field, igniting a violent pulse that tears the spirit plants from the ground. He risks losing the village's harvest and his fledgling reputation as spirit farmer, while the rogue spirit threatens to devour his hard-won hope for redemption. The restless spirit's low hum crescendos into a deafening roar, and the vines begin to strangle the ancient tools, leaving Haejin staring at a field that might erupt into catastrophe. We all know you should be sleeping, but you're here. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari anyway.
Jang Hoon slams his shovel into the trembling soil as a colossal earthworm erupts, its glistening coils threatening the village fields. Lee Sare darts forward, chanting a binding hymn while Gong Yi ignites, scorching the beast's segments. Hoon summons Gong Yi's phoenix fire, incinerating the worm in a blaze of spirit light, and the terrified villagers cheer, already whispering about the newfound power of the spirit farmer. Jang Hoon lunges toward the trembling soil, shouting, "Hold on, R.A. Hawk." He slams his palm into the earth, summoning the legendary deep earthworm that coils around the terrified spirit beast. Lee Sare rushes forward, chanting a healing mantra while Gong Yi's phoenix feathers flare, shielding them from Miral's corrupting mist.
Jang Hoon slams his fist into the freshly turned soil, and the earth erupts with glowing seedlings, each sprout pulsing with raw spirit energy. Hawa's luminous laughter rings out as Gong Yi spirals above, scattering luminous pollen that awakens dormant spirit beasts. Lee Sare darts forward, brandishing a healing sigil, while Master Beck nods approvingly. Together they fend off Lord Kuros' encroaching abyssal shadow, turning the farm into a battlefield of bounty and hope. The landlord steps forward, his eyes fierce. He wants safety for his people, yet his fear of loss makes him cling to secrecy. Hoon sees the trembling resolve, and despite the landlord's caution, he urges honesty, believing truth can forge stronger shields.
Hoon bursts from the orchard, clutching a glowing seed pulsating with unknown energy. He thrusts it into the cracked earth beside the irrigation canal, whispering the ancient incantation Master Beck taught him. Roots erupt instantly, spiraling upward like silver vines, bearing luminous fruit that emits a soothing hum. Gong Yi swoops overhead, scattering a trail of ember dust that accelerates the growth. Sare appears, her healer's aura flaring as she channels the fruit's power into a protective barrier, repelling the encroaching darkness.
Jang Hoon slams the barn door, cradling a glittering seed from Hawa's glowing pouch. He plants it beside the trembling deep earthworms, and within minutes a crimson vine erupts, its leaves pulsing with raw spirit energy. Hoon hurls the neon glowing seed into the cracked earth, and the soil erupts in a crimson vine pulsing with raw spirit, cracking the barn floor as the worm-infested ground shudders. He feels his heart explode with triumph and terror, knowing the seed could grant limitless power, yet also unleash a force that might consume his comrades and the fragile peace he fights to protect. As the vine spreads, a shadowy silhouette emerges from the darkness, eyes burning, promising that the worm's return is only the beginning of a deeper, unseen menace threatening to swallow the entire farm.
Only the most dedicated readers make it to the end. You're already one of them. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Haesung slams the soil, his fingertips sparking as Hawa's emerald vines coil around the seedlings, instant growing into glowing, power-boosting carrots. Muri darts in, mixing herbal elixirs while Sora flares, scattering seed spirit shards that chase away the Iron Lotus scouts. With his superhuman ID flashing, Haesung watches the grade A+ harvest rise, promising fame, fortune, and a battle for the celestial seed. Haesung slams his superhuman ID into the soil, and the earth erupts into glittering vines that coil around Hawa's luminous aura. Muri darts forward, crushing a rogue Iron Lotus thorn with a burst of herbal sigils, while Sora flickers, scattering seed spirit shards that sprout instant grade A+ carrots.
You feel the sting of jealousy cutting deeper than any blade. He envies Jen Wu's effortless power, craving that same ease. The envy claws at his heart, but the memory of his first hunter's triumph blocks surrender. He clenches his jaw, admits the jealousy aloud, and watches his own reflection in the pond, seeing both hunter and farmer merge. The confession lifts a weight, yet it also exposes his insecurity, costing him a moment of confidence just as the enemy draws near.
I felt so pathetic because I was jealous of Jen Wu. Who? Mr. Fon, you can sit like that. I'm human, too. I never considered you pathetic.
You feel the weight of every breath as he steadies himself, about to confess everything to Yuna. Nerves tighten his jaw. The secret about the spirit-infused crops could change the village forever. Hawa materializes, vines humming, reminding him that hiding the truth only fuels fear. He forces the tremor out of his voice, invites Yuna and the curious onlooker to follow him, promising to show both of you something that will end the secrecy. They trail behind Hawa's emerald trail, stepping into a field where seedlings glow with raw power. The revelation will ripple through every farmhand's life. The farmer stops beside a pulsing row of vines and points at the glowing stalks. Haesung slams his newly minted superhuman ID onto the barn door, igniting emerald vines that coil around the rafters and sprout golden, mana-charged wheat as Muri rushes in with a vial of spirit-infused herb. He feels the weight of the village's future pressing on his shoulders, knowing that revealing the spirit-infused crops could either save his people or trigger panic that shatters the fragile peace he's fought to protect. Yuna's recorder glows with unanswered questions. The council's hidden motives stir in the shadows, and the glowing vines tremble, promising a revelation that could upend every power balance in the village.
The comment section doesn't lie. This community is insane. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and see for yourself. The sky ripples as the spirit farmer's blood stains the heavens, and a lone hawk screeches, diving toward the field. Lee Haejin sprints after it, heart pounding, because the bird carries the only clue to his lost power. The wind whistles, threatening to toss him off balance, but he claws the grass, refusing to let the feathered messenger slip away. He lunges, grabs the hawk's talon, and whispers a promise of safety. The creature's eyes flash with an unfamiliar light, hinting that the harvest he seeks may already be sprouting inside his own soul. And that promise will soon be tested. Lee Haejin slams his superhuman ID card onto the farmhouse table, sparks fizzing as Hawa's emerald aura swirls around the seedlings. The grade A+ carrots pulse, each bite granting a flash of power that makes Yoon Miare's eyes flare. Jang Dae-woo sharpens his blade, Han Sujin mixes a glowing elixir, and the spirit farmer nods approvingly. Quest scrolls flutter, promising fame, fortune, and a showdown with Kong Se-rin's coveted heavenly seed. A sudden thunderclap rattles the mist-shrouded fields as Heijin darts toward the glowing seedling. Heijin slams his ID card. Sparks ignite, planting a glowing seed that erupts into emerald shoots, while darkness cracks open hungry for his soul. Hawa's emerald aura swirls, granting Heijin a surge of power that saves the grade a plus carrots, but threatens his humanity as the farm's lifeblood trembles. The newly sprouted seedlings pulse ominously, while an unseen force looms beyond the mist, ready to devour the farm's core before Heijin can seal the rift. Absolute cinema. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and grab some popcorn.
Lee Heijin slams his superhuman ID onto the farm gate, and Hawa's emerald aura erupts, coaxing golden stalks from the sentient seed in seconds. Mira darts between rows, mixing herbs that flash like neon, while Sora the spirit fox darts ahead, scouting the approaching biocore drones. The ground trembles as grade A+ crops burst forth, promising power, and a fresh showdown with Kong Dae-sung. Lee Heijin slams his freshly grown spirit corn into the biocore assault line, the golden kernels exploding into blinding light that shatters the corporation's gauntlet. Mira hurls a vial of healing basil, reviving fallen allies as Sora darts through the battlefield, scattering emberseed spores. Observers note the priestess's claim that a single spell can reshape an entire patch. They wonder if that claim holds weight or is just hopeful talk. The team tests the theory, spreading the warm aura across the rows, watching seedlings sprout faster than ever. The field blooms, confirming the magic's reach, yet a subtle strain flickers in the seed's core, hinting at an unseen toll. Everyone celebrates the breakthrough, but the seed's faint pulse warns that convenience comes with hidden sacrifice. It's all thanks to the little priestess that we got rid of that inconvenience. He has no idea what's waiting.
Lee Heijin crushes the ancient seed into the soil, igniting a burst of emerald light that erupts into a field of glowing grade A+ spirit carrots, their power radiating like living fire. He feels his reclaimed purpose surge as the luminous crops promise to bolster the village's defenders. Yet the weight of 11 relentless years and a shattered past presses on his heart, threatening to drown his hope. A looming darkness spreads beyond the farm's edge, and Biocore's drones hover on the horizon, leaving the fate of the new spirit harvest and the village's survival hanging in a trembling, unseen threat.
Leveling up has never looked this good. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The cursed harvest erupts, scattering blood-red stalks across the field in an instant. Junwoo watches the dying plants tumble, his breath hitching as the soil trembles beneath his boots. He knows the spirit Hawa is nearby, her presence the only chance to coax life back from the wreckage. The land itself rebels, refusing to hold any seed. He slams his fists into the earth, calling the ancient farming chant his grandfather taught him, forcing the ley line to pulse once more. The soil sighs, a faint green glow seeping through the cracks, promising a new sprout. And that's not even the worst part. Hawa materializes, her luminous aura flickering like sunrise on dew.
The phone rings, and Hawa's voice crackles through the speaker, bright and impatient. She repeats the name Hawk like a mantra, her tone jittery with excitement. The crew watches the display flicker, numbers flashing a cryptic code. Hawa laughs, a nervous sound, then pauses, realizing the call may be more than a simple check-in. The field's energy spikes, vines twitching as if listening. Junwoo feels a tug at his consciousness, a whisper urging him to trust the unknown caller. He swallows the doubt, pressing the phone tighter against his ear.
Hawk, ha, wa. $.
The mystery on the other end could turn the harvest upside down.
Grandmaster Beck appears, his misty form hovering above the ruined stakes. He wants the farm to stay protected, knowing that each failure draws Mara's darkness closer. The obstacle is Beck's cryptic warning. Only the ancient deity's blessing can mend the frame. Junwoo clenches his fists, his breath quickening, and rushes to the old shrine buried beneath the ley line,
hoping the forgotten altar still holds the power. He pulls a cracked stone tablet, and a soft golden glow spreads, sealing the broken wood with unseen force. The field steadies, but the glow alerts unseen eyes.
Hear them? They're alive. Junwoo slams the ancient seed into the soil, whispering the binding chant Grandmaster Beck taught him.
Hawk slams the ancient seed into the barren plot, chanting Grandmaster Beck's binding him as emerald vines erupt, spiraling skyward and trapping raw spirit light within the freshly sealed soil. Hawa's triumphant laughter cracks the tension, but Junwoo feels the weight of a possible failure crushing his hope, fearing that any delay hands Mara a foothold to corrupt the harvest forever. The vines pulse ominously, then a shadowy distortion flickers across the ley line, hinting that Mara's darkness already seeps through, leaving the farm's salvation hanging on an unseen, imminent threat. We're building the ultimate Manhwa guild right here. Hit subscribe on Manhwa with Hari and join the ranks.
Dwarves burst from Egypt's tombs, and the spirit farmer's blood ignites war. Lee Junho sips bitter tea, eyes scanning the cramped room where officials shuffle papers. He knows the meeting will decide who controls the new spirit seed crops. A sudden shout cracks the murmurs. A clerk slams a sealed file on the table and declares the summons are official. Junho feels the weight of his ID card humming against his chest. Proof he can harvest, but also a target. He clenches his fists, ready to demand answers before the ministry seals his fate. It's black tea. Ah, thank you. Shall we start the meeting? Called. The file's seal hides a secret that could topple the ministry. A sudden chant erupts, the word, Tan, echoing as someone points to a strange glyph, a promise of tenfold growth. The farmer shouts a name, Hawawa, and a burst of energy crackles, scattering dust. Laughter erupts when a playful comment about animal onesies lands, breaking the tension. The group grabs the odd garments, eyes widening at the absurdity, feeling a rare moment of lightness amid looming conflict. Their spirits lift, if only for a heartbeat, as the strange fabric shimmers with latent spirit seed.
Are those animal onesies?
That fleeting joy hides a deeper secret waiting to sprout. Junho bites back a laugh, hearing Jianwoo's confession echo like a secret confession he can't name. He wants the truth, but the spirit's quiet warning stops him from naming the hidden threat. The lingering fog of doubt blocks his next move. He forces his hand, pressing the sprout deeper into the soil, forcing the spirit to reveal the hidden lottery, an ancient pact that could betray them all. The ground cracks, releasing a burst of spectral harvest that blinds the nearby Black Lotus scouts. The cost: a chunk of the farm's fertile land burns, leaving a scar that will take seasons to heal.
Junho seizes the humming drone, linking its tech to Hawa's spirit seed, igniting a luminous conduit that summons a hidden network of spirit farmers. Junho feels his farm's fragile hope balance on this fragile alliance, while his rival Jianwoo's cryptic loyalty threatens to betray everything he's promised. The ancient deity Bess hovers ominously as dwarven whispers hint at a divine bloodline, leaving Junho uncertain whether the looming threat stalks his fields or his soul.
The manipulation is flawless. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and take notes.
The dwarf spirit pact shatters, and the farmer's blood now fuels the apocalypse. Lee Haejin awakens to a stale sunrise, his hands still stained from yesterday's harvest. He forces himself out of bed, intent on washing away the fatigue that clings to his skin. As he pulls the cold water, a frantic voice shouts from the window, "Hawk!" Haejin freezes, eyes snapping to the dark silhouette outside. Something moves behind the glass, a faint rustle that hints at an unseen presence. He swings the door open, heart pounding, only to find a trembling figure pointing toward the horizon. The air trembles, as if the land itself holds its breath.
Emergency call received from dwarves.
Lee Hae-jin slams his superhuman ID onto the barn door, the wood shuddering as Hawa's luminous vines coil around the hinges. Kim Min-seo rushes in, clutching a basket of grade A+ spirit carrots that pulse with power. Mira darts between them, whispering warnings of Lord Guan-6's approaching raid. Hae-jin grins, lifts his seed, and declares war on the Black Harvest. If you want more daily recaps, hit that subscribe button now.
Lee Hae-jin clamps his fists, eyes locked on the trembling portal where the dwarves hover. He needs to pull them out before the magic circle collapses. The circle flickers, its runes draining faster than his mana can refill.
The surge fades, leaving Hae-jin panting, his mind racing for the missing piece of lore that could stabilize the spell. He hears a distant echo of disbelief. No one has ever seen Hamas mana harnessed before. The doubt claws at him, threatening to freeze his resolve. He forces himself to recall the old texts Grandmaster Huang whispered about a forgotten technique. A vague memory surfaces, but the name slips away like water through fingers. Frustration spikes, but he refuses to surrender, knowing the dwarves' lives hinge on this forgotten knowledge. He clutches the edge of the circle, hoping the next flash will reveal the missing word. Hae-jin channels Hamas mana into the failing circle, forcing the spirit hawk to erupt and seal the cavern's deadly fissure. Yen gasps as his mana drains completely, while Hae-jin feels the crushing weight of dwarves' lives hanging on his desperate spell. The circle flickers, Lady Soap's unreadable stare hints at a hidden cost, and the cavern trembles, promising a looming betrayal that could shatter everything. Forgiveness is not on the menu today. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The hawk's scream rips the sky as the water surges back, annihilating everything. Hamas mana and the elves combine their magic, hoping to seal the breach. The ritual needs perfect timing, but the chaotic surge threatens to drown the spell. Hamas mana forces the energy into a vortex. The elves channel it through glowing runes, and the surge collapses into a shimmering dome. The air clears, and the ground steadies, but the cost is a deep scar etched into the ley line plane. And that's not even the worst part.
Result of the combination, Hap.
The group gasps as the dome settles, breathing easier now that the air feels pure.
Hog stumbles back, eyes wide, asking what on earth transpired while the spirits raged. A shaky voice answers, urging him to regain his senses as the chaos settles. Memories blur. The magic that once surged now feels like a distant echo. Confusion spreads, and the group's cohesion cracks, each member grasping for a fragment of the failed spell. The cost of the failed magic is a shattered trust and a lingering fog that clouds their purpose. He has no idea what's waiting. Hawk lands beside the group, his feathers ruffling as he surveys the aftermath. He recounts the torrent of events that unfolded while the others lay unconscious, his tone heavy with unspoken regret.
Hawa steps forward, demanding the contract honor every clause, because any loophole could let biotech seize the seed core. The clause about only one spirit may walk this plane each day hangs like a blade over the gathered allies. Hawa snarls, her roots cracking the earth, and forces the ink to harden faster. The spirits gasp, feeling the restriction tighten around their essence. The farm's aura steadies, but the limitation means the next harvest will lack the crucial guardian vine, leaving Junwoo vulnerable to the next attack.
Only one can stay. No more.
The cost of that promise will soon surface.
The Shinhwa group's ancient contract tears apart as Muta Muta demands the moon bloom, forcing Junwoo to break the single spirit clause and watch the pact dissolve. Junwoo loses his fragile hold on the farm's lifeline, his superhuman ID flickering while Hawa's eyes blaze with betrayal, and the captured sprites hover on the brink of annihilation. The shattered contract drifts like ash. The great spirits hover menacingly, and a looming biotech strike looms, leaving the farm's core pulse dangerously silent. Picture your feed filled with only the best, high-quality recaps. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and make it happen. The Dwarven Forge erupts, molten metal spraying like fire rain, and the kingdom's only magical weapon collapses into a useless heap. Lee Hae-sung watches the blaze from the village edge, his farmer's hat slick with sweat. He needs a weapon to protect the fields, but the dwarves have vanished, leaving only scorched earth and broken hopes. He rushes forward, scoops up a half-melted blade, and drives it into the ash-filled ground, hoping the lingering heat will forge something useful. The blade cracks, sending a shock of cold through his spine, reminding him that every rescue costs a piece of his strength. And that's not even the worst part.
Hae-sung pulls the identity obstruction artifact from his coat, the same relic he forged during the night of the boat party. He explains it can mask a wearer's aura, letting them walk among enemies unnoticed. He hands it to the dwarves, who slip it on, feeling its cold weight settle over their spirits. The artifact hums, bending the surrounding perception, and the village guards stare at empty air, convinced the dwarves have vanished. With the disguise active, they sprint toward the fields, ready to tend the crops. The price? The artifact drains a fraction of Hae-sung's own cultivation energy, dimming his aura for hours. Hae-sung follows the trembling dwarves to a cracked stone altar where Mr. Muta Muta once whispered a desperate request. The stone bears a faded seal, "Find Jianwer, help grow the world tree." The dwarves mutter the name like a curse, eyes flickering between hope and fear. Hae-sung recalls a legend of a buried world tree that could amplify a farmer's harvest into celestial power. He decides to track the elusive Jianwer, despite not knowing his motives, because the world tree could feed the village and the Heaven Abyss War alike. The cost is clear: time away from the crops and a possible trap set by the Abyssal Legion.
He told me to help you grow the world tree.
Hae-sung confronts his presumed dead brother, the mysterious stranger, as the dwarves demand why he abandoned his kin, while Mira uncovers a rune-etched stone pulsing with the world tree's promise. The revelation shatters Hae-sung's hope of closure, forcing him to choose between salvaging his shattered family bond or embracing the perilous quest that could revive the dying world. A looming thunderstorm gathers over the cracked altar, the stone seal glowing ominously, and the distant echo of Jianwa whispers, leaving the fate of the world tree hanging in the wind. If this recap helped you, subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Simple as that.
Junho slams the soil, chanting as Hawa's luminous tendrils coil around the seed. And within seconds the field erupts into glowing corn that crackles with power. Lee Hae-jin rushes to harvest, her healer aura flaring, while Park Min-soo wheels in rare moon herbs for the next batch. Suddenly, Lord Guan scouts thunder onto the horizon, their cursed blades glinting. Junho grips his superhuman ID, ready for the showdown. Junho slams the shovel into the freshly turned earth, Hawa's luminous tendrils spiraling around the seed as it bursts into radiant sprouts.
Hawk, the silent overseer, lands on the ridge, eyes scanning the valley for the promised elven envoy. The elves arrive with ceremonial garb, bearing a sprout that pulses with untapped power, a gift meant to boost the world tree's growth. The farmer bows, thanking the emissaries, yet his mind races, aware that every favor carries a hidden debt. He accepts the sprout, feeling its warm hum against his palm, and promises to honor the pact. The sprout's glow spreads, breathing life into the barren soil, but a faint echo of an ancient curse lingers in the wind. The team gathers around the freshly planted world tree, each hand clutching a vial of the new growth serum.
Junho pauses, eyes scanning the trembling horizon, wondering if something has gone wrong. A distant rumble catches his attention. An odd sensation ripples through the valley, like the world itself inhaling. He suspects an extraordinary event has erupted, perhaps the birth of a world tree. The air feels heavier, charged with unseen power, and his skin prickles with anticipation. Yet the sky stays flat, offering no clear sign, leaving his mind tangled in questions. He tightens his grip on the seed, ready to act if the earth answers. What comes next changes everything. Junho nods at Luke, his loyal farmhand, and declares the next mission trivial. Yet he knows every small task feeds the growing tree.
Junho hurls the glowing seed into the cracked earth, igniting a colossal, spiraling tree that erupts skyward, shattering the cavern's barrier and exposing the hidden realm beyond. Junho feels his farmer's resolve flare as doubt evaporates, while his companions glimpse both salvation and ruin, realizing the world's future hinges on this fragile, burgeoning life. A low rumble ripples across the valley, and the horizon trembles with an unseen force, hinting that the awakened tree may awaken, an ancient enemy poised to devour everything. The backstory changes the whole perspective. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari so you don't miss it. Kim Haejin slashes through biotech's armored drones, the spirit plant's vines whipping like living whips. Lee Sarang tosses a glittering herb bomb, shattering Kwon Daehyun's shield, while Hawa, the mischievous farming spirit, sprouts a forest of glowing corn that erupts into a blinding barrier. Mara the withered lunges, only to be swallowed by the enraged roots, sealing Haejin's path to legendary harvests. Haejin slams his fist into the freshly turned soil, feeling the spirit plant pulse like a living heart. Hawa spirals in, coaxing emerald vines that sprout into grade A+ herbs in seconds. Sarang darts forward, snipping a glowing leaf that instantly amplifies Haejin's strength. Hawa's grin falters as the spirit's presence feels sticky, his aura clinging to the air like sap. The team tries to gauge his majesty, but his demeanor feels flat, almost comical. A nervous chuckle escapes Hawa, questioning whether they should just squeeze the spirit to calm him, despite the risk of provoking a volatile reaction. The group hesitates, then gently presses their palms against the spirit's core, feeling a pulse of raw power surge into their veins. The act surprisingly steadies the spirit, calming the chaotic energy around the fence. The cost? Their own stamina drains, leaving them breathless and wary of future manipulations. The answer is already too late.
Haejin nods, wiping sweat from his brow, and declares his purpose: to invite the other races to share the Earth's bounty. He points at the circling hawk, demanding its counsel on how to open the borders without inviting war. The hawk circles once, then dives, scattering the lingering mist that tries to choke the new roots. Haejin turns to the gathered spirits, his voice low, asking them to bind their essence to the fence, sealing it against unseen threats. The spirits pulse, the fence glows, and a faint hum fills the air, sealing the pact, for now.
We speak, spirits, bind the world.
The seal holds, but a shadow slips through a crack no one sees.
Haejin commands the trembling sapling to merge with the hovering spirit, forcing the world tree's embryonic core to ignite in blinding green fire that erupts across the clearing. The children gasp as their hopes crystallize into a living beacon, while Haejin feels his lifelong dream of uniting all races hinge on this fragile, blazing arboreal heart. A shadowed hawk circles, its talons clutching a dark sigil, hinting that the awakened world tree may attract a rival spirit intent on snuffing the newborn light forever. Understanding the world makes the fights hit harder. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Lee Hae-sung slams the dirt into the earth, his superhuman ID flashing as Hawa's luminous spirit vines coil around the seedlings. Mira darts between rows, coaxing the glowing sprouts to burst into grade A+ mana fruit. General Kwon Jae-hyun's troops charge, but Taro's blade cleaves the soil, releasing a wave of defensive blossoms. The spirit tree's pulse quickens, fortune erupts. Lee Hae-sung slams his fist into the freshly sprouted spirit seed, and emerald vines explode upward, wrapping General Kwon Jae-hyun's armored leg. Mira darts forward, brandishing a glowing herb that shatters the dark aura Lady Seraphine summons. Hawa whistles,
coaxing a cascade of golden grain that heals the wounded Taro and fuels Archmage Velder's research.
Mira points out that Una, the alchemist daughter of the Shinhwa group, has shouldered the burden of Chanwoo's work, and Haesung feels guilty for leaving her to manage alone. He wants to ease her load, but the corporate heir's schedule is jam-packed with experiments, leaving no room for respite. Haesung watches her juggle reagents and ledgers, his heart tightening at her exhausted smile. He realizes his interference could tip the fragile balance of her research, risking a breakthrough that might heal the spirit tree. He wonders if stepping back will cost them the cure. Haesung presses his back against the house wall, panting from the sprint across the fields. He needs to catch his breath before the next delivery arrives, but his stomach growls louder than the wind. The weight of his supplies presses down, making each step feel like a mountain. He slams the barn door shut, leans his forehead against it, and mutters a quick prayer to Hawa for strength. The door creaks open again as a figure darts in, startling him. The newcomer's sudden arrival forces Haesung to abandon his brief rest and ready his tools. What comes next changes everything.
Haesung stands before the spirit farmer's altar, the ancient sigil flaring under his palm as he invokes the spirit tree's blessing, while Yijun's sudden betrayal strikes his skull with crushing pain. His mind teeters on the brink, threatening the farm's future and Lila's safety. Yet the fledgling blessing offers a fragile chance to heal his wounds and forge trust with the desperate elves. The sigil flickers, a dark shadow gathers behind the altar, and Yijun vanishes, leaving Haesung staring at an unseen threat poised to shatter the fragile peace he just secured.
The action is only getting faster. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and try to keep up. Lee Hae-jin slams the barn door shut as Hawa's emerald aura spreads, instantly sprouting golden corn that crackles with spirit energy. Minseo hacks the syndicate's feed, broadcasting the harvest live, while Park Sujin shouts, "Harvest the void." Jang Daehyun's Black Lotus drones swarm, but Myri's whisper shatters their circuits. Hae-jin clenches his superhuman ID, eyes blazing. This grade A+ bounty will topple the market and rewrite destiny. Lee Hae-jin slams the rusted gate open, Hawa's emerald aura spilling over rows of glowing seedlings. He harvests a burst of spirit energy, the crops humming with power-boosting juice, while Kim Min-seo hacks the syndicate's market feed, broadcasting the price crash.
Hae-jin wants to keep Layla's confidence high, but the scent of fresh crops clashes with the memory of a hidden syndicate trap nearby. He tells Layla, "I understand that," buying a moment to regroup. The crew watches as Hawk fidgets, his hands trembling over his outfit, trying to impress Lila while fearing the looming threat. The culprit, a silent watcher from the shadows, edges closer, unseen but felt. Hae-jun's resolve hardens. He decides to divert attention with a quick spirit farm demonstration, hoping to buy time.
I understand that.
The hidden eyes never miss a chance to strike.
Hawk craves a distraction, so Layla suggests a feast at the best restaurant. He clutches the idea like a lifeline, hoping food will mask his embarrassment. Layla pushes the plan, confident her treat will smooth the awkwardness. The obstacle appears when Hawk doubts the timing, fearing the outing will expose his confession. He nods, forcing a smile, and agrees, letting the promise of a meal steer his nerves. The consequence is a fragile truce, but the reservation hides a hidden agenda.
Let's eat at the top place today.
Hawk's excitement spikes. He wants to join the dinner, believing it will reset the mood. Hawk storms the restaurant kitchen, demanding a seat, just as an enigmatic guest slips in, eyes locking on Layla, turning the celebratory dinner into a high-stakes showdown. Layla feels her carefully crafted confidence crumble, while Hawk wrestles with the secret crush that could shatter his friendship, fearing the truth will burn both their worlds. The hidden guest's true purpose remains unknown, and the looming deadline for Hawk's other commitment threatens to explode, leaving everyone wondering who will survive the night's escalating tension. The video is over, but the story isn't. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Lee Junho slams the barn door, eyes blazing as Hawa's emerald aura spirals around the newly sprouted spirit vines. Mira Kim darts forward, chanting a binding rune that locks the rogue seed, while Unha Lee summons a flickering fire spirit to scorch the lingering darkness. Kwan Se Ryung watches from the shadows, fury simmering, as the farm erupts into a battlefield of glowing crops and raw power. Junho slams the rusted barn door, eyes blazing as Hawa spirals from the seed pod, her emerald aura coaxing golden stalks sky high. Mira lunges, chanting a binding sigil that tames the wild vines into armored guardians. Jinsu wheels in rare moonroot, while Unha sprinkles shimmering pollen, instantly boosting the crop's power.
Hama steps forward, determined to prove herself despite the lingering fatigue. She wants to show gratitude to Jianwoo, but the lingering doubt that she can handle the sacred flavor blocks her. She reaches for the final dessert, its sparkle reminiscent of fairyland glitter beans. The first bite sends a cascade of sweet light through her senses, and she exclaims in awe, sharing the joy with Hawk, who eagerly licks the lingering sparkle from his lips. The cost is a growing rivalry, as Hawk mocks the edible label, stirring jealousy among the apprentices. It was so good, like fairy glitter beans. I know, right? He called it just edible.
The apprentices scramble to finish the sauce while the air hums with unspoken questions. Iran, still hidden in the shadows, hopes the chaos will cover her own secret plan. She wants the dish to succeed, but a missing ingredient threatens to ruin the flavor. She darts to the pantry, snatches a vial, and tosses it into the pot just in time. The broth thickens, saving the order, yet the hurried move leaves her wrist bruised. The cost. A painful reminder that shortcuts always leave a mark. I hope you trust my timing. A silent alarm now rings in the back. Lila darts toward the spice rack, clutching a folded napkin. The apprentices race against the kitchen bell as Jianwoo's spirit king towers above, demanding an impossible cleanup before the next wave of orders floods in, while hidden motives simmer beneath the simmering pots. Lila's heart shatters as she discovers her crush belongs to a rival clan, leaving her yearning for connection, while Yijun feels his confidence crumble under the weight of looming inspection rumors. The clattering clang of the bell echoes, leaving the apprentices staring at the looming inspection door, unaware that Yi Rant's secret plan threatens to ignite chaos that could consume the entire kitchen.
We're building the ultimate Manwa guild right here. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Hari and join the ranks.
Previously on Spirit Farmer, our hero shattered the cursed harvest, survived the blood-soaked arena, ripped the system's core. Yet the looming abyss awakens, and the enemy's nightmare spreads across the fields. And now, the story continues.
The blast faded. The enemy silhouette loomed, a dark ridge against the sky. Yijun whispered the name, Spirit Farmer, his eyes flickering with hidden cost. Beside him, Hawa tightened her grip, the ruined fields trembling beneath their breath. A scout from Lord Gorgon slipped into view, a silent omen of war. The crops shivered, sensing the threat.
We're back, Hawa. We're back home, Tilda.
By the way,
Yijun's voice cracked the air. Lila, I love you. I don't care you're an elf. Lila blinked, surprise flashing across her face. Then she whispered.
Jianwoo smiled, glad Lila reacted. He pressed, "Why hide your feelings, Yijun?" The challenge nudged Yijun toward his own heart.
Glad Lila reacted. What's wrong with you?
Their conversation turned, diving into dwarven customs. Yijun nodded, recalling a surprise. Dwarves do have women. He'd witnessed separate baths, the hidden truth. The revelation shocked him, widening his view of other races.
Dwarfs have women. I barely noticed.
Their talk drifted to scattered scrolls documenting such customs. Jianwoo rattled off a list: mermaids, werbeasts, hand vampires, calling it a fairy tale. He warned, vampire races linger. Cross them and danger follows. The warning foreshadowed looming otherworldly threats.
Mermaids, werbeasts, Vampires, scary stuff.
Fairies cascaded over the cursed field, glowing dust sparking a surge of spirit farmer power. Li Jun summoned the earth. Seedlings erupted skyward in a flash of green fire. Adam mirrored his resolve as Yi Jun wrestled his sealed heart. Jian Wu's probing nudged confession, forging fragile bonds that could either shatter or steal their alliance. A warning echoed. Vampire races prowled the borders. The party now wondered if their awakened powers could repel the unseen, bloodthirsty threat stalking the horizon.
The underdog always has the best story. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay for the payoff. Dust swirls, enemy banner snaps into view. A single child bears the queen's secret. Li Jianwu names the forgotten fairy race. He recalls their hidden kingdom. Nock's eyes narrow, sensing danger. Nock leans in, ready to spill why those fairies matter. Hoa strides forward, demanding Nock read the ancient script. Tell me what the fairies whisper, she urges. The plea forces Nock to break his silence. The team craves those details to decode the fairies' purpose. Hawk leans in, eyes sharp, expecting revelation.
Can you tell me, Nock, what it says about fairies?
Hawk's impatience will soon pry the hidden truth. Hawk leans close, voice low, demanding why Nock whispers.
The spirit farmer appears, radiating warm earth energy. Crops erupt, forming a living shield around the barn. Children stare, feeling safety for the first time. He explains the harvest can boost their powers. He invites the group to harvest together. He promises stronger abilities. The fairy race's structure looms behind his words. A calm voice outlines the fairy hierarchy. One solitary fairy queen reigns over a secluded realm. Beneath her, loyal fairies serve as conduits of magic. This order shapes the flow of power across the land. Understanding it lets the team anticipate the queen's moves. The hidden realms map begins to take shape. The fairy queen steps forward, pointing at an ancient scroll. Moon climbs high as they stand by the lake. A steep hill looms behind the water. Its surface glows with moss. Hawk scales the hill, searching for the crystal's hiding place. Nock remains at the shore, chanting a low warning. Hoa watches a faint gate emerge on the hill's face. The gate pulses with ancient magic, blocking their path. A roar erupts. A stone guardian emerges, protecting the gate. The stone guardian steps forward, amber eyes blazing. Nock shouts a warning, urging retreat. Hoa brandishes a sprig of harvest blitz herb. She tosses it into the guardian's mouth. The creature staggers, stunned. Hawk lunges, striking the gate with his spirit fist. The stone cracks, revealing a dark tunnel.
Hawk whispers the forgotten word, intima. The syllable vibrates. It touches an old rune on the crystal's base. It hints at a sealed pact. It could unleash a new ability or danger. This moment may become the key. Could break the lingering curse.
Intima.
The hidden pact threatens to surface soon.
Hawk seizes the glowing crystal, shattering the stone. Earth rune shards burst outward. His whispered intima ignites a dormant rune, warping the battlefield. Hawk bears his exile-tainted soul, clutching fragile hope. The team faces annihilation as the awakened guardian unleashes relentless onslaught. The chant Spirit Farmer reverberates. The sealed pact of intima stays dormant. The group teeters on the brink of a fatal transformation.
Embrace the chaos. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The ancient wall crashes down, and I already sensed the next snare waiting. The spirit farmer gulps the glowing lake. Raw world energy erupts, and a swirling dark portal bursts open. Li Jianwu feels the surge hammer his veins. The earth shudders, and the spirits gasp in awe. The dormant world tree awakens, its roots snapping across dimensions, binding his farm to countless realms.
I'm sorry.
Li Jianwu tells Zhen Wu he views his exile as a family duty, not a punishment. The farm's overseer then declares his right to control the dungeon farmland despite the mistake.
sparking a clash of authority. This power struggle threatens cooperation on fixing the lake.
I think you came here as family, not punishment, Jen Wu.
Their heated argument sets up a risky plan to drill a new portal that could restore the tree's flow. A resonant voice declares that Elle has finally atoned for her errors, ringing a bell that the crisis might be over. Another skeptic scoffs, calling the claim unrealistic and premature. This debate shows the group remains divided over the lake's fate. Lee Jianwoo laments that even infinite magic wouldn't be enough, declaring that all 4 of their powers fail against the dying tree. He asks desperately if any hidden way exists, because without a solution the world tree will continue to wither.
Even with infinite magic, our 4 powers aren't enough. Is there really no way?
He then pleads for a favor that might turn the tide of their desperate struggle. Lee Jianwoo asks Jen Wu for a favor, seeking permission to request help. Jen Wu readily agrees, offering any assistance they might need. This matters because the favor could be the key to fixing the corrupted puddle.
I'd like to ask you for a favor.
The farm's banner flutters proudly, displaying the title Spirit Farmer as a reminder of their solemn mission. A subtle sign beneath reads Intima, hinting at an intimate bond forming between the farmer and the spirits that tend the land. This reinforces their purpose as they gear up for the upcoming quest. The real challenge looms now, as the Fairy Queen's influence spreads ever farther across the farmland. Lee Jianwoo and Jen Wu sweep the lower ridge, uncovering a concealed spring that glows faint green, pulsing like a miniature world tree node, the potential missing puddle that could revive the dying flow. Lee Jianwoo wrestles with the Fairy Queen's secret motives while Jen Wu reveals that the Queen's hidden agenda fuels the crisis, leaving the farmer teetering between hope of salvation and dread of betrayal. The farm's banner flutters, but the faint green spring pulses uncertainly, hinting that the true source of the world tree's lifeblood remains hidden, and the Queen's next move looms ominously over the horizon.
He didn't just beat him, he humbled him. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari for the aftermath. The explosion shatters the barn, wolves pour in. Kyung darts to the monitor, eyes locked on the rising numbers. The screen flickers, then spikes. Kyung slams his fist, bellowing the fresh count. The crew leans in, feeling the surge pressure. Each tick pushes them toward a crucial milestone. The tension crackles, promising a game-changing announcement. Next, Kuan reacts to the strange numbers on the board. Kuan strides to the monitor, eyes catching a new line. Kuan Gawung? He narrows his gaze, decoding the cryptic tag. Suddenly the screen erupts with flashing, lie symbols, blinding bright. Kuan murmurs a puzzled question, pointing at the soaring digits.
The upload flashes a notification. 1 million subscribers. The crew erupts in cheers, yet the spirit farmer looks bewildered, still unable to fathom the milestone's weight. He thanks the team, questioning why the celebration feels so vital. The surge of excitement fuels their hunger for new content.
Congrats, I still don't get this million thing.
Their next hurdle, confronting the farmer's camera phobia. The spirit farmer admits a deep-seated camera phobia keeps him off-screen, blocking his presence in new videos. Hawk, recalling the farmer's childhood love of photography, probes, what changed? Determined, Hawk vows to uncover the root, fearing it could cripple future shoots.
You loved photos as a kid.
A child lifts his gaze, pointing at a drifting seed pod, muttering that the future belongs to them too. Hawa beams, nurturing his optimism. The moment underscores how the farm's magic will mold the next generation.
Future too.
Their eyes then land on a mysterious golden button affixed to a device. The spirit farmer notices a gleaming gold button on a fresh harvest implement. He queries whether it's forged from pure spirit metal. A tiny voice from behind chimes, "Dad, the inquiry matters. If the button amplifies yields, it could revolutionize the farm, and the child's curiosity signals family stakes.
Is that gold button made of?
Dad,
The dwarf warns that abandoning the world tree will make it fade, just as dwarves have forgotten it. He cautions the farmer's apathy could erase the tree forever. A child spirit mutters a cryptic, "Ha!" echoing unease. The warning heightens urgency. Protect the tree before it vanishes. The spirit farmer stands before the world tree, hand brushing its bark, feeling a faint pulse. Hawa hovers, green aura illuminating the leaves. The massive branches span the heavens, yet no new buds sprout. Recognizing the stunted growth, the farmer decides the tree needs supplemental nourishment and intends to consult Hawa. Hawa's upcoming idea could reshape the harvest. A sharp crack reverberates from the earth.
A jagged crack erupts from the world tree's roots, unleashing a blinding NT spark. The flash summons a mysterious spirit, which strides forward, proclaiming it has finally found the spirit farmer to help save the tree. The spirit farmer feels his heart pound as the tree's weak pulse wanes. Realizing his neglect could erase the ancient world tree forever, the dwarf's warning echoing in his mind. The glowing seedlings quiver beneath Hawa's aura as the mysterious spirit watches the crack, leaving the farmer's plan unresolved and the world tree's fate teetering on the edge.
Videos like this get buried all the time. Hit subscribe on Manwa with Harry so we don't lose each other.
The earth trembles, a scream tears the air. A Go Korea envoy strides onto the farm, badge glinting, eyes locked on Kim Jen-woo. He wears a thin smile, his true purpose hidden. Jen-woo stands among his glowing crops, ID card flashing, denying every contract. Hawk, the farming spirit, appears grin sharp, a cold shiver crawling down Jen-woo's spine. The envoy's arrival marks a fresh threat to the village. Please don't be like that. This was bound to happen. Jen-woo presses the envoy for details. The envoy bows, voice low, apology dripping. He admits they concealed Jen-woo's identity, fearing the village silence hit a powerful farmer. Jen-woo points at the hidden figures, shouting, "Them?" as the envoy's agents hover nearby. Hawk apologizes for breaking the tender moment, warning that the peace could shatter if the agents act. The warning forces everyone to stay alert, because any misstep could endanger the children and the harvest.
I'm sorry to break the lovey-dovey atmosphere, but
Tension spikes as agents close in on the farm. Jen-woo warns that if Go Korea's comment becomes real, the situation will turn deadly. Hawk questions the rumors, asking if the fear is justified, addressing the mysterious Mr. Knight who watches the threat. A muttered sound ripples through the crowd, then a voice cuts in, demanding silence about Go Korea. Hawk, fierce, slams a hand on the speaker's shoulder and shouts, "Stop talking about Go Korea!" The crowd falls quiet, eyes darting between them. The warning shows villagers are already on edge. Any leak could provoke foreign agents. Stakes rise as internal discipline clashes with curiosity.
stop talking about Go Korea.
A sudden shout erupts as someone spots an intruder. A low gasp spreads through the square as a figure steps forward, eyes wide. The newcomer yells, "Ah!" and another villager blurts, "Who are you?" Tension snaps, everyone demands identification.
A radiant figure steps into the village square, proclaiming herself the spirit farmer. Her glowing eyes blaze with both fear and awe, clashing with Jen-woo's tentative evacuation plan and Hawk's ferocious defiance. Hawk's explosive anger fuels the village's desperate hope for safety, while the farmer's confession shatters the fragile facade of unity. Jen-woo now risks his authority and the villagers' lives. A Go Korea envoy lurks in the shadows, demanding silence, while Una's looming enforcement hangs unanswered. The village teeters on the brink of violent conflict, poised for an unknown power's revelation.
The people who subscribe are the ones who finish the arc. Don't get left out. Manwa with Harry.
Rage crackles as he refuses to stay idle while children are in danger. Lee Jianwoo bellows, "I won't watch these kids suffer." Fists tight, eyes flaring, his fury ignites a burning resolve. He vows to hunt down the mastermind behind the scheme.
"I won't sit back while kids are used."
The hidden truth of the spirit farmer's identity now erupts. Lee Jianwoo flashes a glowing ID, declares himself the spirit farmer. He reveals he left elite training to inherit the family fields, now wielding spirits to supercharge crops. Each harvest infuses harvesters with heightened strength. Nearby spirits gasp. No one expected a farmer to command such power.
At the shrine's gate, Lee Jianwoo halts the shuttle, steps onto the stone. He lifts his staff, channeling the seed's fury. A colossal wave of emerald light bursts, ripping the shrine doors asunder. Spirit King sigils blaze, acknowledging his power. The blast shatters the hidden contracts that shackled the rare child, unleashing the spirit's true form. Hawa gasps, the earth shudders. Their decisive strike derails the sorcerer's scheme. Fragmented contracts explode into a rain of spirit shards that cascade onto the battlefield. As the shards settle, an unexpected revelation emerges inside the shrine. When the shards settle, the shrine's inner sanctum glows with a field of radiant strawberries.
The spirit sorcerers feign friendly hikers, then begin capturing and binding innocent bystanders. A nearby voice urges, "Call the police!" Lee Jianwoo shouts, "All of you will end up in jail. Is this reckless game even worth it?" Their facade collapses, and looming legal peril forces the sorcerers to act faster. Next, they scramble to cover their tracks. A spirit sorcerer attempts to soothe the crowd, insisting there's nothing to fear. He then declares he has terminated the contracts of the bound spirits, claiming the children hold all the evidence. Lee Jianwoo reacts in disbelief. This admission reveals the sorcerers can sever spirit bonds, jeopardizing the farm's allies and tilting the power balance. A senior sorcerer smirks, announcing that the child's mother steps forward to shield the operation. He taunts Jianwoo, stating the move will embarrass Go Korea and that he has blocked all new spirit contracts. The claim jeopardizes Jianwoo's plan to rally spirits against the corporation. Jianwoo must now find a way to break the sorcerer's blockade. No one saw what unfolded next. A spirit sorcerer boasts, hailing a great being as brilliant and demanding proof. He taunts Jianwoo, accusing him of accomplishing nothing. Another voice interjects, "The Spirit King is great, but even Jianwoo, who can cripple spirits, is called Hama." This exchange reveals the sorcerer's underestimation of Jianwoo's hidden power, raising the stakes dramatically.
Jianwoo and his team storm the sorcerer's lab, unveiling hidden documents and confronting a senior sorcerer. As they clash, the mysterious spirit Intima materializes, its luminous aura promising to upend the spirit contract hierarchy. Jianwoo bears the crushing weight of his team's hope and the terror of losing the kidnapped rare spirit child. He knows a shattered contract could disgrace Go Korea and shatter his resolve. Intima's arrival sparks whispers among the sorcerers about a hidden power source, while the child's mother steps forward, hinting at a ritual that could unleash chaos before night falls.
Wrap it up and hit the sub button. Manwa with Harry, out.
The farm lies in ashes. Enemies swarm the horizon. A senior spirit sorcerer sweeps into the shadowed hall, eyes locking on Yi Ran. He demands a pact with a fresh spirit, citing Yi Ran's unparalleled talent, rare enough to skip contracts. He reveals a forsaken child spirit, trembling, desperate for a guardian.
"You want me to bind a spirit?"
The sorcerer gestures at the glowing ice chicken contract hovering on the table. Yi Ran reclines, voice low, recalling a buried memory. The senior cites Yi Jun's ice chicken spirit and the Pooh Hawk already bound to his brother.
"Come to think of it."
A spark ignites. Perhaps his brother's pact already tilts the family's power balance. Yi Ran questions, "Why spill those embarrassing details?" The senior sighs, and Yi Jun fires back, "What's embarrassing? I blame myself for being cruel." Their words peel back Yi Ran's denial, exposing a deeper self-blame, while Yi Jun pushes him to claim responsibility. This clash fuels the inner battle over caring for the child spirit.
What's embarrassing? I blame myself for being mean.
The senior leans in. So you lived through that incident? He warns that without a solid pact, the child spirit may shatter under strain. A contract serves as a safety net for fragile souls, not a mere perk. The warning foreshadows Yi Rant's looming trial. The senior comments on Yi Rant's silence, noting how the quiet suits him, easing the tension. He smiles, then announces he'll cleanse himself, strolling to a nearby stream. Yi Ran watches, silent, intrigued by the senior's odd ritual. The calm precedes the storm. The washing ceremony soon uncovers a concealed clue. Yi Ran scratches his throat, admits his thirst, and eyes the stream. He grabs a cup, hoping the water will soothe his dry mouth. This mundane need reveals his humanity amid the spirit-laden scheming. The water may hold more than simple hydration. The senior leans forward, demanding Yi Ran reveal the location, Tandi, Zhengzhou. He stresses the name's significance, expecting an instant reply. Yi Ran proclaims they must forge an intimate pact with the ice rat. Only a genuine bond can unleash its frost might. This choice raises the ritual stakes.
Intima.
They now ready the binding ceremony.
Realizing the dormant spirit is an ice rat, Yi Ran declares an intimate contract the sole key to awaken its chilling force, rallying the senior sorcerer and the spirit farmer for a high-stakes ritual. Yi Ran feels his throat parch, humanity laid bare, as the lure of the ice rat's bounty tempts him with unprecedented harvests, urging him to risk everything for the village's survival. Li Jun's arrival teeters on a knife edge while the ice rat shivers, awaiting the pact. The ritual's outcome and the spirit's fury remain uncertain, as the village's fate hangs in the balance.
The community is growing every single day. Join the Manwa with Hari family and subscribe now. The blast fades, but the quiet screams that the fight has only begun. A stranger's cursed banquet drains his power, 90% vanished in a heartbeat. Hawk reveals a secret. He keeps his spirit bound even when no enemies loom, letting it grow and tightening their link. He clucks, then questions why conserving magic should matter. A wide-eyed child watches, and Hawk gifts a flicker of summoning energy, igniting the kid's own latent power.
I keep my spirit summoned even when I'm not in battle.
That spark will soon test the child's resolve as the contract nears. Hawk leans toward the child, voice low. Jinwoo strides forward, announcing that Lord Guan's soldiers have retreated, freeing them to attend the spirit. Yi Ran follows the fresh spirit, allowing it to direct her in mundane chores, sweeping, stacking hay. Their seamless teamwork proves the spirit can weave into daily life, tightening the upcoming contract. A subtle hum suggests the spirit is ready to test its newfound strength. The spirit hovers beside Yi Ran, echoing every sweep of her broom, turning chores into a dance. A tiny voice pipes up, "Wanna try it?" The challenge teases the next phase of the binding. The contract ceremony looms, and the wary spirit watches, its eyes sharp. Jinwoo's face twists with sudden surprise. Hawk tilts his head, eyes locking on the hero. "What? Why are you staring?" he asks. The hero remains silent, gaze glued to the glowing sigil. Hawk murmurs, "Nothing else matters, just the contract." The pause exposes Hawk's anxiety over the rite's outcome.
What is it? Why are you staring at me like that? Nothing. It's just that.
Hawk declares, voice firm, Hama. The spirit shimmers, drawing the contract's magic. Hawk watches the aura swell, feeling power pulse through his veins. A satisfied smile spreads. He trusts Hama will flourish. The farm's breeze feels richer, promising bountiful crops.
Hama. Hawk. I'm sure they will. I feel great.
The next scene hints at Hama aiding the harvest. With the pact sealed, Hawk eyes the radiant Hama. He affirms the bond is live. From now on we share a link, he tells the spirit. He outlines the first step, synchronizing their magical wavelengths, allowing Hama to siphon a slice of his power. He cautions, overuse will drain me.
Hawk clamps the radiant contract parchment, channels his magic, and pronounces the spirit's name. The luminous pact erupts, instantly fusing their magical wavelengths. A blinding aura erupts around the shrine, sealing their destiny. He feels the crushing weight of every fallen spirit bearing down on his resolve. Yet the surge of shared power ignites a fierce hope. The farm will flourish, and his lingering pain will finally forge purpose. But as Hama's aura pulsates louder, an unfamiliar darkness flickers at the shrine's edge, hinting that the newly forged bond may attract a predator hungry for the same magical source.
Wrap it up and hit the sub button. Manwa with Hari, out. The earth shudders and I dash for the barn. Spirit water erupts from buried pipes, blasting the farmyard. Thick dust clouds billow, toppling crates like dominoes. Hawa's aura flares, lighting the trembling soil. The crew scrambles behind the timber walls, eyes wide with dread. We all respect spirit water, but never felt its raw force slam the ground. That quake screams that a colossal surge is about to burst. Hawa's silhouette materializes just beyond the swirling dust. Hawa emerges from luminous mist, her grin razor sharp. She raises a hand. The tremor freezes instantly. Farmhands gape as the spirit farmer bellows Hawa in astonishment. Hawa nods, scanning the field, already mapping the next strike.
A voice proposes deploying cutting-edge farming machines to accelerate the harvest, but rivals argue spirit water thrives untouched by metal. The debate crescendos as the festival timer ticks down. They settle on a hybrid test, daring that machinery won't tarnish the magical taste.
We could use the latest machines.
The next scene show the crew hauling luminous elm fruit with cautious optimism. The team hoists sugar-laden elm branches, spirits hovering to shield the fruit. Hawa's staff radiates, magnifying spirit water as crates clatter onto carts. The harvest ignites in golden blaze, beckoning curious villagers. A flickering news broadcast crackles nearby, warning of an elf-like woman spotted in Gangwon province.
The crew pauses, reclining in the shade. Lila asks what they've been munching since sunrise. She mentions the salty Elvis fruit harvested from the elm. The others grin, recalling its unexpected flavor. Each bites, tasting a sharp salty bite followed by a sweet afterglow. The snack recharges them for the looming night trial.
What are we eating? The Elvis from the elm, salty.
The next scene shows a hand offering a piece of the fruit. Lila hands a slice of the Elvis fruit to the crew. Hawa steps forward, urging everyone to taste it. Ijun arches an eyebrow, questioning the necessity. The fruit emits a faint spirit water glow.
While the crew debates the warning, a sudden gust topples a basket, scattering fresh fruit across the ground. Yiran mutters that something always goes wrong at the worst moment, and the crew scrambles to tidy the mess. The accident hints unseen forces already stir.
Something always goes wrong.
The group swivels as the article reveals a close-up of the elf's face. The features emit a faint glow, mirroring the aura Lila often radiates when summoning crops. Everyone notes the uncanny similarity, murmuring. Echo slams his fist on the table, shouting, "That Lila!" He points at the portrait, demanding answers from the team.
That Lila.
The next scene display only images, no dialogue as tension mounts. The broadcast zooms into the elf image, spotlighting shimmering silver hair and pointed ears. The camera sweeps to a map of Gangwon, a red dot marking the sighting. A swift cut lands on the farm,
where spirit water glows in a barrel beside the elms. Echo snatches the handheld. The screen erupts with a breaking report of an elf-like woman whose shimmering aura mirrors Lila's crop magic, while a floating banner blazes Spirit Farmer over the fields, linking the mystery to their newfound purpose. Iran feels a chill as hope flickers, fearing the elf could either bring aid or sabotage their harvest, teetering their fragile survival on a razor-thin edge. Before anyone reacts, the banner flickers, the elf's eyes flare, and a distant rumble warns of an approaching force that could shatter the farm's newfound hope.
The abyss is staring back. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Peace crumbles as priests trap the spirit farmer.
What's wrong, Hyun?
I don't know, Kyuns.
Hawk.
The spirits reminisce about strolling through the city, savoring festivals and street food. Their carefree mood shatters when a hidden portal erupts, spilling monsters onto the streets. The sudden danger forces them into combat mode. Now the hunters race to seal the dungeon before it collapses. Hyun promises to assist until reinforcements arrive, asking for a favor in return. Jinwoo admits his earlier pride kept him from intervening, causing the current mess. His confession exposes the group's internal fault that must be fixed.
I'll help until others arrive.
I should have stopped you earlier. Pride blinded me.
The portal's energy still threatens the city. The team asks about the sudden dungeon. Jinwoo spots a flickering wisp near the breach. He points, voice low.
Little spirit.
The tiny entity darts away, suggesting more unseen allies or enemies linger. Hawk bursts out, waving his arms.
Hawa? Hawk.
Kyun nods, murmuring agreement.
Yeah. Hamas right.
Their frantic chatter hints that Hawa's arrival may shift the battle's balance. Jinwoo declares the past can't be undone and urges forward planning.
What's done is done. We think about the future now.
Hawk repeats his name, adding nervous emphasis.
Hawk.
Kyun warns that the Dark Elf incident could provoke China, and even Shinoa's power may not contain the fallout. That's right. Jinwoo spots a flickering spirit, and the team learns the spirit farmer's technique can cut through the breach, carving an unexpected shortcut toward the swirling portal. Kyun feels the weight of helplessness as media panic looms, while Jinwoo clings to the fleeting hope that a daring shortcut might redeem their fractured team and avert catastrophe. With the breach still yawning, Hawk lacks the seal. The tiny spirit vanishes, and a hidden solution whispers, leaving the team on the brink of a perilous, unknown showdown.
You got lucky finding this video. Don't rely on luck twice. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Previously on Spirit Farmer, our hero shattered the cursed barrier, escaped the abyss, and faced the system's deadliest algorithm. The enemy unleashed a vortex of souls, and now the story continues. Dust swirls, dead seedlings hiss like angry specters. The livestream Q-ung Tube bursts online. UK Kong yells, "Big news incoming." A cursed elf relic erupts, ripping reality's veil. The spirit farmer's hidden identity explodes onto the feed. Viewers gasp, tension spikes.
Mr. UK Kong, we got big news on Q-ung Tube today.
The crew scrambles, desperate to test the relic's power. Kyung demands the newest bulletin from the live feed. Surya nods, confirming the incoming report is exactly what they need. The team realizes the elf incident is a pawn in a larger scheme, urgency crackling.
That's the right news, Surya.
Surya interjects. The true version of this item flips the script. Massive power awaits. Hope flickers as the crew envisions the authentic relic reshaping their fate. A stark contrast to the tube's shallow hype.
With the real thing, it's a different story.
The dwarven engineering powering the counterfeit is exposed. Ivy pulls back the curtain. Layla's photo was a stunt,
a fake product facade. Rex nods. The dwarves supplied the illusion tech, our secret weapon. Their deception could tilt public opinion overnight.
Layla's photo was part of the marketing strategy.
We could only execute this plan thanks to the dwarves.
Tension spikes as the farm readies for the imminent launch.
Yejuan sulks, muttering about his own weakness. He blames his reliance on Layla's power on his feeble strength. If I were stronger, we wouldn't need Layla, he growls. Frustration ignites a vow to train harder, sharpening his personal stakes. This new resolve propels him toward the looming power-up trial. Yejuan declares he's fine, sighing heavily. A teammate yells, "Get grip!" The crew watches his lingering doubt flare. The shout forces him to steel his resolve, keeping morale intact as they brace for the next challenge. An unexpected trial pushes the team to prove their grit. A voice cuts in. Why stay down after fixing everything? A mistake, even patched, remains a flaw.
A voice shouts, "In that case," another declares, "Time for intensive training." The sudden order fuels a demanding regimen, vital to amplify their farming powers. Their next step will test stamina to the limit. Training erupts as whispers of a new dungeon echo around them. A desperate plea echoes. Yejun receives permission from the young lady to restart training. Bored without his disciple, he opts for Spartan-style sparring. A spirit cries, "Please take care of me," demanding his guard. This sparks a fresh mentorship bond. A teammate shouts, "Cheer up, Yujin." Hama nods, urging him onward. The pep talk fuels his determination, pushing him through lingering doubts toward the looming challenges. The team fires the dwarf-crafted contraption, bathing the arena in searing light. The flash temporarily grafts elf ears onto a woman, exposing the fabricated sighting and unveiling a covert agenda. Yejun's confidence spikes as comrades rally behind him, but the whisper of hidden doubts gnaws at his spirit, driving him to abandon calm and plunge into relentless training. The ominous glyph May echoes in their minds, and the wave of worldwide dungeons signals an approaching crisis, one that could shatter their fragile progress if the mystery stays unresolved.
Done. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry.
Flames devour the fields, but a single chance remains. Suryatun lunges, trying a silent spirit blade. The spark erupts, blinding everyone, shattering dust in the arena. He follows with a crushing punch that cracks the stone slab. The uncontrolled burst kills the element of surprise.
That's a solid punch.
Hawk watches, waiting for his turn. The flash fades, leaving only a weak afterglow. Hawk steps up, attempting his ignition, but the spirit flickers feebly. He curses the lack of power, gripping his staff tighter. The half-hearted strike fails to breach the enemy's guard, jeopardizing the assault.
It's a bit too light. Ugh.
Aaron strides forward, determined to correct the mistake. Saren laughs. It's a good workout. How many calories burned? She teases the lingering spirit fire, lightening the mood. Apprentices grin, confidence rising despite danger. Their morale boost could turn the tide if they keep heads. The joke masks fear, but rising self-confidence fuels resolve. Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. The knight watches, his concern deepening. The knight's face tightens, worry flickering in his eyes. Is he okay? He looks shocked, he asks. He steps forward, voice soft. I'll make sure he's fine. His deep concern reveals a bond with the young spirit warrior. This care hints the knight may intervene when the volatile explosion erupts. Suryatun steps forward amid the ruin, holding a crystal flask filled with newly brewed elven wine. He places it on a stone slab for all to see. The liquid glows faintly, hinting at spirit infusion. Apprentices stare, curiosity mixing with wariness. The wine's presence offers a comic contrast to the grim lesson. It may test the group's humility while enjoying power. Aaron then asks if they should taste it. The group gathers around the flask. Aaron lifts the bottle, eyes bright. Shall we try the taste of the new elven wine? She proposes, breaking the tense mood. Everyone nods, eager to see if the wine affects their spirit balance. Aaron reflects, noting that working with promising youngsters is always pleasant, then asks skeptically, "Is that so?" The comment underscores mentorship and hints at future growth for the apprentices. Their attitude will shape how they handle the upcoming chaos.
Working with promising youngsters is pleasant. Is that so?
Soon, Princess He arrives, seeking an alliance with the spirit farmer. Both apprentices collapse, exhausted, unable to move. Their fatigue forces the training ground to pause. The commander orders intensity to rise slowly, warning that a sudden surge could kill them. Surya Toon's voice cuts sharp, demanding they keep pushing despite the collapse. He reminds them he once made the same mistake and learned from it.
Surya Toon steps forward, raises his hand, and initiates a silent spirit ignition. Hawk narrows his eyes, watching the flicker. Aaron steadies a crystal, channeling its faint glow. The entire training ground trembles, echoing the name that hangs in the air. Jin-woo watches the report of Hunter Park Jung-hyuk's hospitalization. He feels his resolve fracture, seeing apprentices' fatigue and fear crumble into a desperate clutch on the risky spirit ritual. The name lingers in the air. The spirit ignition flickers uncertainly, its glow wavering. No one knows whether the unleashed power will bind the apprentices together or consume them all.
The flex in this chapter was unreal. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry to see who gets flexed on next.
The sky still smolders, and my heart refuses to quit. Hunter Jung-hyuk Park fails his monster hunt. The spirit farmer's legacy crumbles. Rumors echo that Park collapsed on the battlefield. Yejun's pulse spikes as the news reaches him. Yearn snatches his coat. They sprint toward the village hospital, weaving through market stalls. Their frantic ally shouts commands from the street.
Yes. Please hurry.
The dash becomes a race against death. Yejun and Yearn crash through the hospital doors. The ward erupts in chaos. Patients moan, medics scramble. Healer Surya Toon hovers over a shattered spirit seed table, eyes wide. He mutters a question about a hawk, then eyes the crumpled report.
Hama leans against the wall, eyes narrowed, and mutters that their mother is even scarier than the monster outside. His comment rattles the group, reminding them that danger may come from within their own family. The warning forces them to weigh external threats against internal secrets.
Mom is even scarier.
Yejun finally asks about his father's status. Yejun asks if his father is okay, his voice trembling. Surya Toon answers that the father is fine, noting their mother caused a fuss and sent him to the hospital. He also wonders why the failed conquest didn't kill him, raising doubts about the monster's power. The revelation deepens the mystery and sets up the next conflict.
Then,
the team admits they lack proof about the beast's elite status. Yejun admits uncertainty. Yearn cites testimonies from guild members who fought the creatures, confirming the beast's strength. Their confirmation raises stakes. The opponents are not ordinary monsters, but formidable foes. The guild's resources may be insufficient.
They were indeed strong.
Their next move is to investigate the beast's origin. Hama lifts his cup and yells, "Ale!" The shout echoes across the camp. The group pauses, momentarily relieved by the brief celebration. The exclamation signals a morale boost amid tension. Yearn nods, noting the team's sudden optimism. Yet the celebration ends as they spot more evidence of the beast's plan.
The team follows the faint trail into a dark tunnel. Distant clanking metal echoes. The tunnel opens into a cavern filled with strange symbols etched on the walls. One symbol glows, hinting at a hidden mechanism. The symbols may explain why the monsters left without killing. The group readies their spirits for the next revelation. The hidden reason behind the monsters' mercy looms. They're the fallen figures. Yejun lifts a clawed hand and notes the anatomy differs from known monsters. Yearn checks the blood and finds no monster markers. The team concludes the enemies aren't monsters at all. Their tactics and fears were based on monster lore. The team debates why their father survived the first clash. Yejun argues the Beastman's skill shouldn't have let him fall so easily. Yearn suggests a misstep, perhaps a false assumption about their weakness. They note that once they learn each beast's traits, the opponents become manageable. The Shinhwa group announces they will ready new strategies for the upcoming battle, confident they can turn the tide.
Our father shouldn't have lost so fast. It was a mistake, not his skill.
The hunters now ask the group to lead the next fight. Yearn steps forward, pleading to take charge of the next engagement.
A sudden shout echoes from the ridge. Yearn yells, "Oh!" as a dark cloud swirls over the enemy trench. The cloud forms a glyph that reads Tsuye. The glyph warns that the Beastmen's attack will bring self-destruction. The hunters realize the enemy may trigger their own downfall. Their next move could force the Beastmen into a trap.
Out.
Their next move could force the Beastmen into a trap. Surya Toon steps forward and points at a glowing seed labeled Intima. She explains that the seed boosts spirit vigor for close-range combat. Hama grabs it, inserts it into his pack, and the team feels a surge of power. The new boost could turn the tide against the Beastmen's defenses.
Intima.
The battle at the trench looms with this fresh advantage.
Hama thrusts the glowing Intima seed into his pack. A raw spirit surge erupts, flooding the ranks. Above the battlefield, the glyph Tsuye flares, heralding an explosive showdown. Yearn watches his comrades brace for battle. Pride swells as they claim the spirit power. Yet a shiver of fear lingers. Without the crucial seed, the younger hunters may fall. A dark cloud spirals over the trench. The glyph's warning reverberates. The two younger hunters still lack the final spirit tool, their fate teetering on the brink of annihilation.
I put everything into every recap. If you felt that, subscribe to Manwa with Hari and let's keep going together.
The blast still echoed and the convoy vanished into darkness. Beastmen reject patience. The spirit farmer scrambles a week-long revenge plan. Park Jung-hyuk loses his fight with the Beastmen. Yejun and Yurin immediately begin intense training. Their training aims to close the power gap before a new attack. This matters because the team needs strength to confront the Beastmen again. Next, the group debates whether to wait for their plan. Yejun asks the group if they should simply wait for the next move. Yurin answers that waiting is the plan. Their exchange shows the team's hesitation and the risk of losing momentum. It matters because indecision could let the Beast Men regroup. Lee Jin-woo's shattered crew rallies under Hawa's glowing aura as Yejun, and Yurin sprint through the cornfields, muscles rippling. Surya Toon slams a bubbling elf juice into Butchin's hands. The crew snorts and shouts, "Dangerous!" While Beast Men stalk the horizon, their warrior chants echoing. With a coin flip trump card trembling, they charge the ambush, confidence blazing. The group counts down, shouting a single as a signal to move. The number marks the final stage of their plan, the moment to deploy the trump card. Everyone grabs their gear, eyes fixed on the hidden path the Beastmen will take. Their coordinated charge aims to catch the enemy off guard, banking on the percent odds working in their favor. A soft glow appears behind the fence. Hawa steps through, her aura shimmering with sprouting vines. She raises a hand, her voice gentle but firm, telling the group they cannot be there. She apologizes repeatedly, promising to leave soon because the area is dangerous. The team watches her, uneasy about the hidden hazard. The next scenes show the group's reaction to her sudden exit. The camera follows Hawa as she retreats, vines retracting around her. The crew follows her movement, eyes tracking the fading light. Rex tightens his grip on his weapon, Echo scans the perimeter, and Connor readies a bottle. The tension rises as the zone looms ahead, still out of reach. Hawk nods, saying the plan sounds good. Surya Toon raises his voice, urging everyone to give their best in the upcoming fight. The crew tightens their grips, confidence rising as they prepare to spring the ambush. Their morale spikes, ready to face the Beast Men head-on. The moment of clash draws near.
Well then,
Suryatoon unveils the glowing elf juice brew. The squad lines up behind hidden logs, and the ambush erupts as the potion's mystic energy ignites the battlefield. Yejuan feels pride in Suryatoon's relentless drive, yet fears the gamble may cost their comrades, while Hawk's morale-boosting shout steadies the team's resolve amid looming sacrifice. As Fawn pulls terrified farm children back from the melee, a hidden enemy force emerges from the shadows, poised to crush the ambush before the squad can react.
The shadows are moving. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and stay safe.
The sky detonated. I sprinted into the fallout. Suryatoon lifted his hand. Red fire flared from his palms. He roared, "Heat!" The blaze seared dust. Beastmen recoiled, eyes locked on the fire. Li Jianwu unsheathed his blade. Hawk perched on the rim, watching. The inferno carved a wide opening. A crystal snow fog seeped through the gap.
Heat.
The flare sparked the chilling fog. It blanketed the arena in white. Heat crackles against cold, raising stakes. Suryatoon bellowed, "Hap!" He poured fire into his palm. Hawk growled, "Sage." He tightened his spear grip. Beastmen raised a dark shield. The shield absorbed heat. Surya's flames sputtered, dimming fast. Li Jianwu observed the flare fade.
Li Jianwu announced, "We have a plan." He promised safety. He told Hawa, "No worries." Hawk nodded, reinforcing calm. The team steadied, trusting the tactic. Confidence hinged on neutralizing the Beastmen's revive trait. This set the stage for strategy execution. The plan pulsed like a hidden heartbeat.
Since we already have a plan, no need to worry, Hawa.
The plan hinges on exploiting the Beastmen's revival weakness. Hawk asked, "Is there a plan?" He sounded confused. Suryatoon answered, "Yes." He explained the plan exploits Beastmen's habit of reviving fallen foes. Li Jianwu prepared to use that timing. Knowledge gave them a tactical edge. Enemy strength became weakness, could turn the battle's tide.
The team scanned the arena. They saw beastmen unable to summon water or fire. Suryatoon noted limited skills hampered mobility. Li Jianwu agreed. Restrictions make them easier. Realization granted tactical edge. Exploiting suppression could turn tide. Snow crystal fog loomed, chilling breaths. Their skills restrict their movements, it's advantageous. They prepared a coordinated strike as fog tightened. They prepared to strike with precise timing. After regrouping, Suryatoon shouted, "We won!" "Not yet." Team paused. Li Jianwu spotted a lone opponent, untouched. He signaled vigilance. Premature celebration could allow recovery. They tightened formation, awaiting second wave. Eyes locked on trembling ground. The ground trembled under their feet.
"We won, not yet."
Fog thickened, vision further limited. Li Jianwu ordered block of any line of sight. Suryatoon raised hand, signaling hold positions. Hawk steadied weapon, ready for next attack. Securing stance could halt foe momentum. Next wave of beastmen might attempt breakthrough. Silence became their ally. Snow crystal fog thickened, white veil covering battlefield. Li Jianwu closed eyes, trusting enhanced hearing. Suryatoon advanced, feeling ground vibrations. Hawk tightened scarf, sharpening smell. Team noted 5 senses outmatched normal humans. Suryatoon sighed, lamenting beastmen's sight suppression. Advantage let them fight through blinding fog. Their senses sharpened like steel. A sudden flash illuminated a glyph on the ground. The symbol read Kura, an unknown rune. Swirling snow crystal fog engulfed arena. A blinding flash unveiled mysterious rune, Kura etched below, pulsing with unknown power. The fog spun like a living specter. Suryatoon felt stamina drain as fog chilled him. He clung to hope that rune's secret could turn tide. Li Jianwu risked blindness, feeling the glyph's pulse. Hope glowed faintly within Surya's chest. Glyph pulse intensified, casting eerie light across white veil. Beastmen's silhouettes stirred, sensing hidden power. Team remained uncertain if rune was ally or trap. The team braced for the unknown.
Sometimes you have to become a monster to kill one. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The stone walls shatter, dust choking the air. Enemy soldiers pour through the breach, eyes hungry. He flips a death-defying dodge, landing on trembling ground. His spirit technique flickers, only half charged. Hawk roars, demanding a replay, eyes blazing. I need to see that move with my own eyes. He shouts. Surya leans in, voice low, what's the next step? Their murmurs tremble with doubt. Farm spirits hover, silent, ready to intervene. What happened? I want to see it, a spirit whispers.
What should we do? Should not.
The upcoming strike will push Hawa's new power to its limit. The squad silences their quarrel and charges ahead. Surya bellows, union of the summoner and the spirit. The crowd watches as a combined aura flickers, a promise of breakthrough. The pulse hints at a turning point against the looming demon horde. Hope ignites across the field.
Union of the summoner and the spirit.
Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. Hawk shouts, how do we use that skill now? Hawa blushes, embarrassed, rushing to seal the ritual. Their panic underscores the fragile timing. If they falter, Lord Kuro's forces will crush them.
How is that skill used now?
Embarrassing. I must finish quickly.
The next clash with the Beast Men boss looms, testing their new union. Hawk nods, I see the pattern, then growls, K-King, readying his stance. Hawa lifts her arms, channeling spirit energy into a massive cannon. She releases it. The spirit cannon fires a glowing bolt, slamming into the enemy line, shattering armor. The blast creates a breach for the team to surge forward. Their coordinated attack pierces the shield that once blocked punches.
I'm aware of that. Kaying.
Hawa hears the child's whimper, can't you take me out? She reaches for the kid, summons a spirit seed, and a thick vine erupts from the soil. Hawk rushes forward, trips over a rock, and the vine snaps, sending the child scrambling. Surya raises his hand, beginning the union of summoner and spirit despite the % failure risk. The father watches, fists clenched, fearing the ritual could explode. The child's safety hinges on whether the secret technique holds.
Whoa! My foot slipped.
Grab the vine. I'll lift you up.
Now I channel the spirit.
Next, the team must see if the ritual survives Lord Kuro's looming interference.
Hawk erupts, shouting, "Whoa! They won! So amazing!" As the enemy collapses, he gasps, "I can't believe we both succeeded." The team cheers, hailing the contractor's effort that turned the tide easier than expected. Their risky secret rituals proved effective, boosting confidence for the next battle.
Whoa! They won! So amazing! I can't believe we both succeeded.
Vex eyes the fallen foe, ready to unleash a hidden trap. Hawk erupts, shouting, "Whoa! They win! So amazing!" As the enemy collapses, their secret techniques flare, and the Elven Luck Brew proves the legendary elf juice. The foes kneel before Yijun and Yurin, humbled by the triumph. Surya swells with pride as his friends celebrate. Hawa soothes a whimpering child, wrapping them in gentle reassurance. The team shares the warm elf brew, feeling renewed hope that their luck will sustain the farm's future. Hawk trips over a rock. The freshly grown vine snaps, leaving the child dangling in the soil's shadow. An ominous rumble echoes from deeper earth, promising a new menace that could shatter their fragile victory.
The payback is going to be legendary. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry to witness it.
The earth cracks open, jagged claws ripping the soil like paper. Yijun and Yurn surge forward, blades slicing a rainbow of steel. Beast men roar, charge, and tumble one after another under their relentless onslaught. The final creature collapses, its crimson blood soaking the furrows. Silence blankets the farm, broken only by ragged breaths. Their hard-won victory sweeps away the looming threat and clears the path for a fragile truce. Yurn eyes the bruised survivors, wondering how the beast men will bow to this new order. Yijun explains that the clash erupted when the beast men raided the golden grain fields, trampling seedlings and scattering harvests. Yurn nods, recalling the shattered stalks and the scent of burnt earth. Yijun warns that the elf juice may kindle human greed, turning the potion into a coveted commodity. He explains that once people taste the edge, they will scramble to hoard it, sparking a power struggle over the formula. Whispers already circulate about selling it to the highest bidder. It could ignite human greed, used while competing. Join the Hari squad with a sub before the system crashes. A sudden storm rolls in, foreshadowing the next challenge. A farmer sighs, admiring the perfect weather, oblivious to the brewing tension. He glances toward the horizon as dark clouds gather like a warning flag. The scene shifts to a shadowy figure silently tracking the guild's movements. A sleek hawk dives low across the sky, cutting the wind. Yi-jun spots it first and yells, "Hawk!" A nearby farmer screams, "Hiek!" The bird swoops close to the crops, wings stirring dust into spirals. Beast men children point, eyes wide with wonder. The hawk's shadow flickers across the rows, a fleeting omen. The hawk's sudden approach hints at imminent danger. The hawk crashes into a low branch, startling a nearby creature. Beast men children gasp, "Monster! Hawk!" The startled creature roars, a guttural sound that confuses everyone. Yi-jun lifts his hand, trying to calm the panic. The crowd hesitates, unsure whether they face a beast man or a true monster. A plan forms to shift perception of beast men and Park Jung-hyuk. One member suggests staging an event to showcase the beast men's positive side. They propose inviting Park Jung-hyuk to cooperate once he is released from duty. The suggestion urges everyone to contribute more effort. The strategy aims to improve the Beastmen's image through a high-profile alliance. Next, they plan to enlist Park Jung-hyuk's help to boost the Beastmen's reputation. Yi-jun and the council argue that any public effort will be seen as a performance. They note that people will always call it a show. Then, they suggest using a natural method to improve the Beastmen's image, hoping a genuine act will change opinions.
The council unleashes a risky plan, forcing a member to swallows elf juice while chanting a Layla revelation, hoping its luck-boosting power flips public perception of Beastmen and Park Jung-hyuk. Yi-jun beams optimism, believing the potion will seal their triumph, while skeptical guildmates whisper dread, fearing unknown side effects could cost them their fragile reputation and the Beastmen's very survival. A desperate search for a specialist looms, as the glowing spirit Pinpin farmer emblem flickers, leaving the guild on the brink of a potentially catastrophic showdown with forces they cannot yet control.
We survive on caffeine and new chapters. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry and join the club.
Dust settles, yet a pulse still thrums from wreckage. The sky cracks. A wyvern-shaped dungeon erupts, devouring hope. Lee Jianwoo mutters, "I hope this goes well," while scanning the field. A sharp shout, "Hawk!" snaps the spirit farmer to attention. The sudden threat forces every villager to brace. The looming beast threatens the entire harvest and lives. Hawk steps forward, explaining why fortune suddenly favors them. A villager steps forward, warning, "It won't be that easy." Hawk lifts a calm hand, silencing the murmurs. He reveals that the recent luck surge only fuels personal cravings, not collective safety. The spirit farmer sees the gift as a double-edged blade. Hope can become peril.
Villagers scramble, gathering tools, planting seeds, forming a tight line. Hawk hands a glowing seed to Lee Jianwoo, who clamps it with resolve. The seed throbs, casting light across the field. The wyvern's dark shadow looms, but the crew moves with urgency. Their mission: shield the harvest and probe the seed's latent power. A startled voice shatters the quiet. Lee Jianwoo whispers, "Oh!" as the seed erupts, sprouts shooting upward. Green shoots rise, forging a barrier against the wyverns. Villagers gasp, witnessing the seed's miracle. The barrier could protect the village if it endures. The wyvern watches, eyes narrowing, ready to test its strength. The team bursts into the village hall.
Hawk flinches at the echo, then lets out a surprised exclamation. Tension spikes as the wyvern hovers. A voice asks, "Did we get an easy win?" Doubt ripples through the group, forcing them to reckon with the wyvern's true power.
Oh goodness.
You sure you weren't letting us off easy when we fought?
The team tightens their grip on tools, ready to test the beast again. One spirit steps forward, nodding at the others. He assures the group that a reliable spirit will keep everything under control. Another voice simply says, "Al," confirming the plan. Their confidence steadies the group, letting them focus on the next move without fear.
From the heart of the glowing ring, a tiny sprout breaks, shaped like a hawk's feather. The The sprout emits a soft pulse, resonating with the spirit's aura. Lee reaches out, feeling a surge of potential in his fingertips. Hawk lands beside the sprout, nodding as if greeting an old ally. The seeds glow steadies, promising a new harvest of Essel Hawk crops. Villagers whisper about the forthcoming bounty and its life-changing impact. The appearance of the Essel Hawk seed will reshape Lee's farming plans forever. Lee smiles, thanking Hawa after the new crops burst from the soil. Hawa bows, spirit aura glowing, accepting his gratitude. Villagers gather, clapping, hope rising as the farm's miracle spreads.
Hawk flips the page, revealing a bold number. He explains, "That is a special crop. 3 varieties, each with unique properties." Villagers stare, realizing the seed batch is limited yet potent. This matters because the small quantity forces careful planning and promises high-yield harvests if used wisely. Hawk lifts a small pouch, scattering its contents onto the ground. "These are seeds of a special crop," he declares, grinning. "A special crop." The seeds sparkle with faint green light, confirming their magical nature. This reveal matters because these seeds will become the cornerstone of Lee's next farming project and could boost his superhuman ID status. A banner unfurls above the field, proclaiming Spirit Farmer. Hawk flips the parchment, revealing a glowing trio of magical seeds. As the banner Spirit Farmer unfurls, Spirit Intima materializes, bathing the field in radiant, otherworldly energy. Lee feels his wavering confidence shatter, then rebuild as villagers gasp. Their newfound respect for the spirits offers hope, while the mysterious seed's power threatens to eclipse his cautious, neutral resolve. Villagers' puzzled murmurs linger. The cryptic term Essel Hawk hangs in the air. Intima's silent promise hints at a perilous quest that could upend everything if the seed's secret stays hidden.
It's going to get much, much worse before it gets better. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry.
The earth shatters, a yawning fissure swallowing the farm's soil. Pale spirits spill out, their ghostly forms flickering like stray lanterns in a storm. They surge upward, spiraling into the heavens, each wail crackling with raw, untamed energy. Huanjiai stares, jaw slack, as the surge blots out the sun, draping the fields in an eerie twilight. Shadows stretch, and the forest of felled trees beyond looms like a silent gauntlet, daring him forward. Huanjiai exhales a weary, "Ha!" The memory of last night's raging storm still fresh. Gale-howling winds had ripped branches from the sky, leaving the road littered with shattered trunks. Dozens of massive logs now block the main path, forming a wall no cart could breach.
Huanjiai asks what more the alchemist expects of him at this barren spot. The cracked earth, hunting for concealed instructions. A companion answers, confirming they have reached the entrance to the dungeon fields. The confirmation matters. It marks the threshold of the dangerous trial area. Their boots crunch on dry soil, each step a pledge to confront the unknown. Their resolve hardens as they prepare to step inside. Huanjiai admits he can't keep a serious face before the kids watching. Their hopeful eyes weigh on him, and he fears his nerves will betray the mission. This confession matters. Morale could slip before the dungeon challenge. The team notes his vulnerability, vowing silent support. Zhang Huanjiai lifts the seedling, frowning at its tangled roots. He admits the plant is difficult to manage, its roots twisting in unnatural patterns. He notes it's a special crop, unlike any ordinary grain. The difficulty forces the team to adapt their techniques, risking wasted effort if they fail. Their handling skills become the next hurdle. The struggle forces them to recall why the Beastmen requested this rare plant. Zhang Huanjiai explains the Beastmen specifically asked for this special crop, hoping it will amplify their strength.
He thanks the elves for nurturing it in the hidden garden, yet mentions a lingering problem with its flavor. You taste pure fire. Park Young-hyuk grabs a handful of hellgrass, daring to eat it as the mission looms. He bites, and the flavor erupts like flames, confirming the grass is literally hellish. The group recoils, realizing the crop's danger. They discuss blending it with other ingredients, hoping to tame its blaze. The experiment could forge a powerful tool or backfire catastrophically.
How about trying to eat hellgrass? It is literally hellish.
Their next move will test whether they can harness the grass without burning everything. A dark hawk circles the sky above the farm. Jang Huanjiai watches as it swoops down, landing on a nearby wheat stalk.
Park Young-hyuk steps forward, clenches his fists, and says, "Try harder to research the conky? I won't lose to you." He challenges a rival researcher, pushing the team to improve their spirit crop studies. At that moment, Gunwoo promises the kids a prize, while Una vows to boost her own drive. The rivalry sharpens focus, preparing them for the upcoming hellgrass experiment.
Try harder to research the conky. I won't lose to you.
The party gathers their gear, boards a sleek carriage, and follows the hawk toward Laverland. The spirit bird circles overhead, guiding them over rolling fields. Everyone's chatter fills the air as they speed toward the amusement park's gates. Their departure marks the shift from lab work to a day of rides and relaxation. Tomorrow they will face the Hellgrass trial, and the park's fun may turn into a test of survival. The team abandons the wilted field, rallying behind the Spirit Hawk as they commandeer every ride in Laverland, turning a desperate crisis into a bold, all-out amusement park assault. Yuna feels a flicker of hope while her teammates gasp with renewed purpose. The young girls' wonder fuels their resolve, and Park Young-hyuk's fierce rivalry pushes everyone to chase a breakthrough in spirit crop research. Yet the cursed soil remains stubborn. The mystery of the conky looms, and the hawk's distant cry hints at an unseen threat awaiting them beyond the park's glittering lights.
The deepest lore dives, the highest quality editing. You've found the best. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Surya erupts, demanding, "What are you thinking?" Yoon snaps, pointing out the pest infestation was just eradicated and urging calm. Their heated exchange cracks the thin veneer of teamwork, each member feeling the weight of fresh responsibilities.
What are you thinking?
The pests were just cleared.
Suddenly, a VIP drops a demanding new order that could shatter their fragile alliance. Yoon warns that any extra demands will poison their VIP connections, stressing that he steers the company's affairs tighter than anyone else. Surya confesses a gnawing guilt, admitting the pressure he's piling on his teammates. Trust erodes as the stakes climb, and the team teeters on the edge of collapse.
Earl challenges Yoon. "You wouldn't warn me if you planned to misuse it, would you?" He insists his father's dire need forces his hand, and warns that trusting her too much could backfire. He even mentions Hawk, another watcher, tightening the personal conflict.
"You wouldn't warn me if you were planning to misuse this, would you?"
Yoon confronts Earl's lingering doubts, zeroing in on the strange headgear perched on his scalp. Yoon leans in, demanding, "What's with the odd devices on your head?" Earl falls silent, hiding something crucial, perhaps a link to the elf juice's volatile power. The mystery deepens, threatening the upcoming negotiation.
Guido asks if dark energy can affect a teammate, noting the kid's odd reactions. Yoon steps forward, apologizing for meddling and mentioning Jangi as a possible link. The question forces the group to consider a living test subject.
Excuse me. I tried not to interfere much with your matters, but... Jangi.
The team now eyes the darkness specialist for answers. Surya points out a darkness specialist standing nearby, urging they ask directly. Guido blurts, "Darkness specialist? Hawk, did you forget?" The suggestion pushes the group toward expert help, a crucial step for the experiment.
There's a darkness specialist right beside you.
Guido gasps, shouting disbelief as they uncover the perfect spot for the plant's growth. The location mirrors ancient dark elf legends, a key to powering the silver pine flower.
No way.
The crew uncovers a hidden archive beneath the literature storage, where a glowing silver pine bloom ignites an ancient dark elf sigil. A holographic scene flashes the official Spirit Farmer registration, confirming their perilous experiment. Surya feels his dream of reaching Leverland's surge as Yoon promises a rapid finish. Yet Guido watches pest-ravaged vines threatening the bloom, forcing them to balance hope with the looming cost of failure. A dark current pulses stronger, the silver pine's dim light flickering, leaving the team racing against an unseen surge that could swallow the farm before the crucial registration can secure their salvation.
Never underestimate the guy with nothing to lose. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Previously on Spirit Farmer, our hero survived impossible trials. The system cracked. The enemy unleashed a cataclysmic storm. Darkness surged across the fields. The world teetered on the brink of annihilation. And now the story continues.
The stone gates burst, darkness poured through like a black tide. A snarling beast, a trembling child, and a massive earthworm surged onto the dungeon farm, shaking every footstep. Surya lunges at Hawk, demanding, "Did the trial end?" Their reply will lock or unlock the path deeper.
I completed a trial. What? Now? Hawk?
Hawk weighs the choice. Charge onward or pull back. Jang Hoon smashes the last barrier, then uncovers the hellgrass thriving on ember-rich soil, not on steel. A deep earthworm siphons the soil's raw vigor straight into Gunwoo, igniting his fresh earth shatter technique. Surya states bluntly, "The hellgrass and its absorption tricks won't fix this." The team nods, swallowing the disappointment. Their focus pivots to the soil's makeup. The new direction points at the earthworm's excretions. They blend raw soil with those secret compounds, launching the experiment.
Who would have thought that neither the hell grass itself nor its absorption capability was the answer?
Gunwoo unveils the breakthrough. Soil combined with the hellgrass's extracted components triggers the real reaction. Puna confesses she assumed the component was inert. Both affirm the finding, sealing the formula. The mixture promises a potent growth potion for the looming battle. Gunwoo now begins the delicate brew. Gunwoo, Surya, Puna, Wong, and Hawk circle the ancient stone slab. Their fingers trace faint glyphs that pulse with a soft glow. The inscription whispers, "From the depths, growth arises." The message directs them toward the deep earthworm's feeding grounds. The hint guides them into the worm's hidden underground tunnel. Surya sinks his teeth into the harvested hellgrass, eyes widening. He shouts. The taste erupts into bright rainbows. The crew savors the kaleidoscopic flavor, noting the grass's power as a taste-driven catalyst.
Hana. The taste changes, all enjoyable, like rainbows.
Hawk's amusement park proposal sparks a quick celebration. Then the next trial looms. The team deciphers the ancient glyph, unearthing a pulsing crystal they name Intima. Instantly, they bind it to the deep earthworm's concealed soil energy, unlocking the coveted secret growth potion formula. Amid the lab's jubilant cheers, a solitary sobbing figure ruptures the celebration, compelling each member to face buried doubts and threatening the fragile unity that fuels their breakthrough. With Intima humming ominously and the secret potion secured, the crying mystery figure lingers, signaling a covert foe poised to sabotage the experiment before the next harvest.
There are no heroes here, only survivors. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. Smoke lifts, revealing a frantic chase for the next menace. The village hangs on the edge, ready to abandon its lone spirit farmer as a lethal brew bubbles. Hawa materializes beside the fields, her aura blazing with raw spirit. She shouts a rallying cry, and the crowd erupts, thrilled by her sudden return. Lee Hyun watches old comrades greet Hawa, feeling a surge of possibility. Their reunion ignites a fragile hope against the looming disaster.
We're back. Hawk, you're back, our lovely sweeties.
Tensions flare as the team debates finishing the potion or sprinting to the amusement park. Surya steps forward, eyes sweeping the trembling field. He whispers a half-spoken warning in the ancient tongue.
Yoon erupts, insisting the children survive. He gestures to the playground, where laughter rings, defying fear of loss. His rally steadies the group, reminding them hope endures even if allies depart. The claim lifts morale, staving off panic.
Yoon and the kids aren't dead.
The team now schedules a rendezvous at the old shrine before nightfall. Lee Hyun urges the crew to re-engage the guild once feasible. He emphasizes that caring for one another outweighs the potion rush. The reminder eases anxiety, refocusing them on lasting bonds. Their renewed pledge promises sturdier alliances against the demon onslaught. Next, they must face Baekjin's scout at the village gate. Kyung kneels amid shattered beams, hand trembling. She mutters, "My Gazing at the ruined walls, she whispers, "My sweet home lies in ruins." Kyung shouts, bewildered by strange words echoing off the new walls. Villagers scramble to decode the half-broken inscription, fearing a hidden threat. Shifts to caution as they wonder if the magic carries hidden costs. Tension rises while they ready to investigate the mysterious markings.
As I saw HL who our house, see still on our kingdom Kyung.
Yoon studies the script, suspecting a warning from the Beastmen Guild. The dungeon farm erupts, spawning a towering castle where fields once lay. Hawa channels spirit energy, molding stone and timber in seconds. The massive structure clashes with humble homes. The team watches, stunned, as the new walls surge upward. A massive castle erupts from the dungeon farm as Hawa channels spirit energy, shaping stone and timber in seconds, leaving villagers staring at the impossible structure towering over their fields. Kyung watches her modest cottage crumble under a stampede of baby-horned rabbits, belongings scattering, while Yoon feels the weight of shattered hope and villagers confront the terror of an unreadable, half-broken inscription. The half-broken words echo from the new walls, promising hidden danger, as the horned rabbit herd roams unchecked, leaving the village teetering between awe and dread, seeking answers before the farm's power spirals out of control.
He's playing chess while they're playing checkers. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry.
Smoke curls from the wreckage. The timer already clicks. He'd trade a life behind bars just to whisper one last goodbye. Surya bursts into the charred barn, eyes snapping over shattered tools. He feels the pulse of danger. Beastmen will storm the site any minute. The secret potion must stay buried. Hawa's promise of a miracle harvest hovers like a fevered dream. Surya slips into the kitchen, mom's hands stirring a frothing brew, brother polishing a crystal vial. A hidden wall niche reveals a faint glowing spirit seed jar. That seed could ignite a bountiful harvest, or lure the Shinhwa group's greedy eyes. Surya corners mom, demanding why she freezes when a reunion looms.
The watch spirit gasps, shocked someone slipped past its guard. The Shinhwa chairman materializes, demanding, "Who dares trespass my private estate?" Their presence snarls the farm's hidden tie to the corporate titan. Tension spikes as masks fall.
Who would have thought someone could breach my watch?
Who are you? This is Shinhwa's elite residence.
Brother's true role looms. Mom gasps, recognizing brother's sudden authority and his Shinhwa connections. She worries his ascent could become a danger. A relative whispers, "Is this newcomer truly his sibling?" Their doubt threatens the fragile alliance.
My goodness, brother. I knew your Shinhwa ties, now you're important.
If he's your brother, are you perhaps?
Sura informs the group that Hawa remains sealed inside the laboratory, tirelessly mixing the secret elixir. Another hawk darts past, but Hawa never emerges. Their isolation is critical. Without her expertise, the brew stalls. Mom's anxiety deepens. Surya alerts Mom and brother that the Shinhwa group's chairman will arrive shortly, emphasizing the name to confirm the rumor. A corporate titan's presence forces the family to parade their miracle harvest and concealed potion. Mom commands an immediate cleanup. Brother yells that the chairman's arrival will soon shake their home, sparking panic over frantic cleaning or even rebuilding. Surya attempts to soothe the frenzy, reminding everyone the guest isn't immediate. Misplaced effort could jeopardize farm defenses.
Surya apologizes for the earlier roar, admits everyone was noisy, then inquires about the magic he's shaping. He discovers it's a fortified iteration of their original thesis spell, poised to amplify the upcoming harvest. The reinforced incantation will be trialed at the next yield. Surya commands, "Fuel our minds with energy." He sends Grandma to the city to stockpile a mountain of sweets. The sugary bounty will lift spirits and power the forthcoming spell work. Hawa watches, poised to trial the fresh crop. Mira sighs, linking Surya's call for brain fuel to the one who strains her mind hardest, Hawa. She notes Hawa's relentless mental push, underscoring her vital role in the looming harvest spell. Jean readies himself to enlist Hawa's aid. A banner unfurls. Spirit Farmer Jean Woo's registration secures his claim, unlocking rare spirit seeds and official protection. The Black Cult Scouts spot the new title, edging ever nearer. Surya orders Grandma to storm the city for a mountain of sweets, sparking a cascade of radiant magic circles around Soa as the reinforced thesis spell erupts. Surya stakes his beloved family above raw power, his resolve tightening as Soa's sudden magic threatens to splinter their unity and endanger the harvest. A looming banner proclaims Jean Woo's spirit farmer status, granting access to rare spirit seeds. Black Cult Scouts close in, leaving the farm's defense and the spell's fate hanging on a razor-thin thread.
By this time next week, the internet will be blowing up over this manhwa. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry and be ready.
The walls crumble, fire searing my veins. The miracle elixir wipes hunger, but its bile-sharp flavor guards a hawk-watched secret. Li Jianwu snatches the super potion formula, still harsher than the dreaded wrath elixir. Victory tastes hollow, like ash on his tongue. Now he steels himself for the final test, the brew itself. Li Jianwu spots a frantic scrap, Surya, scrawled in alien glyphs. He mutters, "Only Surya can steady the mix." The spirit's whisper is the missing key to perfect the concoction. He reaches for the first jar, measuring the base component with trembling hands. One sip erases hunger, crushes fatigue. Li Jianwu declares, pouring the glowing mixture into a crystal flask. Hawa flags Li Jianwu's emaciated state, urging him to devour the meal at once. He balks, demanding to clean his hands first, fearing the broth will cool and lose its warmth. Every second of delay drains his dwindling strength before the brew can be sealed.
Food now. You've gone 3 days without proper meals.
I'll wash up first, otherwise the meal will get cold.
The chilling prospect of a lukewarm dish threatens his fragile stamina. A bewildered voice croaks, "Hama, Sir Knight." The memory flashes to Hawa's explosive outbursts whenever the lab doors slammed, each flare a warning of volatile tempers. Her fierce temperament foreshadows hidden conflicts that could ignite at any moment. Li Jianwu confesses his wife fell victim to a monstrous toxin. No antidote exists, and physicians sustain her on a life support cradle. The desperate urgency ignites his quest for a miracle cure. He stares into the brewing chamber, a flicker of hope igniting his resolve.
Surya cautions, "Is this darkness too heavy for younger ears?" Lee Jianwoo sighs, "The pain is real, but the truth must be told." The confession lays bare the personal price of his crusade. His desperation drives him toward a perilous gamble. Lee Jianwoo admits the relentless cost of his wife's care drains his coffers. He feels his dark hair silver with stress, each strand a reminder of mounting pressure.
Lee Jianwoo stakes his wife's fragile breath on the duel, shouting the Shinhwa foe to retreat while the Intima arena thrums with electric tension. He watches his wife's labored breaths on the life support cradle, feels his hair silver with relentless stress, and knows he will gamble every principle to seize the miracle cure. The duel timer ticks down. The Shinhwa adversary smirks, unveiling a concealed blade. The razor-thin line between victory and defeat hangs over Jianwoo's desperate cure.
A true mastermind doesn't need to lift a finger. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry.
10 seconds left before the blast erupts. The spirit farmer collapses, his hard-won victory ripped away. Surya storms at Jean, demanding why he ever challenged the chairman. Jean confesses his heart was clouded, shame burning from the last duel. The admission drags his old guilt into the present, a storm brewing.
You fought with the chairman?
Hawk leaps in, demanding the duel's final outcome. Hawk steps forward, stare fixed on Jean, and asks who truly claimed victory. Jean replies that the chairman is an awakened fighter, a being whose power dwarfs any ordinary youth. That truth explains Jin's crushing loss and raises the village's peril to a fever pitch.
Who won? I'm curious.
Puna steps into view, eyes alight, insisting she will press on with her experiments despite exhaustion. She declares the cure within reach, vowing to heal her wife. Her steadfast resolve steadies Jean, igniting hope that his personal tragedy can be undone. Their bond fuses farm magic with healing arts. Jean revisits the concealed code in the farm ledgers, praying it unveils the chairman's vulnerability. Jean bows his thanks to Hama, admitting that without spirit aid he would drown in sorrow. He savors the quiet kindness that steadies his heart. Gratitude fuels his resolve to face the chairman once more, armed with fresh insight. He strides toward the looming tower, fire blazing in his eyes. Surya floods the workshop with a bright aura, instantly banishing shadows. Jean bows low, pleading for her aid against the chairman's legions. Surya places both palms on the stone altar, murmuring an ancient chant. A soft green light ripples across the floor, coaxing wilted crops back to life in moments. Hama yells, "Sister Puna, Hawk!" rallying the others to the cause. The revived plants release a faint scent, promising richer harvests and combat buffs. Jean feels a surge of spirit power, certain Surya's magic will swing the battle.
I'm here, Jean. Let's begin.
Hama's quiet wish for Jin's happiness lingers. Hama steps forward, eyes bright, whispering a quiet hope for Jin's joy.
Puna forsakes her routine experiments, devoting endless hours to a life-saving herbal brew for Jin's ailing wife. Meanwhile, Surya's radiant aura bathes the workshop, fortifying the team for the chairman's imminent onslaught. Jean savors a surge of hope as his comrades rally. Hama's swift meal lifts morale, a fleeting warmth blooms in his chest. Yet Puna's frantic hunt for magical soap exposes the delicate balance endangering his family's future. A bewildered voice mutters pardon? As hidden doubts fester, the chairman's troops close in, and Jin's daughter asks when peace will return, leaving the farm's fragile hope hanging on the edge of disaster.
Watch him break every limit they set for him. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Smoke lifts but chaos erupts. I clutch my mother's steaming rice ball, pulse racing. Hawk storms the kitchen, eyes sweeping every plate. I hide the secret dish, fearing disgrace if discovered. The bite could ignite the crew's spirit, yet exposure would betray my pride. Hawk snarls, demanding I reveal my hidden treasure. Gunwoo sets the rice ball down, steam spiraling. Hawk snatches it, bites, and flashes a grin. Flavor erupts, sparking a roar of cheers. The dish proves Gunwoo can wield fire without magic, boosting the crew's self-reliance.
So yummy.
Thank goodness. I believe my mother would be delighted to hear that too.
Hawk leans in, demanding the recipe's origin. A farmer leans back, sighs, and proclaims the dish truly excellent. Surya jumps up, pointing at Hawk, shouting something that sounds like not Hawk. A playful jab at the rival's constant complaints. The praise cements the dish's effect, lifting spirits.
Not Hawk.
Finally, the narrator will thank Hawk for the meal. Relief floods the room as the final bite vanishes. Hawk's push finally secures a proper meal, easing tension. Hawk nods, satisfied. The team's hunger dissolves, granting fresh stamina for the next quest. With bellies full, the crew now prepares for the mysterious magic soap experiment deep within the world tree's roots. Gunwoo confesses he unintentionally hauled the strange potion back to the farm. He begs Hawk for advice, fearing the unknown liquid might harm their spirits. The admission forces the crew to reconsider using any more untested alchemy.
I accidentally brought this potion home. Hawk?
Their worry spikes when Surya's reaction becomes evident. Surya collapses into a deep, unnatural slumber after touching the potion, far deeper than any prior nap. Meanwhile, Gunwoo feels lingering drowsiness but cannot fall asleep, his eyes heavy with restless energy. Their contrasting states reveal the potion's unpredictable side effects, threatening morale and upcoming battles.
I fell into a deeper sleep than ever before.
I feel sleepy, but I can't sleep.
Hawa bursts with ideas, shouting that carrots would thrive in the new fields. She adds strawberries could blossom, brightening the harvest with sweet fruit. Hawk interjects, proposing lettuce as a simple crop that pairs well with meat. Hawa mocks him, claiming he only wants lettuce to eat with steak. Their banter matters because the right crops will shape the farm's magic output. Next, they prepare to plant the chosen crops in the untouched fields.
Carrots and strawberries would be great.
Hawk thinks lettuce is nice. You just want it with meat.
The group surveys the dungeon farmland. Hawk notes the plots already hold regular crops. Hawa proposes planting a unique crop to boost magic.
Hawk bolts across the dungeon rows, chasing Surya's cry, and crashes into a clearing where a pulsing green light throbs from freshly turned soil, revealing a hidden, potent magical seed. Hawk feels desperation crack as Hawa's bright crop ideas clash with the looming threat of magical imbalance, forcing the team to risk everything to revive the stalled world tree. The glowing soil beckons unanswered, leaving the group to wonder if the mysterious energy will nourish their crops or unleash a catastrophic surge, as the looming deadline forces a split-second decision.
Watch him break every limit they set for him. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The shrine erupts, unleashing a wave of harvest fury. Only two warriors hold the arena as beastmen thunder around. Layla yells, "Geek!" at Mr. Bekku, sparking a roar from the crowd. Tension spikes, foreshadowing a looming threat. The next round will pit them against spirit-charged rivals. The arena glitters like a neon cartoon park, colors blasting everywhere. Mr. Bekku sighs, "Phew, thanks for the fight." The kids flash relieved smiles, their bond tightening after the clash. The crowd chuckles, eyes glued. Their newfound unity summons Hawa's drifting spirits. Layla admires Bekku's self-control, noting he never tapped his power despite perfect coordination. Bekku exhales. "Phew," the team gasps. This world, stripped of the world tree, still teems with raw power. Their awe sparks a fierce hunt for the hidden source. A beast man snorts a short laugh, eyes glinting. Determined, they sprint after the vanished world tree's clues. Layla recalls the world tree legend. Its roots once fed the farmland's bounty. Bekku wonders if its loss leaves a massive energy void. Layla affirms. The tree channeled worldwide power, now waning.
Their next strike aims at the secret well beneath Leverland. Bekgu asserts superhumans are impossible. Layla cuts in, citing agents who evolved to match the monster surge. A lesson she learned. Their debate reveals they still lack answers on their own power's birth. Layla squints at a cryptic note, questioning its meaning. The others exchange wary glances, uncertain. The ambiguity threatens to stall their departure. Bekgu will choose the next move. Layla and Bekgu lock eyes, committing to Leverland. They bellow Hawk, their rallying cry. The surge of purpose fuels their unity. Yuna's potion awaits its first trial. Hawk swoops in, confirming the assembly. Bekgu declares Yun as potion complete, ready for the celebration. The crew erupts in cheers, eager to sample the concoction. Its effects could unlock fresh powers for the looming quest. Comet's confusion looms as a potential snag. Comet mutters his confusion over the cage dilemma, yet remains hopeful.
Hawa raises her staff, cracking the earth as a green spirit erupts. Layla grabs a radiant seed, plants it, and a golden vegetable blossoms, pulsing with light. Layla's hope surges as the luminous fruit infuses her with fresh strength, while the others tremble, wary of hidden costs. A deep rumble rolls from the fissured soil. The spirit's green aura expands, foretelling an awakening force that could engulf Leverland before the potion's promise materializes.
Trust no one. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari to see who turns next.
The fire sputters, then the earth tears open. Hawk bursts onto the farm, yelling Hawk Tilda. CF. He coolly admits he gets why everyone's frustrated with the stalled elixir. His roar jolts the crew, forcing eyes on the bubbling, incomplete potion. Tension erupts as they realize the rabbit horn is still missing.
Hawk! CF.
The hunt for that horn now races against the elixir's explosive deadline. The tension hangs heavy, waiting for the next move. A bright laugh rings out, announcing their long-awaited return. It's been ages since we set foot on this farm, the voice says, sparking a flash of hope across the tired faces. The answer drops, only an rank horn will do. That's a fantasy, the speaker scoffs, doubting its existence. The crew argues, could they boost a lower rank horn? Upgrading is possible, but it teeters on danger. A successful upgrade could supercharge the elixir. The tension crackles, each suggestion sparking new hope. A soft voice whispers that alchemy could forge the horn, even without a master. Hope flickers, but the warning follows, act before the rabbit's lair shifts. Tension spikes, the clock ticks toward dawn. At first light, the rank rabbit horn hunt erupts. The sunrise promises both danger and reward. Hawk lunges forward, eyes wide as the crew yells his name. The squad piles onto a rattling cart bound for the nearby amusement park. Hawk leans back, sighs, muttering the ride will drain them after a hard day. The group chuckles, yet fatigue threatens the upcoming rabbit horn chase.
Going to amusement park is tiring.
Soon, Hawk offers to shoulder duties while others rest. The tension rises like a low hum. Under the flickering park lights, Hawk steps up, pledging to cover the others' chores. He vows a quick rest before joining the game with Sir Knight, the spirit guardian. This promise lets the team relax, knowing the farm remains guarded.
I'll cover you, then play with Sir Knight.
Later, they discuss riding the mysterious over. The guide clarifies the mounts suit everyday folk, not gods, yet they brim with symbolic power. Even superhumans train on them, upping the difficulty. You bristle, why am I still a farmer while this feels like hunter experience? Your protest underscores the pressure to prove yourself before the rabbit horn quest.
Of course, it's designed for ordinary people, not superheroes, but it holds symbolic significance. Sometimes even real superhumans train here, raising the difficulty.
Why am I still a farmer here? You say this is hunter experience. Tension spikes as the team readies for the elusive rabbit horn mission. Determination sharpens like a blade.
Hawk grabs the crew, thrusting them onto the luminous over platform. Ride now, he shouts, then steps back, refusing the next ascent. His eyes hint at a secret motive. The crowd feels both excitement and unease. The platform hums with hidden intent. Hope surges from Hawk's bold promise, then cuts deep when his confession about Hawa's silent departure shatters trust. Each member wrestles with lingering doubt. The air crackles with unresolved tension. The platform hovers over the park's rim, destination veiled. The team must choose: follow Hawk's risky lead or stay grounded, while a silent threat looms behind the floating lights. The decision hangs like a blade poised to fall.
You'll never have to search for chapter summaries again. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry and let them come to you.
The ground split open, a jagged crack screaming that the true war had erupted. A silver hawk swooped into the throng of children, scattering them like leaves in a gale. Lee Jun roared, Hydro Lash, Wind Spear, and unleashed a torrent of water followed by a sharp gust, slashing at the rogue spirit. Mira, the sly spirit fox, darted beside him, her fiery aura magnifying every strike. Their synced assault shoved the spirit back, flashing a 6-point surge across their meters. That breakthrough proved their combined spirit energy could rival any danger looming ahead.
Hydro Lash, Wind Spear.
Myra's eyes widened as a second spirit surged forward, its presence humming with raw power.
Alchemist He handed each child a bright restoration potion. The moment the liquid touched their lips, wounds sealed instantly, skin knitting like fresh parchment. Grins spread, and cheers rose to Lee Jun and Mira for the swift healing. This rapid recovery let the team stay in the fight longer, morale soaring. Now the party puts the alchemist's speed to the test in the next clash. He churned potions faster than any known alchemist, spraying the battlefield with speed boost elixirs. Lee Jun and Mira seized the moment, unleashing combos that shattered enemy spirits into shards. Their synchronized might dazzled even the hardened warriors, proving that support roles can tip the scales.
Ali produced a bubbling vial marked Alcrop Special. She hurled it onto the battlefield, the liquid spreading into a slick that slowed enemy movement. Jinsu watched the effect, his brow furrowed with puzzlement. The slowdown granted the party a chance to regroup and plan their next strike. Tension eased as foes' speed dropped, buying precious time.
Alcrop Special Shepuru slowed.
The sleepy flowers would soon take effect, deepening the battlefield's haze. Li Jianwu planted the sleepy flowers in the soil. The seeds sprouted instantly, releasing a fragrant mist that engulfed the boss, lulling it into drowsiness. Nearby spirits fluttered, drawn to the soothing scent.
Lee Jun asked, what could the special meal be? Hawa burst with excitement, shouting Hawk. The exclamation hinted at a surprise ingredient or a spirit-guided dish. Their anticipation built, promising a unique culinary twist that might boost their abilities. Tomorrow, the group will test the new meal's power on the field. Lee Jun walked into the banquet hall and spotted Su Chan at the entrance. He shouted, "Who would have thought Su Chan would be here?" The crowd murmured. Hawa stepped forward, laughing, and asked, "That was supposed to be a surprise. Are you surprised?" Their exchange showed the hidden guest, hinting that Su Chan's arrival would change the feast's plan. Lee Jun admitted he wouldn't have gotten the chance without the others' help. He thanked the group for opening the path. A child shouted, calling Hawk hungry and insisting the conversation continued despite the distraction. The exchange underscored how even small cravings affect focus, reminding them that every detail matters in the upcoming trial.
Nope, if it's not for you, I wouldn't have ever gotten this opportunity.
Hawk. Too bad you're hungry, but I keep going with conversation, right?
Hawk's appetite may trigger an unexpected spirit reaction. Lee Jun apologized for the delay and promised to start the preparation immediately. He declared that from now on he would present his best dish to the group.
Hawa lifts her hand, summons fragrant wind that unfurls glowing runes in the soil, while the field spirit guides Lee Jun, Mira, and her toward a wooden plaque bearing character Sura at the village entrance. The wind carries the scent of renewal, and the spirit's glow promises a new era for the hamlet. Lee Jun feels his heart swell with gratitude for the group's support, pledges to serve his finest dish, and rushes to rescue his hidden younger sibling, fearing the loss of family amid the looming ritual. His resolve hardens as the field trembles, ready to protect both kin and crop. A whispering ancient phrase Gulov lingers, its meaning shrouded, as the glowing runes pulse ominously, leaving the villagers and our heroes trembling, unsure whether the revealed power heralds salvation or a catastrophic curse. The air crackles with both hope and dread, as the fate of the village hangs in a fragile balance.
The blast slammed us to the ground, but the battle roared on. The spirit farmer ladles a broth so fierce it makes the hawk's spirit convulse. The hawk erupts, shouting that the taste sears its feathers. Lee Jin-woo watches the hawk's reaction, realizing the soup can literally dissolve anyone who loses focus. Hawa steps forward, voice booming, ordering every diner to stay seated. She warns that any movement or pause could drag them into the bubbling cauldron. The family eyes the seething pot, feeling the heat and a strange magnetic pull. The air thickens with spice, each breath tasting iron. The hawk shrieks again, its feathers trembling with the soup's raw energy. The crystal's glow dims to a low pulse, then steadies. Lee watches the numbers on the display flicker to 0, a silent alarm. Hawa sighs, her vines retracting, and says, "It was exquisite indeed, but..." She hints that the dish's taste masks a deeper flaw. The family's chatter quiets, each person sensing hidden danger. Lee's mind races, calculating the risk of consuming the unmeasurable output. If the tool triggers, it could corrupt the crops or grant uncontrolled power. The silence holds them captive, waiting for the next sign. The air grows colder, as if the stone walls anticipate a breach.
It was exquisite indeed, but...
Lee Jin-woo grins, picturing himself on a foreign shore with his kids. He says he hopes the next trip lets him explore the world and create more memories with his children. Hawa adds that she wants to see the kids' faces light up in new places. Their excitement spreads, lifting the mood of the whole gathering. It matters because their resolve to bond with the next generation fuels their drive to protect the farm's legacy. The table's soup begins to shimmer brighter, hinting at an imminent surprise. A subtle pulse radiates from the elixir, syncing with their heartbeats. The dancing soup swirls faster, forming spirals of light above the plates. The hawk what? A dungeon. The hawk spirit that had perched on the table flutters wildly, feathers sparking with raw harvest power. The dungeon alarm roars louder, and the farm's stone floor cracks, revealing a hidden passage. Lee Jin-woo, Hawa, Chan-woo, and the others sprint through the opening, teleporting toward the World Tree's roots. The rush matters because the World Tree is the gateway to the deeper dungeon that holds the elixir of growth. A cold mist spills from the crack, chilling their skin. Chan-woo grabs Jin-woo's arm and shouts that they must rush to the World Tree. Jin-woo replies that he'll explain the details later, but agrees to hurry.
Lee Jian-woo lunges for the feathered token. The feather ignites, projecting a luminous map of the World Tree's tangled roots across the stone wall. The map reveals a concealed pathway winding toward the elixir's source. Simultaneously, a bright numeral bursts into radiant light above the banquet, counting down to an unseen peril. The dual omen fuels their resolve, knowing the next step could decide the farm's fate. Chan-woo bursts into the hall, his grin igniting a flash of hope. Their reunion stirs warm memories, but the shattering alarm reverberates and the stone floor cracks beneath them. Lee Jian-woo must abandon his brief peace, racing to protect his sister and preserve his harvest power. The clash of joy and danger sharpens the stakes, as every second threatens the farm's balance. The hawk spirit screeches, its claws pointing at the widening fissure where a dark, pulsing vortex erupts. The alarm blares louder, echoing through the stone hall. Lee Jian-woo and Chan-woo stare into the abyss, their breath hitching, knowing there is no time to retreat. The vortex threatens to swallow them whole, forcing a desperate choice.
The next arc is darker, faster, and hits harder. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry and don't miss a second.
Previously on Spirit Farmer, our hero shattered the cursed gates, survived the impossible trials, faced the relentless system, and unleashed a cataclysmic power. The enemy rises, darkness engulfs everything, and now the blast shattered the sky, and I watched the harvest burn. A globe-shaped vestige slammed into the field, humming with dark energy. Lee Jian-woo reached out, felt a surge,
and transformed into a superhuman. The vestige whispered of a world that collapsed, urging him to flee. Suddenly, Punjians swarmed his farm. Punjians ravaged the rows, tearing crops as if they were paper. Li Jianwu sprinted, his newfound speed slicing through the horde. The tide rose, forcing him to summon Hawa and the other spirits. A distant shout cracked the air. His brother raced toward the battlefield. Your brother slammed onto the scene, landing beside Li Jianwu as the Punjians surged. Onyx's voice grew heavy as it narrated countless realms that fell after its departure, each demise spreading like a virus across dimensions. The farm now faced the same fate. In the shadows, a hidden radiant child materialized, pleading for protection. Onyx warned that a colossal beast breached the horizon, charging toward the farm. The tiny radiant child barked orders, demanding Hawa weave vines and spirit energy into an iron wall. The warning meant the next wave could shatter their fragile hope.
Prepare, the beast approaches now.
Lee nodded at Onyx's warning, grateful for the glimpse of collapse. Onyx repeated the tale of its world's fall, cementing the danger. Lee stood amid the ruined field, breath ragged, eyes scanning the fallen hunters and retreating beastmen. A tense silence followed his whispered remark, allowing him a moment to contemplate his next move. The pause hinted at a deeper, secret strategy. Facing his brother, Lee confessed his recent choices. He gestured to the thriving crops and lingering monster tracks, admitting his days were spent training and nurturing the farm. This admission revealed his devotion to both power and survival.
That's what I've been doing all this time.
A sudden health check followed. Hawa stepped close, worry etched on her face, and asked if Lee was injured. Lee roared, "Me!" as his pride flared, echoing across the farm. The child lifted a glowing hand, eyes alight, ready to issue its first order. The command promised to channel Lee's powers toward a critical target, forcing him to choose duty over ego.
Onyx, the glowing sphere, declared that only Lee could halt the world's collapse, binding him to obey the mysterious child commander. Lee's stubborn pride clashed with Hawa's concern, threatening his hard-won morale and the farm's fragile hope as he must surrender his ego to the child's command. The unseen shining child held the decisive orders, leaving Lee's rebellion and the relentless monster tide unresolved, while the world teetered on total collapse.
There's history here that most people skip. Don't be most people. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. The timer stops, and silence roars louder than any alarm. A blaring siren tears through the dawn as dungeons burst from the earth across the city. Lee Junwoo, the spirit farmer, shouts "E!" in disbelief, his breath ragged. Nearby residents freeze, eyes wide, sensing a threat far beyond ordinary danger. The citywide alert forces everyone to scramble for shelter, and Junwoo must choose his next battlefield. Citizens pour toward his cultivated field, turning his humble farm into the epicenter of the chaos. The trembling ground cracks beneath the crops, and a cold wind carries the cries of panicked townsfolk. Lee Junwoo curses the sky. Garbage, what the hell is happening? As the earth shudders beneath his boots.
Junwoo places a steady hand on Layla's trembling shoulder, assuring her the strange sensation will fade. He explains the mind invasion is likely a side effect of the dungeon's raw energy. Layla nods, still dazed, attempting to grasp the situation. The team watches, waiting for her to regain composure before the next move.
Brother, it's probably okay.
Layla? You're so confused right now.
He instructs Layla to close her eyes and channel the spirit power inward. Junwoo points to the youngest spirit, nicknamed Soap, and orders, "Close your eyes, focus." Soap obeys, inhaling deeply, letting his inner spirit surge through his veins. Junwoo then commands the group to seal the psychic intrusion.
Junwoo steps forward, gesturing to the trembling Layla. "Let's hear from our new shaman," he commands. The others fall silent, eyes locked on her. Layla lifts her hands, the air trembling with spirit energy. She begins to channel the revelation that sparked her awakening. The crowd listens, waiting for a plan to stop the spreading dungeons. This moment sets the stage for the World Tree strategy.
Let's hear from our new shaman.
Layla now explains the World Tree's need. Layla spreads her arms wide, the spirit glow painting the field in ethereal light. She declares, "The World Tree lies broken, its roots starving." She continues, "To restore it we must gather 5 distinct tribal powers."
Junwoo points out that monsters still breach the farm's perimeter, warning that every delay lets the danger grow. He orders the team to resolve the Fairy Queen negotiation quickly before a bigger monster wave hits. Their urgency reflects the mounting pressure from the spreading dungeons. Prompt success could buy the farm time to fortify against the looming threat.
Monsters keep breaching. Solve this fast before bigger problems arrive.
Their next move heads straight to the Fairy Queen's hidden palace. Junwoo asks his allies if they can hand the crisis over to the Shinhwa group. The group's chairman steps forward, confirming he had already prepared a contingency for today. Layla steps forward, eyes glowing with resolve. She explains that the World Tree can be revived only by uniting 5 tribal powers. One of those powers requires negotiating with the reclusive Fairy Queen. The team listens, realizing the ritual is more complex than just stopping dungeons. This knowledge forces them to seek allies beyond their current circle. The chairman's hidden project readies to fuse the cores. The chairman unveils the contingency device, a sleek construct humming with latent power. Grandmaster Huang activates it, feeding every collected dungeon core into the machine. He declares that no new dungeons will appear now, though the cores only buy time. The team watches the device pulse, aware that the halt is temporary. Grandmaster Huang powers the contingency device, channeling every harvested dungeon core into its humming core. Hawa's spirit seed vines surge, sealing the gaping fissure with emerald light. Yet as the crack closes, a massive, shadow-cloaked spirit erupts, its roar shaking the farm's foundations. The beast's dark aura swallows the light, promising a new, terrifying battle. Junwoo grips his resolve, shouting that they will fight even if it costs the world. Around him, his companions feel hope flicker, fear surge. As the very ground they defend erupts with raw spirit fury, each tremor a reminder of the stakes. The ominous spirit towers above the sealed fissure, its dark aura devouring the light. The village trembles, and the quest for the 5 tribal powers hangs on a fragile, unanswered promise of salvation.
I read it so you don't have to strain your eyes. You're welcome. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
Ash still clings to my tongue, but the foe vanished, snatching the fairies and shaking the spirit realm. The Fairy Queen materializes before Jianwoo and Chanwoo, her crown humming with ancient power. She offers a perilous bargain. Cross the veil, rescue the captive sprites, and restore balance. Their eyes flicker. Fear, hope, destiny, all colliding in a single breath.
If you two go, you'll bring the fairies back.
Jianwoo's mind races, picturing the shimmering barrier that guards the fairy realm. Jianwoo fumbles, his tongue knotted as he curses the Fairy Queen's silence, blaming his recent punishment for the miscommunication. Chanwoo steadies him, chanting "Shake no, shake" like a broken mantra. Their probing uncovers a startling truth. The World Tree feeds on flesh, not merely on dew. The shock ripples through Jianwoo and Chanwoo. Protein could supercharge their crops. A jovial spirit chirps. "The weather is so nice today, Moo," trying to mask the unease. They argue, weighing the danger of contaminating the soil against the promise of explosive yields. A fleeting system alert flickers, urging a quick subscription before collapse. After a tense pause, they resolve to experiment with meat-infused cultivation, but with caution.
The weather is so nice today, Moo.
An unexpected revelation reshapes their strategy. A luminous seed erupts from the tangled roots,
its aura humming with raw spirit power.
They halt, the endless horde still roaring, and summon memories of legendary manga heroes who faced insurmountable odds. Those scenes flash in their minds, turning the grim tunnel into a storyboard of triumph. Energized, Jianwu bellows, "Clear the path!" sending a surge of force that drives the monsters back. Jianwu spots a lingering spirit obstructing the passage and shouts, "Move aside now!" The startled spirit hesitates, then retreats, revealing a cramped corridor. Jianwu, bewildered, mutters, "What am I supposed to do?" Their decisive command clears the way, allowing them to inch closer to the Fairy Queen's arena before the monster swarm engulfs them. A youthful spirit hurries them forward, whispering, "Keep moving, elder brother." Hawa lifts her hand, voice steady. She whispers, "However," and unveils a concealed seed pulsing with bright energy, a rare variety known to repel monster hordes. This seed could become their shield, safeguarding the farm without endless combat. Jianwu steps into the dim storage cellar, eyes catching a sack of black spores tucked beneath straw. The label reads, "Monster Attracting Fertilizer." He turns, catching Jianwu slipping away, and bellows, "Our trust has shattered." The accusation cracks the fragile bond that held their teamwork together. Jianwu patrols the outer wall, eyes fixed on a fresh clawed footprint embedded in the dirt. He shouts, "How did a monster breach the dungeon farm?" The crew surveys the shattered vines and a jagged portal flickering in the distance, the source of recent crop damage. Sealing this breach becomes their next critical mission.
Jianwu rallies the farmhands and spirits, urging them to surge against the beast horde. Hawa brandishes a radiant seed that emits a protective aura, while Jianwu uncovers a hidden sack of monster-drawing fertilizer, casting their daring plan into a perilous gamble between salvation and catastrophe. Hawa's luminous seed offers a shield for the crops, granting a brief illusion of control. However, the concealed fertilizer looms like a siren, ready to summon endless swarms, forcing Jianwu and Jianwu to balance hope against looming ruin. A guttural yinum reverberates from the thicket. A fresh clawed imprint stains the outer wall, and torn vines expose a jagged portal, signs that the farm teeters on the edge of an imminent monster invasion.
End of the chapter. Time to subscribe to Manwa with Hari.
The blast tore the ridge apart, fire spilling over the cliffs. Kirk barreled toward the farm's gate, hoisting his hoe like a battle axe, slashing at the tide of glowing spirits that surged from the rift. Behind the ridge, the portal crackled, spewing monsters that devoured the sky. Jinwu and the lone knight formed a desperate shield, while El's distant lantern flickered far beyond, her absence a cold void. The rift threatened to swallow the whole realm, but a new silhouette stepped into the chaos, eyes alight with determination. Somewhere beyond the smoke, El's shadow lingered, promising the answers the farm desperately needed. The knight spurred his warhorse into the barnyard, blade flashing. Kirk muttered, "Like manga, huh?" as chaos erupted. Jinwu stepped forward, observing the farm's knight, a seasoned warrior whose blade sang with experience. He warned that even the knight would be imperiled if the monster tide kept swelling. The farm's defense hinged on the knight's prowess, yet the sheer numbers threatened to overwhelm him.
Like manga who?
Knight is skilled, but he'll be in danger if monsters swarm the farm. Tension cracked the air as Jinwu prepared his next decisive move. The earth shuddered as Jinwu roared, "The fight won't be easy, but we cannot retreat." He lifted his ID card, unleashing a surge of energy that forged a radiant barrier. A hulking creature lunged at the farmhand Butchin, its claws injecting a dark toxin into his skin. Butchin clutched his throat, eyes widening in agony as the poison coursed through his veins, sapping his strength. The team watched helplessly, realizing they lacked an antidote. Their battle line thinned, forcing a desperate choice: risk a cure or press the attack. Kirk spotted the wounded Butchin and shouted, "Butchin, hold on." He pointed to a scurrying creature nearby, calling it Pati, hoping the small beast could fetch aid. The cry drew the attention of the surrounding fighters, who paused their clash to tend to the injured. The brief lull offered a moment of mercy amid the chaos.
Mister!
Kirk rallied the battered crew, delivering a rapid lesson on protective magic as a tidal wave of snarling monsters surged over the farm. Meanwhile, Jianwu finally embraced his latent spirit power, channeling it into a blazing shield that steadied the defense. Buchan teetered on the brink of death, the dark toxin draining his breath, while Jianwu uncovered his true purpose, summoning the resolve to forge his farming tools into deadly weapons. Beyond the battlefield, an ominous rumble rose from the fields, foreshadowing a far greater menace that could shatter the fragile hope they had just forged.
Don't let the algorithm decide if you see the next chapter. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry and take control.
Flames devour the city, yet the quest ignites. He envisions a feast of divine flavors while a hawk circles his silent desperation. Kim Hwan swallows bitter broth, throat constricts. A resonant dun booms from the altar, heralding the ritual banquet. The echo drives his focus. Any lapse spells disaster. I must not waste this chance. Now the hunt for rare ingredients begins. Kim Hwan strides to the ancient hearth, eyes locked on the cauldron. He murmurs that his destiny hinges on this dish. He plucks a sprig of spirit herb, drops it into the simmering stew. The herb flares, unveiling the ritual's potency. Should the broth falter, the world tree will wither. Kim Hwan heats a pan, tosses sliced mushrooms, and lets them sizzle. The aroma floods the kitchen, masking tension. He stirs non-stop, securing even browning. The mushrooms soak up the spice, forming a rich base for the elixir. This layer deepens the growth catalyst they crave. With mushrooms ready, he summons the rare liquids to finish the brew. Mira darts through the kitchen, sprinkling moonlit pepper onto the simmering broth. She yells, "Elf wine now!" as the elder slams the crystal vial, unleashing a fragrant cascade. Yimin crushes rock bee honey, and the world tree legume sizzles, turning amber. Hwan lifts the elixir of growth, pours it in, and the mixture erupts, shooting emerald vines skyward. Hwan reaches into the crate, extracts the glowing crystal array. He hands the device to the elder, declaring it ready. The elder snatches it, eyes widening, then blurts surprise. The device hums faintly, hinting at dormant power. The group watches, aware this amplification will channel spirit energy into the stew. Here it is, Mr. Jinwu.
What? You're giving it to me?
The exchange sparks doubt. The elder steps forward, clutching the device, and offers Hwan a plate of freshly cooked spirit herb stew, hoping the food will lift morale. Hwan eyes it skeptically, questioning its potency. Tension spikes as both wonder if the dish can bear enough power. Their exchange exposes fragile trust within the team. Hawk shouts, demanding to know what went wrong, tone sharp. He points at the pot, then at the roots, hunting for clues. Hwan scrambles to retrieve the missing elixir, realizing a single drop may still save the tree. If they don't act fast, the realm's hope dies with the dormant bark. What did? The next moment could trigger the miracle they need. Hwan lifts the steaming pot, pours the broth onto the exposed roots of the world tree. The elder watches the crystal array flicker, its light sinking with the steam. The ritual circle glows brighter as the dish meets the soil. The tree shivers, a faint pulse rippling through the ground. The amplification device on the table emits a sharp chime, confirming a power surge. The crystal core glows brighter, signaling the ritual's energy has peaked. The sound alerts everyone that the growth boost is active. This matters, because without the surge, the world tree cannot sprout fast enough.
Ding.
With the device humming, the dish nears completion. Hwan places a hand on the elder's shoulder, whispering reassurance. He tells him it's okay to release personal worries. The team steadies, trusting the elixir's power. This matters because morale must stay high for the final push. It's okay. The pot finally bubbles, ready for the final ingredient.
The elder pours the glowing elixir into the simmering broth, igniting a blinding surge as the world tree erupts, its massive golden trunk soaring sky-high and casting a protective canopy over the battlefield. The elder sacrifices his private cure, feeling his personal hopes dissolve while the team leans into the radiant hope, trusting the tree's power to shield them and heal their wounded spirits. A shadowy figure lurks at the field's edge, eyes glittering with malice, promising a looming threat that could shatter the newly forged sanctuary and force the heroes into a desperate new battle.
Most people drop the story when it gets complicated. Not you. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry and stay sharp.
When the final fireball slammed down, the battlefield lay in ash. Lee Jianwoo stood in his family field, smoke still curling from the sky. Hawa materialized beside a humming talisman, her light turning the earth to gold. Nearby spirits flickered. Some bowed, some snarled. The farmer clenched his ID card, feeling the old superhuman oath press against his palm. He surveyed the gathering, knowing this uneasy pact could rewrite the harvest forever. Then he slipped a concealed device from his coat, a gleam of unexpected advantage flashing in his eyes. Lee Jianwoo cracked a grin, lifted a tiny recorder, and slammed play. The screen burst with a seed bursting into a radiant crop in seconds, power surging outward.
Lee Jianwoo smirked, declaring the battle a mere game.
Game, the Fairy Queen snapped, reminding him that his past abuse of spirit power kept him under a strict sentence.
You are still serving your sentence. How dare you appear? The farmer felt the crushing weight of his punishment, yet his resolve hardened. Their clash of defiance and authority intensified. The queen demanded he kneel.
Lee Jianwoo bowed with sarcastic flair, addressing the queen as Your Majesty.
Your Majesty.
The group assembled before the ancient altar. Lee Jianwoo signaled the commencement, urging them forward. He turned to the Father Spirit, begging him to project the recorded Ace-Up the Sleeve video. The footage could summon the fairies or trigger the concealed rule. Their hope hinged on its impact.
Okay, then let's begin. Father, please play the video I've made.
The father's reaction would expose the rule's boundaries. The Father Spirit frowned when Lee Jianwoo called him Father, chastising the farmer for the familiar nickname and demanding swiftness. His impatience underscored the urgency to view the video. Lee nodded, complying without delay. Their rapid response was vital before the rule could ignite.
The Fairy Queen raised a towering stone barrier, its silhouette mirroring a mountain, sealing the glowing doorway. She intoned La Sun, cementing the breach. The fairies withdrew, and the altar steadied. The barrier barred any spirit from crossing, preserving the rule. While the immediate crisis dissolved, the obstruction also blocked future aid. Lee noted the Queen's unwavering resolve, realizing they must confront the rule by other means. Their next move might force a direct clash with Lord Goryeo. Lee Jianwoo closed his live stream with a confident grin, announcing the session's end and promising more trials ahead.
Until next time, stay sharp.
The Father Spirit raised a puzzled question, his brow furrowed in confusion.
Lee Jianwoo emphasized that the video was meant for the Fairy Queen, hoping she would decipher its signal. A nearby spirit shouted, "Boss!" as the ritual surged. This mattered because the Queen's reaction would determine whether the summoned fairies obeyed or rebelled.
Boss.
Lord Goryeo lingered in the shadows, poised to intervene. Lee Jianwoo asked the group about the earlier demonstration, noting its entertaining spectacle. A spirited voice leapt forward, eager to replicate the trick, claiming it would delight the audience. Their enthusiasm risked attracting additional spirits, potentially overwhelming their control.
What was that earlier? It looked so fun, Chinese letter.
Mayoung stepped in, prepared to temper the growing chaos. Lee Jianwoo urged the group to cease their worries, declaring everything was fine and asking, "What do you mean?" Hawa responded with a soft chuckle, a low ha, drifting over the field. Her reassurance steadied the tense atmosphere, allowing the team to refocus on their plan.
Don't worry, it's fine. What do you mean?
In the next breath, Lee pondered how Hawa seemed to know his concealed scheme. Lee Jianwoo observed Hawa's airy puff and realized she had overheard his secret scheme without his words. He muttered that the mischievous fire spirit talked too much. The father spirit intervened, noting that offering a modest gift did not violate the spirit rule.
Bathed in the fairy queen's blessing, Lee Jianwoo's aura ignited, and the spirit-infused crops erupted in hidden magic, transforming the farm into a radiant battlefield. Hawa's soft reassurance bolstered Jianwoo's confidence, yet the fairy's cautious flinch warned that his newfound power might upset the fragile balance he had long defended. A radiant beam still cleaved the sky. A tiny fairy bowed, but the promise of freedom trembled on a fragile pact as darker spirits gathered, poised to shatter the tenuous truce.
They walked right into his hands. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry to see the trap close.
The flames sputter out, but a dark silhouette still towers. The spirit farmer's fields erupt, turning lethal, igniting a continent-wide crisis. Jang Hoon watches his rice darken, razor-sharp stalks splitting the earth. Hawa glides down, her bright aura soothing the wild growth. Old Master Beak raises his staff, chanting a sealing rune over the yawning fissure. Mira darts among the spikes, snatching stray spirit energy. Grandma Park shouts for villagers to take shelter as the ground trembles. The shaking foretells the world tree's leaves will soon fall. Jang Hoon strides to the fissure, ID badge glowing in his hand. Hawa hovers beside him, urging him to center his spirit seed. Mira perches on his shoulder, feeding him tactical whispers. Golden light erupts from the world tree's roots, flooding the farmland. Spirit vines sprout, stitching the farm to distant lands. Hawa's energy pulses in rhythm with the ancient scroll. Floating leaf shapes drift across the sky, each carrying a tiny vision of peace. The world's spirit network ignites, marking the sealing ritual's core. Hawa's laugh heralds the final push. The laughter fuels the convergence of power. Hawa erupts in laughter, echoing over the fields. She shouts, "Ha ha ha," when the world finally remembers its roots, the dungeon's close. Her joy lifts the team's spirits, sealing energy steadies, closing the final cracks. The crisis ebbs as peace spreads. The land sighs, relieved. Lee Jianwoo raises his hand, voice soaring as he launches the spell that could seal the worldwide dungeons. He chants the core mantra, spirit energy flaring outward. The incantation fuels the seal that will stop the chaotic rifts. I cast the spell that'll save the world. Old Master Beak now delivers the precise instruction. His words echo through the spirit network. Old Master Beak gestures to the glowing diagram of the world tree, urging them to pour images of peace into each leaf. He stresses that the vision must be crystal clear to bind the seal. The peaceful imprint is the key to locking the dungeons worldwide.
Imbue the world tree with peaceful images.
Lee Jianwoo slams his superhuman ID onto the world tree's bark. Hawa spins, scattering golden pollen over the roots. Mira darts, tracing glowing spirit runes in the air. Kim T shouts a carrot joke, lightening the mood. The tree pulses, leaves flare bright, and a wave of sealing energy ripples outward. The seal locks the sudden worldwide dungeons, safeguarding the farm and the realm. Kim T's joke fades as Lee Jianwoo declares the seal holds, leading into the next moment. A hush settles over the field. The sealing wave settles, and calm returns. Lee Jianwoo gazes at the glowing tree, smiling, relieved the danger has passed. The ground beneath the farm trembles, a low hum spreading outward. Mira sniffs the vibration and signals Jang Hoon. A soft mup echoes as the final knot of the seal snaps shut. The world tree's roots pulse once more, sealing the last breach. Distant dungeons flicker, then vanish. The tremor fades, leaving a calm field ready for planting. Hawa now plans to sow the first enchanted seed of the new era. Hope blossoms in the fertile earth. Hawa commands the team to start planting enchanted crops. Kim T spreads the first batch of grade A+ seeds, infused with the world tree's energy. Mira scouts the perimeter, ensuring no stray spirits linger. Jang Hoon shouts, "The rifts, they're gone." Old Master Beak near the council chair bellows, "Chairman, all the dungeons that appeared worldwide have disappeared." The news ripples through the village and spirits flicker from the sky. Their disappearance ends the immediate threat to the harvest. The council prepares to confirm the closure. A collective sigh lifts. Old Master Beak raises his hand, saying, "Understood." Hawa replies, "Thank you for the report." Both turn to the glowing world tree, its leaves pulsing. The acknowledgement locks the sealing spell in place. The report cements the team's coordinated effort. A silent scene follows, hinting at the next step. The wind carries a faint, hopeful hum.
Jang Hoon slams his superhuman ID onto the world tree's bark. Hawa spins golden pollen, mirror darts, and Kim Tae shouts carrot jokes. Together they channel the tree's pulse, etching a peace vision onto every leaf. The sudden global dungeons shatter. Lord Guang snarls in fury, while Yoonji laughs, clutching strawberries. Farm life just saved the world. The air crackles with triumph. Jang Hoon feels triumph as the rifts vanish, yet a pang of dread rises. The sealed spirit energy may be the only source of future harvests, threatening the village's prosperity for safety. He wonders how long the bounty will last. A final thun glyph flashes 3 times on the world tree, announcing the seal's completion. Yet a shadowed vortex flickers beneath the roots, hinting a deeper, unseen force still watches, ready to strike. Its darkness pulses, waiting for an opening.
The arc is heating up and the uploads are getting faster. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari, now's the time.
The blast shatters the harvest. A terrified scream ricochets across the sealed dungeon. Kim Jun-woo roars, "Hiya!" as stone doors crash shut, sealing the monsters inside the farm's ancient dungeons. He clenches his fists, vowing to erase every creature. He knows the endless swarm threatens his village. With no escape, the beasts must be crushed in brutal combat. His resolve ignites the battle ahead. Suddenly, Hawa, the farming spirit, drifts in, clutching a glowing seed. That seed promises a weapon against the swarming horde. Jun-woo charges the sealed doorway, spirit-charged plow flashing. Hawa hovers, conjuring emerald vines that erupt from cracked stone. Mira darts forward, flinging spirit herbs that blaze, repelling the nearest beasts. Hawa drives her hands into the earth. Vines erupt, spearing advancing monsters. Jin swings his hammer, unleashing shockwaves that topple beasts. Mira hurls glowing herbs that explode on impact. Their coordinated assault forces the swarm back toward the fissure. The tide turns in their favor. With monsters retreating, Jun-woo surveys the ruined farm. Jun-woo surveys the shattered fields. He spots broken fences and scorched soil, remnants of the monster onslaught. Farmers and spirits begin rebuilding, laying stones, planting seedlings, channeling spirit energy into the earth. Each repaired plot restores food and power to the village. Restoring the land secures their livelihood and bolsters the spirit network. The world tree's fresh growth hints at a larger change looming. The team gathers at the world tree's base. Hawa kneels, scanning the bark, and discovers a deep scratch. She brushes away dirt, revealing glowing sigils. She warns Jun-woo that the markings are ancient warnings. Jun-woo steps back, shocked by the fresh scar. Jin draws a spirit-charged hammer, testing the wood. The hammer vibrates, confirming residual energy. Beak whispers the cut may bear a demon's signature. Mira logs the sigils in her herbology journal. Spirits around the tree fall silent, sensing tension. The scratch glows brighter as night falls. The world tree trembles, hinting at hidden power.
Scratch. Well, they're that.
Beak addresses the crowd again, announcing that the world's evolution raises the ceiling for crop grades. Farmers can now grow grade B and higher produce. He points to Lee Jin-woo, who smiles and claps, proud of the new potential. He watches Jun-woo frown, uneasy about the rapid shift. He adds another change. The river's water now glows with spirit energy. He gestures to the sparkling flow, urging the team to monitor its effect on irrigation. This matters because higher-grade crops could bring wealth, but altered water may pose new hazards. The looming threat of Demon Lord Guang watches the rivers glow from the shadows. Chaos erupts. Inside the research hall, Jun-woo meets veteran spirit tamer Astor Mr. Pawn and monster scholar MS Saren. Astor mentions a past incident with a rogue spirit. MS Saren listens, then hums, considering the data. Jun-woo absorbs their insights, realizing the bond may be a double-edged sword. Their discussion could shape the next step in mastering spirit evolution. Astor, Mr. Pawn, and Saren together now. Their plan leads to a sudden portal appearance. A flash of light bursts near the lab's window. Efinana, a wandering non-human, steps through, eyes wide. The group gasps as the being materializes, unfamiliar yet calm. Efinana gestures, indicating arrival from another realm. Li Jinwu reads a glowing rune on the world tree. The glyph prophesies Kan's rise to dragonhood. He claims the dragon will make a huge contribution to their cause. Villagers listen, nodding. Kan, a small spirit fox, growls, Kong. In surprise, echoing across the field. Junwoo watches the rune fade, noting the prophecy could alter their battle strategy. The team feels a surge of hope. The prophecy offers a new ally. The moment sets up a plan to train Kan for future fights.
Kan will become a dragon, help the cause.
Li Jinwu wonders if his words were a lie. Junwoo smiles after hearing the prophecy. He tells Li Jinwu he's glad the prophecy lifts Kan's spirits.
A bright flash erupts near the western field. Junwoo is thrown backward by the shockwave. He lands among a cluster of glowing seedlings. He rises, feeling power surge through his veins. He looks around and sees strangers materialize. They wear spirit-infused armor and wield ember sickles. One shouts, "Flash, I'm superhuman." The others grin, testing their new strength. Hawa steps forward, confirming their awakening. She tells them to channel spirit energy into crops. Beck nods, noting the rise of fresh warriors. The demons nearby howl, recognizing the new threat. The council quickly records the superhuman's abilities. The world tree shines brighter, feeding their power. The villagers cheer, hopeful for protection. The new superhumans pledge to guard the farm.
Flash, I'm superhuman.
Their training begins as Demon Lord Guang watches from the shadows. Junwoo feels hope surge as Kan's spirits lift. Yet Kaowang's frustration threatens morale, making the team balance celebration with looming peril. As the lantern-lit convoy departs, the monster horde closes in, and the prophecy's dark warning looms, leaving the farm's survival hanging on an unseen blade.
The sheer power in this chapter is unbelievable. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari. The ground roars again, announcing the hunt's final echo. A corporate titan's convoy crashes into the farm, and fear spikes. SH screams, "Gah! Is this even real?" Panic shouts, "Should we rebuild the house now?" SH snaps, "Tear it down instead." The clan quarrels, renovate or raise, exposing their lack of preparation for the elite delegation. Tension crackles as the guests approach. Finch bursts in, desperate to restore order before the arrival. Panic zeroes in on the trembling daughter of Jianwu. She clutches her hands, eyes wide, confessing dread that the corporate delegates will judge their humble farm. Panic steadies her, urging bravery and reminding her that the golden harvest can silence critics. Finch steps back, eyes fixed on the arranged harvest table. He asks, "What does it look like, Snow?" The family gathers, evaluating polished produce and ceremonial drinks. Their assessment determines whether the showcase will impress the visiting executives. A glowing approval could seal the deal. A sloppy presentation could ruin their chance. Hawa steps in with a decisive plan. Hawa lifts her hand, shouting "Fu Hawk," as a spirit-wrought banner unfurls above the table. Finch watches, then says, To give you an objective evaluation, the spirit's approval adds a mystical aura to the feast, promising the chairman's favor. Their combined effort transforms the humble farm into a spectacle of power-enhanced crops.
A family member steps forward and says, "To be honest," before confessing true feelings about the upcoming meeting. It is the mother admitting unease about the whole affair. Her candid admission shows the household's growing anxiety. The honesty raises the stakes, because any sign of weakness could alarm the corporate delegation. Jianwu then mentions the chairman directly. Li Jianwu mutters, "The chairman for me, NGH," indicating nervousness about facing the corporate leader. His sister adds, "There's something else that makes me more nervous." Both express heightened anxiety as the delegation draws near. Their fear matters because the ceremony hinges on composure.
Any slip could jeopardize the contract. A sudden exclamation cuts through the tension. Lee Jianwoo calls out, "Yuna, is that you?" Yuna turns, nods, confirming her presence. Her appearance validates the rumors about hidden spirit allies. Her involvement matters because she can boost the farm's magical output for the upcoming ceremony. The delegation watches the exchange, noting the farm's hidden strength. Lee Jianwoo pulls a sealed crate and says today is the right day to open it. He looks nervous, cheeks flushed. He points at Yuna and compliments her, calling her pretty. The moment shows his rare vulnerability and sets a lighter tone before the delegation arrives. It matters because his flustered state signals the high stakes of the upcoming ceremony.
Finch steps forward, eyes bright, and declares his thanks. He tells the chairman the gesture is because he truly appreciates the farm's help. The confession deepens trust between spirits and humans, confirming that the spirits are willing to repay favors.
It's because I'm truly grateful.
Finch's next words suggest he's weighing a heavy decision. Finch pauses, his expression turning thoughtful. He whispers to himself, considering the consequences of the alliance. The inner monologue hints at doubts about the conglomerate's motives and the price of their aid. This moment foreshadows a possible conflict between duty and personal belief. A faint rustle in the garden hints at an unexpected visitor. Finch stands among the cracked soil, still shaking from the spirit surge. He tells the others he's fine and that he's gotten used to the power spikes. A nearby family member asks a quick question, eyes wide. Finch's calm answer shows he can handle the new layer of spirit energy. This steadies the team as the farm braces for more visitors.
Yeah, I'm fine. I've gotten used to it.
The family rushes to tidy the house before the delegation arrives. Hawa steps forward, gesturing to the ancient planting stones. She mentions old farming rites, reminding everyone of traditions that once fed the village. The youngest son, Jianwoo, flinches, startled by the memory.
The master, barely conscious, channels the spirit surge into a blinding herb-infused beam that heals the chairman's daughter, while the delegation watches in awe. Finch feels his newfound resilience crumble as his family's honor hangs on the strange guest's judgment, while Hawa's reverence for ancient rites clashes with the pressure to appease secrecy. The chairman's gaze locks onto Jianwoo's sister, hinting at a hidden pact, and the room trembles as a faint spirit whisper promises a betrayal that could shatter the village's fragile peace.
Picture your feed filled with only the best, high-quality recaps. Subscribe to Manwa with Hari and make it happen.
Smoke curls from the wreckage as fresh troops pour in. Lee Jianwoo sends his hawk spiraling over the scarred field. The bird claws a radiant spirit, forcing it to shriek. The dying spirit erupts with a terrified gasp. What? A nearby wraith yells, "You're not from this world." The farmer's reckless harvest has exposed a secret bloodline, sparking a furious debate among the spirits. Hyandi's reply hangs in the air, promising the truth. Hyandi steps forward, eyes blazing, and declares, "Yes, we are Hyandi's." The assembly stares, puzzled by the cryptic term. Hyandi explains that SHF is the ancient name for the spirit-bound race that once served the world tree. Lee Jianwoo lifts his head, nods, and asks, "Are you the retired professional farmer?" He confirms, "Yep, that's me." Murmurs ripple through the crowd, some sighing in relief. A spirit steps forward, proclaiming, "I am the alchemist dreaming of eternity." He raises a swirling vial, its light dancing. The revelation steadies the group's resolve.
Are you the retired professional farmer?
I'm the alchemist dreaming of eternity. The ancient superhuman's truth surfaces.
A resonant voice recalls the legion of superhumans who existed before the world tree reached full bloom. The memory ignites the spirits, reminding them of their forgotten legacy. The farmer grips his superhuman ID card, feeling its power surge through him.
Hyandi describes their home world, which also endured an apocalyptic crisis mirroring the current threat. He mentions raging storms, famine, and a dying world tree. The group listens, realizing the stakes mirror their own. This shows the problem isn't unique, hinting a universal solution may exist. Hyandi says the next part will detail how they fought to protect that world. Hyandi explains they poured all effort into defending their world from annihilation, building barriers, rallying spirits, and wielding the world tree's power to hold back ruin. Heroes hear the scale of their ancestors' sacrifice. Dozens of apprentices were trained to manage the energy. Hyandi warns that despite their work, the world tree itself began to fail.
Final images show the world tree's bark cracking wide, dark roots spreading outward, swallowing light. Spirits gasp as the tree trembles. The group feels the pressure of impending extinction. Time runs out for all worlds. A new spirit appears as darkness closes in, hinting at a possible ally. Hyandi points out that this realm already holds immense power. She says the world could survive without a world tree, unlike other realms. This makes the group question whether planting a tree is necessary at all. It reveals a unique property that could change their whole strategy. SHF still pushes the planting idea. SHF steps forward, admitting the team has been planning to plant a world tree here.
Jianwu and the spirits scout nearby villages, seeking those whose abilities echo their own. They locate a group of latent fighters, coax them, and trigger a rapid awakening, turning them into superhumans. The newly awakened warriors receive equipment and training from the spirits. Jianwu is appointed to tend the world tree seed, the most critical job of all. His friends watch anxiously as he enrolls in warrior classes, reminding him that talent only blooms with focus. Now Jianwu questions whether anyone truly sees his hidden talent. Jianwu confronts the group, demanding proof of his hidden skill. He shouts, "How do you know I even have such talent?" The spirits fall silent. Then Ms. Yuna steps forward, bowing low. The team gathers around the ruined field. Hyandi explains they prepared a hidden backup plan for a worst-case disaster. Everyone expects them to use it, but the heroes solve the world crisis without touching the plan. Hyandi looks surprised and asks the commander for confirmation. The question forces the group to acknowledge the unexpected success and reassess their strategy.
We had a backup plan, but you solved it without it. That true, General?
Jianwu now hints at a deeper secret. Jianwu steps forward, his eyes darkening. He admits his current body is not his original form. The monster that once served as the retired professional farmer now houses his spirit. Hyandi expands, explaining the other being belongs to an ancient person from another realm. Hawk tilts his head, puzzled, and asks, "Kong!" The name rings a bell, hinting at a legendary figure tied to the original world tree. The team notes the connection, realizing the ancient lineage may hold clues to stabilizing the pool. Their focus sharpens on uncovering Kong's role. Hyandi still praises Jianwu's quick victory, sparking modest gratitude.
It belongs to an ancient person from another realm.
Kong?
Hyandi looks at Jianwu and says, "You saved the world fast. We skipped our final plan." Jianwu shrugs, replying, "I don't think it deserves praise, but thanks."
Du steps forward, confirming he has indeed heard of it. Hawk follows with a memory, noting the idea first appeared in Ellis's story. Their confirmation shows the lore isn't new and that past tales may hold practical clues.
Yes, I have.
It came out in Ellis's story.
SHF then explains why the world needs massive energy. SHF explains that keeping a world tree alive requires an immense amount of energy. Do adds that the amount is far beyond ordinary supplies. This reveals the scale of power they must gather, raising the stakes for their mission.
For a world to maintain a world tree,
an immense amount of energy is required.
Jianwu warns that even a massive effort may fall short, emphasizing the enormity of the power gap. Hawa concedes that gathering magic from every being on the planet might still be insufficient. This forces the team to look beyond their world for a solution, as the multiversal world tree pool could provide the missing boost. They recall the dormant monster body hidden in Jianwu's original form.
Doing it right needs massive magic power, oh.
even gathering power from all planet may not suffice.
The hidden monster may awaken to supply the needed energy. Hyandi points to the ancient diagram and explains the ritual must link the world tree directly to the pool. The hawk spirit erupts from the heavens, feathers ignited, and hurls the enchanted seed straight into the world tree's core. A colossal root erupts, ripping the ritual site apart in a thunderous cascade. Hyandi admits that saving the world requires sacrificing a piece of her own life, forcing Du to face the terrifying cost of hope as the group trembles under looming loss. The sky darkens, the hawk circles, the root throbs, and the ritual's fragile balance teeters, leaving everyone uncertain whether the seed will spark salvation or unleash catastrophe.
Not everyone finds recaps this good. But you did. Protect that advantage. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry.
Previously on Spirit Farmer, our hero shattered the cursed altar, survived the blood rain vortex, and ripped the system's core. The enemy unleashed a void army, tearing worlds apart, and now the story continues. The blast split the sky, shattering our last hope. Cannons thundered across the farm. Jean hammered the earth, rousing vengeful farming spirits. Hawa erupted, vines lashing the raiders. The assault endangers the crop that powers the world tree.
Hold the lines.
Hawa's spirits swell. Another wave closes in. A farmer stumbles, shouting what? Hawa sighs, gestures at a hovering scroll. The script reads a cryptic phrase about spirits' origin. She reveals ancient elves sealed the spirits to protect the world tree. That clue could shape their rescue.
We need that truth.
The air now doubts the old pact. A credit banner flashes the translators, then dissolves into glowing glyphs that merge with the world tree diagram. Their calculations show even the combined mana of every human on Earth won't meet the demand. Sichef shakes his head, doubting any hope. The world tree cannot revive with ordinary magic. Then a mysterious promise of infinite power flickers, igniting hope. A voice claims a bearer of infinite magic exists. The room gasps. Vun erupts, eyes wide. Unlimited power could finally revitalize the world tree.
Vun!
Hawk steps forward, pledging his boundless magic. The air snaps at his father, denouncing his joke as terrible and warning his temper will snap. He fires at Hawk, demanding clarity. Hawk answers coolly, 2. The family clash spikes. Hawk's cryptic reply deepening the conflict.
Adam, Bella, Nicole, and Hawa cluster around the cracked elven pool device. Adam lifts the stone lid, exposing a pulsing core. The runes, spotting missing conduits. Nicole logs the energy readout, confirming the source is drained. Their find proves the relic cannot function alone. Their next step, test the core's output. Adam slams his fist onto the control stone, bellowing the command. The order ignites a surge of spirit-fueled energy into the pool. The core blazes brighter, ripples racing across the water. The team hopes the surge will revive the ancient conduit.
Zon.
A sudden shock cracks the surface. The surge overloads the pool, shattering the stone rim.
Hawk roars. Hawk, Da! Unleashing a colossal wave of energy. The surge swells, dwarfing the farm's fields. The World Tree Pool shudders under its force. The team grasps the magnitude of the threat. The next move may demand an impossible sacrifice. Hawk crashes into the clearing, armor glittering, shouting his name. His aura ignites the ground, sparks scattering outward. The team freezes, uncertain if his power can mend the dying pool. All eyes fix on the bright flare, yearning for a solution.
Hawk.
The flare hints at a hidden flaw in the pool. A blinding ion pulse erupts from the World Tree Pool, searing the sky. The shockwave rattles stones, tearing at ancient roots.
A dark silhouette rises from the crystal, hovering above the pool's edge. Jean blinks, stunned, then whispers.
Though.
Hawa's hand ignites the crystal, birthing emerald vines and a looming dark silhouette that shatters the World Tree Pool's barrier, forcing the relic to erupt with uncontrolled magic. Jean risks exposing his superhuman ID as Hawa's power sputters under seed spore irritation, leaving them teetering between triumph and catastrophic loss while the beast snarls, threatening everything they've built. The relic's raw magic surges unchecked. The cracked dome spews darkness, and with the warning glyph unread, the realm's fate hangs on a breath-tightening mystery.
The story doesn't stop here. Subscribe to Manwa with Harry so you never fall behind.
The earth trembles, revealing a hostile winter that threatens the harvest. Only one fire spirit can keep frost at bay. Hawa summons a flickering ember, casting a warm glow over the icy soil. The heat arrests the freeze, buying the farm a chance to survive the harsh season. Jianwu steps forward, ready to push the spirit's limits. Hawa bows, apologizing for her earlier misstep. Jianwu nods, focusing his gaze on a fresh sprout, demanding proof that the fire spirit fuels growth. Their combined effort confirms the magic works, and they set their sights on boosting the harvest.
Sorry, I slipped.
I'm paying attention now. Got it.
Jianwu admits he trained tirelessly to master the Sitwell technique, but his magic veins are thin, preventing him from leveling up or summoning great spirits as before. This weakness forces him to lean on allies. The missing knight's return may bring ominous news.
I put in a lot of practice to wield Sitwell.
Jianwu accepts his magical limits, stating nothing can overturn his depletion. He glances at the absent knight, wondering why he hasn't appeared today. The silence hints at a looming threat over the farm.
I suppose that can't be helped.
Jianwu asks his wife for a brief respite, citing distant lands as a reason. Yuna declares she will never forgive the chairman for the rest of her life. Jianwu counters, urging her to consider forgiveness, saying the time may have come and he feels sympathy for the chairman. Their clash risks breaking farm harmony.
I will never forgive him.
Maybe it's time. I feel sorry for him. The chairman's true motives begin to surface.
A voice suggests Yuna should adopt a different approach, hinting at change. Jianwu bursts onto the scene, announcing his return. His comeback shifts the tension and opens a new chance for the farm's plans.
I think you should.
I'm back. Hawa's next move could turn the tide.
Jianwu and Hawa acknowledge they are remnants of a shattered realm. They pledge to pour their last strength into the one who rescued the world. The final surge merges with Jianwu, amplifying his spirit seed aura. The amplified hero now faces the looming threat of the fairy realm. Hawa lifts her hand over the soil. A tiny sprout bursts forth, glowing briefly. She smiles, saying the seed can produce a small miracle, promising a boost for their next harvest. Proves her magic works on demand.
And produce a small miracle.
Jianwu watches the sprout expand wildly, then freezes, eyes widening. Hawa claps her hands. Well done, she shouts, pride bright. Jianwu grins. Act, good job. The crew cheers, spirits high. The praise fuels confidence for the upcoming quest. Their next task is to test the miracle seed's growth. Yuna steps forward, cheeks flushed,
whispering here, bashful. She hides behind a stalk, eyes meeting Jianwoo's. Her shy entrance adds a gentle touch to the celebration, showing her growing bond with the team. Soon she'll take a bigger role in the farm's defense. Hawk calls out, "Hawk, what about me?" Hawa turns, laughing, then greets the mother and Yuna. "Welcome home, Mom. Yuna." "Thank you, Dot." Laughter fills the farm, cementing the family's new unity. The crew gathers after sealing the World Tree Pool. Jianwoo grins, points upward, and declares they'll travel to the fairy realm next. Hawa nods, eager to meet new spirit allies. Their upcoming quest depends on that journey.
That's right, let's go to the fairy realm next. They now head toward the farm kitchen, ready for a break.
The group settles at a long table, the scent of fresh produce filling the air. Jianwoo looks at the spread and says the meal is home-cooked. The comment boosts morale before the next adventure.
Home-cooked meal? Yeah. A hearty feast arrives, but an unexpected visitor watches from the shadows.
Hawa spots a dark shape circling above and yells, "Hawk!" Jianwoo turns, recognizing the hawk spirit descending with sharp eyes. The hawk lands, ready to scout the surrounding lands. Its arrival expands their network, essential for spotting threats.
The crew watches the first spirit-seeded seedlings erupt in green. Hawa's shout rings out as the hawk spirit descends, its keen eyes locking onto the thriving crops, confirming their magical agriculture breakthrough. Jianwoo feels a surge of confidence as unity fuels his resolve, while Hawa's smile masks the heavy burden of safeguarding this fragile harvest. Fearing any misstep could shatter their newfound hope, the hawk circles ominously above the fields, its intent unreadable, leaving the team unsure whether its scouting heralds an ally's aid or a predator's approach, tension tightening.
High-quality editing. Perfect pacing. Zero filler. If I delivered, hit subscribe on Manwa with Harry.